Chapter 1 Hero of War. Hermione sat in a chair directly in front of the headmaster's desk. The one she had to remind herself no longer belonged to the man she had once trusted above all others. Reminding herself that Dumbledore was gone like so many others, like her best friend, she tried to push past the guilt that she should be down there continuing the fight like the others. She couldn't ignore this feeling though, not anymore. She now understood that her fight wasn't here, not in this time. Looking up into the twinkling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore, she took in a deep, shaky breath. He stared at her knowingly from where he sat in his portrait behind the headmaster's chair. "Do you know why I'm here, sir?" she asked him. He held his steepled hands under his chin and nodded. "I believe I do. Some time ago, after I realized the extent of what Harry would have to do to bring an end to this war, I started on a plan B," he said, his blue eyes shining merrily as if this was a perfectly normal circumstance. Hermione sniffed in disgust, offended by his ever-jolly attitude. Of course, he had a plan B, one he never shared with them as per the usual. Dumbledore leaned forward in his portrait and smiled as if he could sense her disgruntled thoughts. He lifted a long, wrinkled finger and pointed to Hermione's left. "The fourth shelf from the top, my dear," he said, gesturing towards the large bookshelf that sat against the wall on her left. She stood shakily and slowly walked to the bookshelf he indicated, something that once would have filled her with excitement but now left her with dread pooling in her empty stomach. Hermione looked over her shoulder at him with a questioning look on her ash-covered face. "What exactly am I looking for, sir?" she asked with her brow raised. He smiled warmly and simply gestured with his hands for her to continue forward. Hermione huffed her annoyance and let her eyes glance at the different colored spines of each book, hoping something would jump out at her. There were several DADA books and some on potions, but of course one book in particular called out to her, its familiar title bringing memories to the forefront of her mind and tears to her exhausted eyes. The Winter's Tale. She touched the worn black leather spine and gently pulled it from the shelf. From the corner of her eye, she could see Dumbledore leaning back in his chair. His fingers were once again steepled under his chin, eyes shining brightly. However, she chose to ignore him in favor of the heavy book in her hands. She knew it as she knew herself. It was one of the first she ever read. She was named after its female lead, after all. She carried the book back to her seat and sat down, placing the book firmly in her lap. "Open it," Dumbledore said, inclining his head towards the book in her lap. She tucked a loose curl behind her ear and looked down at the book that seemed to be emanating magic, although it appeared to be nothing but a normal book. She carefully lifted the cover of the book to reveal the first page. In a familiar black script, a small passage read, "To Hermione, with hope for a better future." Hermione's head snapped up to greet the piercing eyes of her former headmaster, who had somehow known for an indeterminable amount of time that she was going to come to him for help. How could you know?" she asked in utter shock. Her chocolate eyes stared up at him in what could be mistaken for horror, but after years of teaching her, he knew it was just her thirst for knowledge. "Ms. Granger, as you are well aware, dabbling with the past can have dangerous outcomes for the perceived future. That is, if the wrong person is doing the altering. However, if a smart capable witch with all the right knowledge of time and the future were to go back," Dumbledore said, trailing off at the end, "then she could possibly change the future for the better," she finished for him. Dumbledore drummed his fingers, in a rhythm only known to himself, on the armrest of his chair. "Theoretically, yes, but she could also destroy what is good as well. It's a very thin line to walk. You have to know exactly what to change and what to leave alone. For instance, look at the example of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. Changing that could lead to even more death than what came from it in the first place," he remarked softly, his eyes turning hard for a moment so briefly that Hermione thought she must have imagined it. "Sir, you can't honestly be suggesting I can just sit back and allow him to kill Harry's parents," Hermione growled, shifting to sit on the edge of her seat. She could hear the other portraits scoff at her outburst, murmuring of her blatant disrespect, to which Hermione shot the offending former headmasters a hardened glare. Dumbledore chuckled deeply at the sight and raised his hands, trying to placate the young woman whose nerves were obviously on edge. "I never said that you should, my dear. All I said is that you shouldn't change his betrayal of them." It could cause a ripple effect of disastrous proportions. Not to mention you would lose out on the opportunity that knowing his exact whereabouts would bring you, he said with a hint of amusement tainting his voice. Hermione sat back with a huff. She hated Pettigrew, and the thought of knowing that she would have to look the other way, pretending she didn't know what he was capable of, only angered her further. She looked back down at the book in her lap. Lifting the cover and flicking through pages to the middle, she was only slightly shocked to see it was hollowed out. Inside the large hole that had been created laid a silver pouch and 2 large envelopes. She could sense that inside the pouch was something that was almost certainly leaking magic. As if a force greater than herself read her mind, the book suddenly began emanating magic from within. "What is this?" Hermione asked hesitatingly. She kept her gaze on the silver pouch, her hands itching to touch it. "A very special time turner. One that I'm quite sure you'll remember well," Dumbledore replied, smiling softly. Hermione touched the pouch and felt a sudden tingle, a rush of magical energy, running up her arm. She slowly opened it and dumped the contents into her palm. The golden hue of her third-year time turner shone in the candlelight coming from the chandelier hanging above her. Her magic recognized the familiar connection she had always felt with this specific time turner, the one that had temporarily saved the life of Sirius Black. Her heart fell as she thought of Harry's godfather. But before the memories could pull her under, she pushed them back into the recesses of her memory and pulled the gold chain over her neck. The heavy cold dial fell against her heart where it seemed to calm its heavy beating, almost as if it was reminding her that soon she would be leaving to save those she loved most. She reached down to pull the envelopes from the book and saw that her name was placed gracefully along the front of one, while Dumbledore's was along the front of the other. When she went to open the one addressed to her, she was stopped by the charismatic voice of her mentor. "Leave that for later when you're alone. Once you have given me the one that is addressed to my past self. In yours you will find everything you need to help you in your task," he said. Hermione nodded and cringed inwardly when she heard shouting coming from the hallways outside her temporary haven. She lifted the dial of the time turner into her hands and looked down at the hourglass that resided in the middle. She finally felt the cloud of thick fear and uncertainty that she had been keeping at bay surrounding her. For the first time, she would be journeying alone. There would be no Ron to make her laugh, nor Harry to help her feel safe. She would be completely alone, and the thought of the possible price of failure was a heavy weight to bear. No, she chastised herself. She needed to remember why she was doing this and who she was doing this for. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to be lost in her memories just this once. She needed one final reminder of what had led her to this moment. Hermione Granger stood looking around the room full of rubble that had once been the Great Hall, her brown eyes dull and cold as she surveyed all of the damage. The place where she and her friends had once taken their meals was now filled with the bodies of those who were injured fighting, and those she would never see alive again. Her gaze passed over their pale faces, their empty eyes staring into nothingness, as she pushed back the tears that threatened to fall. This wasn't the time to cry or mourn over the losses they had suffered. There was still another Horcrux to destroy. Harry had taken off alone after they had watched Professor Snape killed by Voldemort's snake, Nagini. She and Ron had both offered to go with him to view the memories Snape had given him, but she could tell he needed to do this for himself. Hermione ran her fingers through her thick mane of curls and winced when they got caught in a mess of tangles. She took a hair tie from her wrist and attempted to pull her matted brown curls into a haphazard messy bun on the top of her head. "Hermione, over here," Luna called out to her from the corner of the hall. Her pale blonde hair was singed in random places, and her face was covered in blood and soot. Hermione rushed over to her friend, pulling her wand from her back pocket in preparation for whatever she needed. Laying in front of Luna was the heavily bleeding body of Lavender Brown, wounds marring her neck and chest. She was trembling and gasping for air as Luna tried to stop the excessive bleeding. She had been torn apart by a werewolf, most likely that sociopath Fenrir, and Hermione winced as she assessed the damage, while rising in her throat, but she pushed it down and dropped to her knees, reaching into her pocket to grab her magically shrunken beaded bag. "Ingorgo," Hermione said, pointing her wand at the bag that fit in the center of her palm. The once minuscule bag started growing until it was back to its rightful size. She quickly reached inside and grabbed a vial containing the potion she had created after her encounter with Greyback at Malfoy Manor. It was a mixture of essence of dittany and silver. "Pull the cloth away from her neck, Luna," she stated hollowly, pulling the cork from the top of the vial with a soft pop. When Luna pulled the saturated cloth away from the wound, the blood that was being held back started pouring from Lavender's neck, and she gasped weakly. Hermione turned Lavender's neck to the side and started dripping the silver liquid on her neck, covering every gash she could find. Recorking the vial, she watched the flesh intently, waiting for a sign of healing. Just as she hoped, the bleeding slowed to a stop, and Lavender's ravaged flesh started knitting itself back together. Knowing she had no time to stop, Hermione moved on to her savage chest and pulled her shirt back to reveal the claw marks that ran from her neck down to her hip. She huffed in anger and uncorked the vial again, pouring large quantities over the wound. As the silver began to fight the venom from the bite, she used her wand to heal anything that was left over. "Luna, grab a pain relief potion and a blood replenisher from my bag," she ordered quietly, not sparing her friend a glance. Luna turned to the bag, and after finding the labeled vials, she returned to Hermione's side, clutching the vials to her chest tightly, her fingers slightly trembling. Once Hermione had removed some of the blood that covered Lavender, she used the remainder of the girl's torn shirt to transfigure a blanket to cover the exposed flesh. "Okay, give her the replenisher first and then the pain potion. The mixture I used on her was designed to heal werewolf bites. It isn't a cure, so she will still have the side effects. Thankfully, it isn't a full moon, so she won't be a full-fledged werewolf," Hermione said tiredly, rising to her feet. She ran her bloodied hands over her jeans and looked around the room once again. Madame Pomfrey and the teachers were attending to those that were still clinging to life. The house banners that were once hanging above the tables had been tossed aside. Hermione couldn't help but notice that this was the first time she had ever seen unity between houses. Everyone here was now united against a common enemy: Voldemort. This was what Dumbledore had once spoken of at the end of her 4th year. He had said how important house unity would be in the fight against evil, and she was beyond proud of her fellow students. As she glanced around, she could even see the green of a select few Slytherins helping among the wreckage. Ginny and Pansy Parkinson sat on their knees beside a small Ravenclaw. She couldn't be more than a 3rd year, with her left arm wrapped in gauze. She was crying into the shoulder of Pansy, who was staring wide-eyed at a smirking Ginny. Hermione pulled her tattered jacket off and tossed it to the side. She was beginning to feel overwhelmed and was trying her best to keep her emotions in check. "Hermione, are you okay?" a familiar voice asked from beside her. Hermione looked up into the worn and exhausted face of her former Dédé professor. His green eyes were filled with worry as he looked her over for injuries. Hermione took a second to do the same, thankful to see only minimal scratches and bruises. She ran her hands over his arms and face, looking closely at his chest where she could see his shirt was covered in blood, but she couldn't tell if it belonged to him or someone else. His graying sandy hair was covered in ash along with the smudges across his face. She forced a small smile to try and reassure him. "I'm fine, just worrying about Harry. What about you?" she said. His green eyes narrowed as he assessed her. Sometimes, as odd as it sounded, Hermione thought he knew something about her that even she hadn't figured out yet. He looked at her as if he expected to see something that wasn't there. It sometimes made her feel like he found her lacking. "No, you're not, and who would expect you to be? It's okay to show weakness, Hermione. No one expects you to be strong all the time," he gently said, pulling her hands from his chest with a small sigh. She let his words sink in for a moment and took a deep breath. "Thank you, Remus," she slowly said, and stepped away, hoping she hadn't made him uncomfortable. He smiled at her and turned his head to look around the room. Hermione knew who he was searching for before he had said a word. "Tonks is with Draco. They are searching for survivors," she said, her breath catching at the reminder of everyone they had lost. Remus looked at her in confusion for a moment, hesitating a moment, before he finally pulled her against him. She allowed his arms to envelop her, resting her head against his chest. She breathed in deep, willing his scent to surround her and to calm her, something she hadn't allowed since she had noticed the crush Tonks had developed. Even with her constantly distancing herself from him, Something between them had begun to change. She wasn't sure what it was exactly, but she hoped that she lived long enough to figure it out. After what seemed like mere seconds, a loud uproar met their ears. The first thing that caught her attention was the red hair of the group that was rushing into the hall. Fred Weasley was being levitated inside, the side of his face covered in deep bloody gauges. Hermione gasped in shock and fear as she ran to meet them, Remus following closely beside her. Mrs. Weasley was pale and shaking as her son was lowered onto the ground next to where Ginny and Pansy had been healing the Ravenclaw. His face was pale and ashen, his body lifeless and limp as he was gently rested on the ground. George was sitting next to him, gripping his shirt tightly as he laid his head on Fred's still chest, crying out for his brother. Ron and Ginny stood next to their mother, who was crying onto the chest of Percy Weasley, who looked guiltily down at his brother, tears leaving tracks on his dirt-covered face. Hermione stood outside of their grieving circle with her arms tightly wound around herself in an attempt at comfort, unsure of what she should do. She couldn't believe he was gone. She half expected him to shoot upward and start laughing merrily at how he got them all. Her body was shaking with each breath she took as she tried to control the tears that were steadily pouring down her face. At that moment she wanted her mother, her mind spiraling as she remembered that just like Fred, she was lost to her. She would never again see them, and that was the worst part of this war. She had lost too much, too many people. Someone took her shaking hand, that had been held firmly against her chest, and pulled her away from the scene. She turned her head to meet the emerald green eyes of her best friend. Harry pulled her out of the hall and towards the entrance where she could see the moon illuminating the dark sky. "What's wrong, Harry?" she immediately questioned, sensing his unease. Harry ran his hands through his unruly black hair and looked down at his feet. Before he was able to say a single word, Ron was running towards them, his tear-stained face pale and devoid of emotion. "Harry, Mione, what's going on?" he asked, breathing heavily as he finally caught up with them. Harry pulled them outside and looked towards the forbidden forest with determination. Finally understanding what he was going to tell them, Hermione stepped back, shaking her head vigorously. "No, no, Harry. You can't. Please tell me you're not going," she cried, tears beginning to fall rapidly from her eyes to the gray earth below. Harry's face fell and he looked helplessly between his two friends, the first people he had ever been able to call his real family. "The memories. They showed me what I have to do to end this. He said, unable to finish. "It's inside you, isn't it?" Hermione whispered. She wiped the tears from Harry's face as he nodded his head. "Wait, what is inside of him? What's going on?" Ron shouted, his blue eyes shining with irritation at their lack of intelligible words. Hermione took a deep breath and turned towards Ron, her face impassive. "Harry is going to the Forbidden Forest. He is a Horcrux, Ronald," she said, her voice breaking at the end. Realization filled Ron's face at her words, and his breathing hitched as he looked at his best friend. No, Harry, there has to be another way. That can't be true," he murmured, tears swimming in his eyes. "It is. This is the only way to kill him," Harry said. He lifted his hands and placed one on each of his friend's shoulders. "You both have to promise me that you will find the snake and kill it once I'm gone. Then you kill him," Harry stated, his voice as hard as steel. Hermione knew at that moment that he had already come to terms with his fate and that he would bravely face it just as he faced everything else. He was Harry Potter, after all. Everything he did with strength and bravery. She took her best friend, her brother, in her arms and hugged him with every bit of strength she had left. She could only hope it would be enough to get him through what he had to face. "I'll go with you, Harry," she whispered in his ear. He pulled slightly away from her and took a brown curl that had escaped her bun and gave it a soft tug, watching fondly as it sprung back into place. "No, I need you both safely here so you can take care of the rest. You are the only two that will know what needs to be done before anyone battles Voldemort," Harry said. She nodded and he pulled farther away from her. He turned toward the forest, turning his head to give them both one last nod, and ran off into the darkness, heading to his unavoidable death. Hermione and Ron stood by the entrance, pacing back and forth as they waited, hoping that somehow they would see their friend alive again. A few paces away from them, Hermione could see Neville searching through the rubble with the sorting hat in his hands. He was limping, favoring his left leg, a tell that he was injured. She looked away from him and back into the great hall where the Weasleys and Remus were still standing beside the body of Fred. She pulled Ron beside her and into her arms where he finally broke down, the loss of his brother too much for him to bear alone. She let him cry until movement at the edge of the forest caught her attention.
Ron.
She stuttered, her gazing frantically searching the tree line for any sign of Harry. Ron pulled away from her and followed her gaze, his jaw tightening when he saw the large group of Death Eaters approaching the school. Hermione started running towards them with her wand drawn as she looked frantically for the familiar dark, unruly hair of her best friend. She barely noticed that Ron, Neville, and everyone who was physically able to fight had followed her to the edge of the forest. She stopped in her tracks when she saw Hagrid exit the tree line with something in his arms. Tears bubbled from his eyes and his breath was coming out in sharp gasps. A sharp snake-like voice that sounded like a hiss caused her stomach to jolt. "That's far enough," Voldemort hissed as he and the rest of his followers met them outside the forest. She was surrounded by the others who were all whispering, asking if that was Harry and if he was dead. Hermione couldn't bring herself to believe it. He couldn't be gone, not Harry. "Harry Potter is dead," Voldemort hollered into the night. Everyone around Hermione let out cries of disbelief, anger, and sadness, but she remained stock still. Her heart pounded erratically and her stomach plummeted towards her toes, though no tears fell from her eyes. She felt someone next to her take her hand and with extreme difficulty, not wanting to take her eyes off the group in front of her, she turned to see Neville standing beside her with his jaw tight and the sword of Gryffindor in his other hand. She looked away and glanced back towards Harry's limp body lying in the arms of Hagrid, who held him like he did when Harry was but a baby. Everything else faded away. The only thing she could see was his body, pale and coddled into Hagrid's broad chest. Then the faces of everyone else she had lost flashed before her eyes. Her parents, Sirius, Fred, Dumbledore, and so many others. Their lives flashed before her eyes, followed by the flashes of either their deaths or disappearances from her life. She couldn't do this. It was too much. The panic began to bubble inside of her chest, threatening to break free. She turned towards the hard and determined face of Neville and leaned into him, seeking the comfort she would never again feel. "You have to kill the snake. Only then will he be mortal," she whispered, handing over the duty that had been left to her and Ron. She could see him say something to her, but with a bright flash of red light, the next half of the battle had begun, and he was suddenly running off towards the snake as Hermione walked backward away from the battle and towards the castle. She lifted her wand and disillusioned herself as she ran. She could see the bright lights of the castle beckoning her forwards as if it knew what she intended to do. Hermione knew if anyone could help her change what had happened, it would be Albus Dumbledore. Pulling herself from the memory with a new resolve, Hermione took a deep, steadying breath as she started turning the dial. "A word of caution, my dear." The headmaster spoke once more, startling her. She turned her head to regard his portrait, a glimpse of disdain crossing her passive features. "This whole day has been filled with caution, sir," she grumbled. "But what else could be so important as to delay me further?" With a small sigh, he looked down at her, sadness filling his face, and he took a deep breath. "Just an observation to keep in mind," he murmured, looking at her thoughtfully. "Just because you can change an event doesn't mean that the change will be for the better." He cocked his head to the side, a small frown the only flaw on his otherwise serene face. "There may be things that didn't happen this time around that can have far worse consequences. We can discuss my potentially flawed plans when I next see you, sir," she sneered at him. "I really must be going now." With one last determined look at the headmaster, who sent her a heavy nod, she continued to turn the dial and felt herself being pulled roughly backward, the world around her becoming nothing but a blur. After what felt like hours, but was actually mere minutes, the spinning slowed and her feet made impact with solid ground. Her knees buckled and she fell with a loud thump, her head spinning as fast as her body had during the quick travel through time. She felt a moment of relief before she leaned forward and emptied her stomach, which consisted of nothing but bile and blood, having been empty for far too long. She didn't have the strength to vanish her mess and instead fell back onto her legs before sliding over onto her side, where she felt her heavy eyes close, and darkness consumed her. Chapter 2. Lost in Time. Hermione woke up in a cold sweat to find she had not only a splitting headache but also blood covering her upper lip. She slowly sat up as her vision blurred with every movement. She wiped the blood from her lip with the back of her hand and looked around, trying to remember exactly what had happened through the fog in her mind. Her neck ached as she attempted to turn her head, finally realizing with a start that she was still in the headmaster's office. With a small jolt and the fog clearing in her rattled mind, she remembered everything. The final battle, her visit with her deceased headmaster's portrait, and her slight impromptu travel through time. She bent forward and placed her head between her legs. With a small sniff, she looked beside her and groaned in embarrassment as another wave of nausea hit her. With a small flick of her wrist, she used wandless magic to vanish the mess she had made on Dumbledore's rug. She sat with her eyes closed. Needing a moment to gather her thoughts, she was grateful she had arrived in an empty office. She took in a few deep breaths to try to ease the throbbing ache in her heavy head. Okay. She was in the past with no intention of ever returning, and even if she did, it would no longer be the world she had left behind. She was sent here to fix the mistakes of the past and save everyone she cared about. She could do this. A melodic chirping filled the air, interrupting her internal pep talk, and Hermione was slightly comforted to see Fawkes standing on his golden perch, stretching his long and beautiful wings. Hermione stood shakily and tried to stay balanced as she walked over to greet him. He tilted his head at her as if to ask who she was to disturb him. "Hello, Fawkes. You don't know me yet, but in my time we are great friends," she said, slowly reaching towards him, remembering the need to ask for his acceptance. The golden-red phoenix bowed his head to her, and Hermione was overjoyed for this small victory. She ran her hand against his head and enjoyed the simple reminder of her own time. "Where is your master, Fawkes?" Hermione whispered, earning a bite from the temperamental bird. "Ow! Okay, I get it. You don't have a master," Hermione said, placing her now bleeding finger in her mouth with a grumble. Fawkes chirped and leaned his head back towards her. Hermione sighed and continued petting the beautiful creature. A small hiss, like air escaping a tight enclosure, came from behind them, and Hermione spun around with her wand clutched so tightly her knuckles were white with strain, at the ready for any danger. A bookcase was slowly opening, a hidden door amongst the rows of stacked tomes, revealing a familiar genial old man wearing the brightest shade of purple Hermione had ever seen. He had yet to look in her direction as he was talking to a young man dressed in black. Hermione knew immediately that the elderly man was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Who else would dress in a purple set of robes covered in silver stars? She thought to herself. With a pang of shock, Hermione realized she also recognized the young man with him. The boy's greasy black hair and patented sneer were a dead giveaway. Hermione paled as her menacing future potions professor turned his head and locked eyes with her. His dark eyes were almost as black as his hair and left her feeling like she was 12 years old again, praying for his acceptance and a good grade. Outstanding grades she received. Yes, however, his praise and acceptance was a fool's dream. He tilted his head at her, an almost funny reminder of the way Fawkes had only moments ago, and for some reason Hermione smiled at him and lifted her hand into the air, sending him a quick wave. She wasn't sure what had led her to do something so silly and juvenile. She chose to blame the small bout of sympathy she had for the boy after learning all about what he had done for them in the war. This wasn't the man she had known, not yet, but he was the young boy with an abusive father and a problem with bullies. She hoped that Severus Snape was someone she could save and maybe give him a life away from crazy Dark Lords and meddling headmasters. She took a moment to look him over. His long black robes were reminiscent of the ones he wore in her time, and it made the smile she wore finally reach her eyes for the first time since Harry had danced with her in their tent. She could easily tell that his robes were worn and secondhand. His black hair was parted down the middle and he had the same shoulder-length hairstyle, even 20 years in the past. She gave a slight chuckle under her breath at his continuity over the years. As she looked at it, she noticed it wasn't as greasy-looking as it was in the future and bore a stark contrast to his pale features. He was nowhere near handsome, but he was intriguing and reminded her of the puzzles she used to love to complete when visiting her grandparents. Finally, she noticed that he was about the same age as she was, so that would mean he was in his 7th year, which meant this was 1978. Her eyes widened slightly at the revelation. She was in 1978. She felt dim-witted for allowing herself to be sent back in time and not asking the date she would be sent to. However, she had chosen to trust Dumbledore, choosing to believe that he knew exactly when to send her back to achieve the best results. Now she just needed to know exactly how far into the year she was. Snape sent her a questioning look, his eyes squinting as he scrutinized her with his piercing onyx eyes, obviously wondering if she was batty. He cleared his throat and Dumbledore stopped mid-sentence to follow his gaze. His sparkling blue eyes widened for a moment and twinkled at her over his half-moon spectacles. He shed his outer robes, revealing a long underrobe that was as bold of a magenta as the Weasley twins' garish WWW robes, tossing his purple robes onto the chair arm beside him and glided towards her with a smile lifting his wrinkled cheeks. "Well, hello, my dear," he murmured, his voice twinkling like his eyes. Hermione stood up straighter and moved her beaded bag over her right hip. Dumbledore looked towards Fawkes, who was singing merrily, and his smile brightened. "I'm afraid Fawkes neglected to tell me he was expecting a visitor." "Poor form Fawkes," Dumbledore said jovially, placing his hands together and ushering her towards a small leather chair in front of his desk. Hermione looked behind him at Snape, who was standing beside the door looking as uncomfortable as she felt, looking down as he shifted foot to foot nervously. Dumbledore noticed her unease and sat down behind his desk. "If this is a private matter, I can send Mr. Snape back to his dormitory. We were almost finished. He was just helping me with a potion I required. He was recommended to me by our potions professor," Dumbledore said. Snape lowered his head, uncomfortable with the praise in Dumbledore's voice, and successfully hid behind a curtain of his hair. Something Hermione was sure he did often when reality was too overwhelming. Maybe that's why he chose to keep the long hair, a barrier he could use to hide away. A defense mechanism, maybe? Dumbledore coughed lightly, pulling Hermione from her curious reverie. He motioned towards the brown leather chair beside her, and she politely took a seat. "So, should I send Mr. Snape on his way?" Dumbledore asked her, angling his head towards the young and nervous boy. Hermione narrowed her eyes, unsure why he was asking her what she wanted instead of just sending him away. What could his possible angle be? She trusted Dumbledore to an extent, but she also knew that he always had a plan. A lifetime of information being omitted by him that endangered not only herself but her friends made that trust lacking as of late. She quickly thought over everything, wondering if having someone like Snape on her side would be beneficial. Right now, he was either a freshly marked Death Eater or on his way to becoming one. But she also knew his weakness, what had drawn him back to the side of the light, Lily Evans. Making a decision, she stood from her chair and slowly walked towards the deathly pale Severus Snape with a calculating look on her face. She gripped her beaded bag tightly, the only giveaway that she was actually a nervous wreck and that confronting her once-feared potions professor was not what she had been expecting. She kept her face blank, fully aware of what she must look like. Blood covering her face and jacket, her hair bushy and covered in dirt and rubble, but perhaps it would serve her well. Maybe seeing her look so war-torn would help to make him uncomfortable, a glimpse into his possible future. She needed him to be off-kilter so that she could measure whether he could be trusted. Standing in front of him, she tried to control her surprise. He was much taller than she had expected. She had to look up to connect with his eyes. He snickered softly, fully aware of the way his height had affected her. She ignored his passive-aggressive smirk and reached out for his left arm. His eyes darkened in fear, lit with curiosity, and widened with apprehension. She hoped for the latter of these options. She feared what she might find in the recesses of his mind, behind his well-constructed walls of protection, and was very aware that they were both being watched by Dumbledore. She looked into his dark eyes and started to unbutton his sleeve. His breathing hitched and she continued to stare into his eyes, aware of the pained fear swimming in their depths. She rolled up his sleeve and took a deep breath before unlocking her eyes from his and looked down to his left forearm. She let out a brief sigh of relief when all she found was pale, unmarked skin. She smiled brightly at his confused face and pulled his sleeve back down for him, buttoning it quickly. She kept his hand in hers and pulled him towards the headmaster, who wore a knowing smile. She led Severus towards the chair opposite hers and pushed him gently into the seat. He let out a surprised grunt as Hermione took her seat. She reached into her bag and handed Dumbledore the letter his future self had written. He looked it over, his expression one of extreme intrigue. "You, my dear, have a lot of explaining to do," Dumbledore said, his eyes flickering briefly to Severus, who was trying to hide the fact that he had leaned forward, curiosity taking the place of his usual blank facade. "Are you sure you wish for Mr. Snape to stay?" he asked Hermione, who looked over at the curious expression on Severus's face once more, holding a breath as he awaited her decision. She smiled slightly, looked back into the waiting and patient face of her former headmaster, and gave him a slight but resolute nod. She placed her hands in her lap, lacing her fingers together, and kept her back straight. Severus rolled his eyes at her and looked back at the letter that Dumbledore had yet to open. "The letter will explain why I'm here, and as I'm sure you have realized, it is in your own hand," Hermione said. She heard a gasp to her left but ignored it, choosing to keep her eyes trained on the headmaster. She watched as he took a small golden dagger from his desk and used it to slit open the letter with a slight flourish. Hermione giggled under her breath, disguising it as a cough when she realized she and Severus had rolled their eyes at the same time. He hid his face behind his hair and Hermione reached over to pat his arm. He flinched slightly and Hermione felt that familiar pit of despair fill her chest. She pulled away, giving him his space, and returned her gaze to watch Dumbledore read through his letter. Each new sentence left his face colder and colder, the slight smile not disappearing completely from his serene face. Once he was finished, he lifted the letter into the air and used a nonverbal incendio to burn it. Once he used a nonverbal vanishing spell again on the ashes. He looked at Hermione, the twinkle in his eyes long gone. "It looks like you will be staying with us from now on, Miss Granger," he said, an unknown emotion swirling behind his eyes. Hermione kept her face blank and nodded gently. "The letter states that you have another letter, one you are supposed to read. I recommend you do that now," he firmly stated. Hermione swallowed deeply and reached into her bag, pulling out her letter. She ripped it open and pulled the cream-colored paper from inside and began to read. "Miss Granger, first, I would like to tell you how very grateful I am for your continued sacrifice for the greater good. As I write this, you are currently in your 3rd year and have given so much to save Mr. Black. As always, you give your all for your friendship with Mr. Potter, and that is how I came to believe that this task I have appointed to you is the right choice for everyone. That being said, I hope that you never come to me for help, so that you never have to give up, even more so that this war may come to an end. If you are reading this letter, then we both know Harry is gone and Voldemort has won. If that has happened, then this plan has been activated and you are now in September, on the 14th day of the month, in the year 1978. I chose that time so that you may finish your 7th year and fit yourself into the lives of those you will be helping to save. Just remember that every change you make will have a ripple effect and change the future you and I know, for better or worse. So be wary and make sure you think of every possible outcome. In the letter you gave to my past self, I have listed every known Horcrux, when they are to be made, how to destroy them, and where they can be found. So, while you complete your schooling and influence those around you, the Order will be busy helping to make Tom, once again, mortal. Once that is done, we can finally end this war. Please be careful and know that what you are doing is for the best, and try to live your life with happiness. Enclosed within this envelope, as well as the letter, is the paperwork you will need. With help from a few faithful friends, I have fabricated a birth certificate and access to my vault at Gringotts, brimming with a hefty inheritance from an old relative, for your usage in this time until you set one up in your new name. Your backstory is yours to choose. Everything I have created will give you all you need to navigate through this new time with ease. Once your mission is complete, please try and enjoy the second chance and new world. You deserve it, dear girl. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Hermione lifted the letter and repeated Dumbledore's process of burning it and vanishing the ashes. She pulled the other papers from the envelope and noticed the little bronze key belonging to her new vault at Gringotts. She cringed and tried to forget the mention of a hefty inheritance. She was grateful, even if she still hated the idea of being given money she did not earn. She slipped the key into her pocket and looked down at the first paper. She frowned down at her new name with a small amount of vehemence. Mione Prince. Mione? She ground her teeth together and looked up at the curious headmaster with a hateful glare. He raised a brow but didn't question her. She was okay with her last name, it sounded familiar to her even if she couldn't place the name, but she had always hated the nickname given to her by Ron and then, on occasion, adopted by Harry. She sighed deeply and placed the paper back inside the envelope and into her bag. She looked ahead and back into the carefully watching eyes of Dumbledore. "Well, I guess it's time to get everything started, and I'm sure Severus is ready to be filled in," Hermione said resolutely. Dumbledore nodded and Hermione turned towards Severus. "Well, my name is Hermione Granger and I come from 1998, she said. Severus's eyes widened and his jaw dropped open. Hermione smiled sympathetically at him, turned towards Dumbledore, and frowned. "Do you have anything to drink? I think he is gonna need it." Chapter 3. Start again. Dumbledore stood up and turned behind him to an antique cupboard. He pulled 3 tumblers out of a lower cabinet and proceeded to fill them 2 knuckles deep of a liquid Hermione couldn't see. He returned to his seat and proceeded to hand them both crystal glasses of amber fire whiskey, placing his finger on the tip of his nose and smiling at them. "Our little secret," he said, lifting his own glass into the air. Hermione grinned and sent him a secretive wink. Severus had yet to say a single word after Hermione had finished her tale. She had left out nothing, knowing she didn't have to lie to him because she was, inevitably, planning on asking for an unbreakable vow. If he refused, then she was certain she could obliviate him. Sadly, it was one of her best spells. She couldn't imagine what was going through his head right now. Finding out that you were predominantly responsible for the death of your first and only friend and that you were Voldemort's #1 man was something that would blow anyone's mind. She kept her eyes on him and hoped he wasn't about to get sick, because if he did, she undoubtedly would as well. Her stomach was very delicate at the moment, her own stress level leaving her weaker than normal. His black hair was hiding his face as he took in deep, shaky breaths. "Are you okay, Severus?" she whispered, eyeing him carefully, taking a swig of her drink. The warmth spread through her, bringing life back to the tips of her fingers and toes. Severus looked into her brown eyes, his own full of disbelief and pure terror. "Am I okay? Are you barmy?" he hollered, standing from his chair and knocking it toppling onto the floor. Dumbledore sat patiently in his seat watching the 2 students in front of him. Hermione stood from her own chair primly, a grimace on her pale, dirty features. She watched as her former professor strode back and forth beside her, his hands grasping chunks of his raven hair. "This is insane. How could I let myself sink so deep? Lily? Oh, Merlin, Lily," he gasped as he fought for breath. Hermione felt terrible for him. She hated having to tell him what he had unknowingly caused to happen to the Potters, but she feared it was the only way to make sure he understood exactly how bad things would turn if he didn't change his ways. As she watched him pace, she couldn't help but feel slightly amazed to see him acting so human. He was usually so careful to project his facade of non-attachment. Being able to see him so full of emotion was a heady experience. Severus stopped his pacing and turned to her, his eyes filled with sadness and pain, but as hard as steel. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice so quiet she had to fight to hear him. Hermione's breath caught in her throat, and she couldn't stop the smile that turned up the corner of her lips. "Professor Snape is asking me what we should do." "Wow, isn't that a change of pace?" Hermione giggled. She watched his face harden, but she could see the small smile that Severus tried to hide from her. She could tell how much the idea of becoming a professor had meant to him. He probably never expected to become anything, let alone a potions master and professor at Hogwarts. "This is serious, Granger," Severus said. A small cough caught their attention. "Prince," Dumbledore simply said. Hermione rolled her eyes and sighed. "He is right, it's Mione Prince now." "As silly as that sounds," Hermione grumbled. Severus stalled for a moment and bit his bottom lip. "That's my family name. They are pureblood. But there's no way you'll pass as that. You'll have to be a half-blood. I hope you don't have too many plans that involve Slytherin," he said. Hermione mulled that over for a moment before realizing just how right he was. This was the 70s and Voldemort was just becoming powerful. He was currently both loved and feared amongst the purebloods. It would be hard for her to help when she herself would be known as a half-blood. Damn it, what had her Dumbledore been thinking? You're right, of course. There are a few in Slytherin I had been hoping to help. Mainly Regulus Black and Lucius Malfoy. The latter, of course, after I leave Hogwarts, and will no doubt be the hardest to save, Hermione said, taking over Severus's previous pacing. She stopped and looked over at him in shock, his previous statement catching up to her processing mind. Wait, did you just say Prince is your family name? He rolled his eyes at her theatrics. Well, yes, I believe I just did. Don't you listen? He scoffed under his breath. She leveled him with a glare of her own. Listen, little prince, I've had about 30 minutes more than you to process all of this, she snarled. How about you just explain? She whirled around to face the headmaster. Actually, if you wouldn't mind, since it is your idea after all. Dumbledore sent an amused smirk her way. Severus, your intuitions are spot on as usual. Prince, my dear girl, is the family you will be integrated into, he explained, leaning back in his chair thoughtfully. To help you better acclimate to your surroundings. He stood up from his chair and slowly made his way to the front of his desk, leaning back to sit on the edge, looking between herself and Severus. Severus comes from a pure-blood lineage, on his mother's side at least. He's a half-blood, he added quietly, and I think is the best person suited to keep you safe in this time period. You will be his cousin, letting you speak between houses. Dumbledore looked at Hermione with a trace of amusement behind his guarded eyes. I assume you will be going back to your original house after all. Severus sat stone-faced, his eyes wide as he watched Dumbledore explain that Hermione's wagon was technically hitched to his. You must be joking, sir. Hermione's face began to heat with anger and embarrassment. Do you think we will honestly get along well enough to pass as cousins? Severus snorted in his seat beside her. Distant cousins, obviously. He rolled his eyes at her. If we have that out of the way, back to our previous conversation. Black and Malfoy? Why them? He incredulously asked her, his face a mixture of disgust and something else, something she couldn't place. Hermione stopped pacing long enough to send Severus a confused expression. Why not? They both have potential, Regulus especially. Like you, he was a hero, Hermione said, placing her hands on her hips. He died trying to end Voldemort's reign, she finished with a huff. Severus' face flushed at the mention of him being a hero and shrugged. I can tell you now that he will be just as hard to turn as Malfoy. The Blacks are stubborn and prideful, he said, his eyes darkening. Hermione guessed he was remembering the torture he often received from the eldest Black, something she would be changing. Hermione raised a brow and frowned. I'm well aware of that, she said. From what she had learned about Sirius, she was sure his brother would be much worse, seeing as Regulus didn't have the faithful friends his brother had. Hermione faced Dumbledore again and stepped up to his desk. What do you recommend, Headmaster? Hermione asked. Severus came to stand next to her, his face carefully blank. She watched Dumbledore think over their options, his hand pulling at his long white beard. His crystal blue eyes were once again sparkling. Miss Prince, I think your Muggle-born status will be helpful to your cause. It will force the Slytherins to come face to face with the fact that their beliefs on Muggle-borns are being proven wrong. I can guess that throughout their interactions with you, more and more of what they have been taught will be challenged, he said. All it takes is one crack for the glass to break, as you well know. Severus scoffed quietly beside her and turned away from them, walking back to his seat. Hermione's eyes followed him, and she found herself wanting his opinion on the matter. He had always been one of her favorite teachers, and she had always taken his opinion as gospel. She stood in front of him with her arms crossed. What do you think, Severus? She asked. He lifted his face to meet hers and frowned, his eyes clouded and calculating. Why would you care what I think? He asked. She inclined her head, eyes facing the ceiling, and growled. What does it matter, Snape? I asked for your opinion because I wanted it. I have no ulterior motives, she said in a huff of breath. His dark eyes narrowed at her tone but said nothing. I think if you try to buddy up with anyone in Slytherin House, you will be eaten alive, he drawled. Hermione scoffed loudly and leaned over top of his frame into his personal space, placing a hand on either arm of his chair. And I think you underestimate me, Snape. I come from a time where your every waking breath was one spent in battle or preparing for one. I can handle a few baby Slytherins. After all, I already fought their older selves with ease," she said, emphasizing the last word. She was glad to hear her voice remain slick and steady, strength emanating in her tone. To be honest, she was still having trouble not being intimidated by his sharp black eyes. He leaned forward and she could smell the peppermint on his breath as it washed over her face. "We shall see," he said. The warm and hateful tone of his voice made her forget that she was speaking to the younger Snape and not the one from her time. Dumbledore cleared his throat beside them and tapped his fingers on his desk. Hermione stepped back, her cheeks glowing with a slight flush in the candlelight. She took her seat next to Severus and ignored his smirk. "Well, Miss Prince, now that we have informed Mr. Snape of everything, is there anything else you need to do before we proceed?" he asked with a meaningful look in his eyes. Hermione shuffled a bit before taking a deep breath and puffing out her cheeks. "Yes, Professor. I would like Severus to make a vow to me. An unbreakable vow," she said. Severus let out a blatantly mortified and angry gasp. "An unbreakable vow? You can't be serious, it's not like I would tell anyone," Severus said, his face screwed up in disgust. "Even if I did, no one would be idiotic enough to believe me." Hermione knew he would never do anything that could potentially harm Lily, but she had to be sure. Hermione sent him a pleading look. "I know, Severus, but this is too important to leave to something as unknown as chance. You will be bound to me, and I promise you have nothing to fear from me, Severus," Hermione stated, holding her breath as she waited for his reply. His jaw tightened for a moment before he stuck his hand out towards Hermione with his eyes hard as stone. "I'm not doing this for you," he spat. "I know," Hermione said. She took his hand and they watched as Dumbledore stood and joined them. He raised his wand above their joined hands and cleared his throat for Hermione to begin. "Will you, Severus Snape, keep the secrets you have learned here tonight?" Hermione asked. "I will," Severus said, and a thin golden swirl of magic wrapped around their joined hands. Hermione looked at him and bit the inside of her cheek. "Will you speak the truth to only those present in this room?" Hermione said clearly and carefully. "I will," Severus said with a nod. They watched as another golden string of magic connected them. "And will you trust me fully with the knowledge I have, and defer to my requests?" she finished. "I will," Severus said as another string of magic spouted from Dumbledore's wand and twisted around their wrists. A bright flash of light pushed forward as a rush of heat covered their wrist, binding them together and completing the vow. Dumbledore placed his wand in his robes and clapped his hand together. Hermione pulled her hand from Severus's with an uncertain smile. He looked away quickly with a sneer marring his face. She noticed him rubbing his wrist absent-mindedly. She suspected he didn't like his life being bound to her and her secrets, but she reminded herself that it had to be done. Dumbledore strolled over to the shelf beside his desk and pulled the sorting hat down. Hermione frowned and stood from her seat. "That won't be necessary, sir. As you said earlier, I am a Gryffindor and always will be," she firmly said. To be honest, she was a bit afraid of what the hat would tell her. She had changed throughout the years and was worried it would tell her she was about as much a Gryffindor now as Draco was. Dumbledore paused and looked her over with his eyes, searching for something. When he placed the hat back on the shelf, she thought he must have found whatever he was looking for. She released a deep breath and continued to stand and watch Dumbledore flitter around the room. He was picking up a few papers and books from the shelves around him before sitting them on his desk. He sat back down and motioned for her to do the same. "All right, Miss Prince. What classes do you wish to take this year? We are only a month into term, so you haven't missed much. But I'm sure Mr. Snape here would be more than capable of helping you catch up," he said, motioning to Severus, who shifted in his seat and grumbled under his breath. Hermione thought she heard something about having to be forced to deal with a pushy Gryffindor, but couldn't be sure. "I would love to take arithmancy, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, ancient runes, charms, and advanced potions," Hermione said, earning a mumble of know-it-all from Severus. She inwardly laughed, utterly comforted that not everything was as different as it seemed. Dumbledore wrote something out on a piece of parchment, mumbling to himself, then tapping his wand on what had been written a few times. He tapped his chin with the end of his phoenix feather quill, one Hermione couldn't help but envy. It was long and a sleek black color, which made the fiery red feather stand out beautifully. After a few more taps of his wand against the parchment, he looked up smiling at her. He picked up the parchment and rolled it up before handing it over to her. She accepted the rolled script hesitantly, leaned back into her seat, and unrolled the parchment, not at all surprised to see her class schedule. She leaned over instinctively and showed Severus her schedule, not really sure why, and decided to call it a force of habit from her years with Harry and Ron. His face scrunched up in thought as he looked over her weekly schedule. "We share every class," he said plainly. Hermione looked at his guarded expression and wondered if he was angry or pleased. "Yes, it would seem Miss Price shares a similar love for knowledge," Dumbledore said with a grin. Hermione held back the giggle that wanted to escape when Severus sent the headmaster a death glare so reminiscent of the ones she used to receive from Draco Malfoy that she wondered how close he had actually been with his future godfather. The more time she spent in the presence of this younger Severus Snape, the more she could see all of his little quirks being carried on by Draco. She nodded her head absent-mindedly when Severus sneered at her giggle, and Hermione saw her old childhood rival in his expressions more and more. Yep, he must have learned a lot from Snape. "Oh, sod off, Snape. I won't be clinging to you like a first year. You have nothing to worry about," she said in a huff of breath. With that, Severus stood and slightly leaned over her chair. "Well, if that is all you need from me, I'd like to retire. I've had quite enough of these complications from the future," he snarled. His sudden vehemence surprised Hermione, but she didn't show it. She remained seated, her eyes never leaving his. "No, I think that's all I need from you for now," she said, her voice sickly sweet. He looked to Dumbledore, who dismissed him with a flick of his wrist. Severus tilted his head at them both and fled from the room, his robes billowing behind him. Hermione smiled and looked away back towards her ever-calculating professor. "You need to be careful around him, Miss Prince. I'm not sure where his loyalties will now lie," he said. Hermione leaned forward and placed her chin on her palm. "His loyalties lie with Lily Evans, as they always have," she whispered as if the declaration pained her. Which truly it did. She felt sorry for the man whose love would never be returned. With time, she hoped she could turn him in the direction of someone who could give him what Lily couldn't. Dumbledore stood and handed her the books he had collected. "These are the course books for your classes. Tomorrow I will schedule someone to take you into Diagon Alley to collect the rest of what you will need," he said, joining her on the other side of his desk. Hermione placed the books in her bag. She was grateful for his thoughtfulness. She had her beaded bag with her, in which she still carried all of the things she had needed during the hunt for Horcruxes, but none of it was in good shape or even within the same fashion parameter of this decade. She would also need to shop for hygiene products and some new school robes. Hermione followed Dumbledore, who was leading her out of his office. Walking silently beside him, she thought over everything that had just occurred. She now had a set plan on what needed to be done and had someone her own age to help her. She knew Severus wouldn't be all that happy to be a part of what was happening, but she knew he would help, for his and Lily's sake. "Try and remember, Miss Prince, that everything you're doing is for the best. You are a smart and capable young woman. I have faith that my future self knew what he was doing," Dumbledore said, his hands held gently behind his back. He looked perfectly at ease, and that helped to ease her own worries. She had one of the most powerful wizards alive to help her, even if his help was on his own terms. He led her past the portrait of the fat lady, and she looked up at him in confusion. She had expected him to take her to Gryffindor Tower, and she had already prepared herself for her intrusive and questioning fellow Gryffindors. She had even mentally prepared herself for a familiar pair of striking green eyes that she wasn't at all ready to see, but instead, he led her down another corridor and to the portrait of a beautiful tan lioness lying regally atop a large gray stone. Surrounding her were broad green trees and a rippling pool of crystal blue water. She watched as it arched its back and stretched, its face lifting into a bright beam of sunlight. Dumbledore stood in front of it and pulled out his wand. He tapped the head of the wiggling lioness and looked down at Hermione as he said, "I have the heart of a lioness." The lioness let loose a rumbling growl, and the portrait swung inwards, revealing a small common room decked out in Gryffindor red and gold. Hermione stepped into the room. Her mouth hung open in shock. A fire was burning in a large gold fireplace in the corner of the room. Two red armchairs, just like the ones in the tower, sat in front of the toasty fire. Hermione could see herself wrapped up in a book, sitting snugly in one of those chairs. She stepped further into the room and ran her hand across the long antique couch that sat a few paces away from the fireplace. In front of the couch, a bright red love seat sat, a shiny tan table in between the couch and love seat. To the right and towards the back of the room, a winding white marble staircase led upstairs. Hermione turned to face the headmaster with a shocked and questioning gaze. This was once the suite of the head girl, but it hasn't been used in years. We have moved the suites of head boy and girl to a different location. I thought it would be the perfect place for you, seeing as I'm sure you'll need your own space, he said. Hermione was speechless, and Dumbledore kindly gave her a moment to process. Upstairs you will find a small bedroom and bathroom, he continued as Hermione plopped herself down onto one of the armchairs. She almost groaned out loud as she sunk into the sinfully soft cushion. She had been living in a tent for far too long. Dumbledore smiled at her from the entrance of the room, where he had yet to move from, giving her the space she needed. "Thank you, Professor," she said, at a loss for words. The headmaster smiled and clasped his hands together, something she noticed he did often. "Well, along with this suite you will have access to a house elf. She has been assigned to serve you as you see fit," Dumbledore said, not missing the crinkling of Hermione's nose that was a sure sign of distaste. He ignored her and went on. "Lisi," he said. With a loud pop, a small wrinkled elf, dressed in a red sweater and a gold tea cozy atop her head right in between her floppy ears. The elf smiled brightly up at the headmaster. "Lisi gets a new mistress now?" the elf squeaked, swaying back and forth. Dumbledore patted the elf on the head and pointed at Hermione. "Lisi, this is Mione Prince. She will be staying with us for her 7th year, he said. Leslie jumped into the air, her fists raised above her in triumph. "Lisi loves having a new mistress. Lisi, be a good elf for Mistress Mione," she cried in exultation. Hermione stood stock still, surprised by the little elf's enthusiasm. House elf rights had always been a sore spot for Hermione. She still hated having one serve her, but she now knew that demanding the elf's freedom would only cause the poor creature emotional and sometimes physical pain. So instead, she decided to keep her mouth shut. She looked down at the small elf, a smile etching itself onto her face. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lisi," Hermione kindly said. Lisi pulled on her ears, her large round eyes leaking slightly. "Thank you, mistress. Does mistress require anything from Lisi?" the elf asked. Hermione was just about to decline when her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble to rival the lioness in the painting guarding her room. Dumbledore's knowing twinkle irritated her. "Lisi, if you could bring Mione some supper, I'm sure she would be grateful," he stated softly. Hermione bit her lip and forced a smile to return to her face. "Lisi, get her mistress whatever she needs," the elf said, and with a pop she was gone. Hermione sighed and stood from her seat. "Thank you, Professor, for everything," Hermione said. Dumbledore took the hint that she wanted to be alone and quietly left. A small bow, his only goodbye. Hermione looked down at her clothes and was immediately glad Dumbledore had allowed her her own private chambers. Her war-torn clothes would have caused an uproar she wasn't ready to face just yet. She followed the spiral staircase upstairs and pushed open the large wooden door at the top. Inside she found the same four-poster bed that she had grown accustomed to. A Hogwarts trunk sat at the foot of the bed. Hermione tossed her beaded bag atop it and continued into the adjoined bathroom. Inside was a silver clawfoot tub, and to the right of the tub, she was surprised to find a large walk-in shower carved out of the same stones as the walls. She started stripping off her clothes and tossed them into the corner of the bathroom. They were ruined anyway. She stepped into the shower and let the hot water wash away the proof of the battle she had been in. She watched the reddish-brown water swirl around the drain and filled her palm with the provided shampoo that sat on a stone-carved shelf in the corner. Once she was done and felt relatively normal again, she exited the shower and wrapped a fluffy crimson bathrobe around her that had been hanging on the back of the door. She looked around and noticed Lisi had returned, leaving a tray of food on the vanity in the corner of the room, a stasis charm allowing it to stay warm and fresh. Instead of eating, Hermione threw herself down on her bed and finally let the exhaustion of her mind catch up to the rest of her body. She burrowed down into the plethora of fluffy blankets and sleep finally claimed her. Chapter 4. Remembrance. A light tapping on Hermione's forehead forcibly pulled her from a fantastic dream that she was back in the common room, surrounded by her boys and laughing over teaspoons, and alerted her that she was no longer alone in the room. She could smell eggs and bacon somewhere nearby, so she guessed it was Lisi bringing her breakfast. She pushed the warm and wrinkled finger away from her forehead and grumbled incoherently as she rolled away from the eager elf. She pulled her pillow over her head and allowed the memories of the day before to swim through her mind. A reminder of her new task. Save the world. Well, that should be easy enough, she thought bitterly. Mistress must get up. Lisi has things to do today, mistress. The elf pouted from the other side of Hermione's pillow-covered face. Instead of answering the elf, she rolled onto her stomach and put both hands on the pillow, hiding away from the morning light as she hid her head beneath it. She knew that it was ridiculous, but if she didn't get up then maybe none of this would be real. Hermione internally rolled her eyes at herself and grumbled silent profanities, ones her mother would shudder to hear her say. She silently thanked Ron and Sirius for the knowledge she had of proper curse words, a silent pang of regret taking hold as she remembered the late graying wizard covered in tattoos. She could hear Leslie stomp her tiny foot beside her, and she bit her lip in an attempt to keep from smiling. Mistress Mione, you be getting up now whether you like it or not. I gives you to the count of 3, then Leslie be taking matters into her own hands, the elf said with an irritated huff. Hermione knew she shouldn't be pushing the little house elf, but she was feeling particularly reckless and vengeful today. The stress of everything was finally getting to her and her mood was unstable. She lifted her hand into the air and ushered the little elf away from her with a wave of her hand. She had no plans to get out of bed yet. She had no classes today and wanted to hide away for a bit. Okay, mistress asked for it, the elf said. Hermione pulled the cover over her shoulders with a huff. 1. The elf started. When Hermione ignored her, she felt the cover jerk away from her body and land on the floor. Before she could uncover her head, she heard the elf snap her fingers and a splash of ice-cold water drenched her. She bolted up with a loud screech. The bottom of her hair stuck to her neck, but the rest had been protected by the pillow. Hermione jumped from the bed and slid across the hardwood floor before landing on her bottom with a huff of breath. From the other side of the room, she could hear Leslie laughing hysterically. You cheated. That was the count of 1, not 3, Hermione protested. She fumbled across the room for her wand. She pushed her hair back and ignored the hysterical elf as she flicked her wand. Her clothes and hair dried instantly. She loved magic. She narrowed her eyes at Lisi and sent a tickling jinx in her direction. The elf screeched and fell to the floor, her laughter bringing a smile to Hermione's face. Lisi warned mistress, the elf said in between giggles. Hermione dried her bed and sat down at the table on the other side of her room where Leslie had laid out breakfast. I'm sorry for my poor attitude, Lisi. I'm not myself today, Hermione apologized. The elf, who was dressed in a bright yellow dress, nodded her head with a smile. It'd be okay, mistress. Lisi understands, she said. Hermione finished what little food she could bring herself to eat and decided to find something to wear. She dug through her beaded bag and found a simple blue cable knit sweater and a passable pair of light blue jeans. She transfigured the jeans into a pair of bell-bottoms. She had once seen something similar in her mother's closet. Once she was finished, she looked herself over in the full-length mirror by her bathroom door. Mistress be looking very pretty today, Leslie said. Hermione thanked her and shrugged her shoulders. It'll have to do, she told her. Hermione turned around and headed into her bathroom where she pulled her brown hair into a high ponytail. She was silently thanking her mother for her obsession with 70s and 80s fashion. It would definitely come in handy. Lisi, will you ask the headmaster if I could use his flue for my trip to Diagon Alley? Hermione asked. The little elf nodded and with a pop was gone. Hermione cast the Tempest charm and checked the time, surprised to find that it was already 10. She hadn't realized that she had slept the morning away. Just as Hermione was unloading some of the things from her bag, Leslie popped back into the room. "Headmaster has someone waiting for you in his office, mistress," Leslie said, holding out her hand. Hermione pulled her bag over her shoulder and took Leslie's hand in hers. She closed her eyes, remembering the feeling of traveling with Dobby. It was much different than the gut-wrenching feeling of apparition, but it still left her feeling queasy, and she didn't want to lose the small breakfast she had eaten. Once the tightness of the transportation left her, she opened her eyes and was once again in Dumbledore's office. She thanked Leslie and smiled brightly at her as she popped away. She was glad that she already had a friend who could make her smile. She was grateful for the little elf. Hermione turned to look for Dumbledore and found him seated behind his desk. She followed his eyes to see someone was sitting in one of the chairs in front of him. Dumbledore smiled at her and gave her a discreet wink, causing Hermione to narrow her eyes. She knew he had something up his sleeve, and that, as always, made her extremely uneasy. Her jaw dropped when his guest stood to greet her. He held out his hand and smiled. His soft green eyes met hers, and she felt her knees weaken for a moment. She knew those eyes, even if the sandy blonde hair and scarred face had not tipped her off. His eyes would have. She would always be able to place those eyes. A young Remus Lupin was standing in front of her. She hadn't realized how much she had missed him until now. The green eyes of the young Remus stared at her in confusion before clouding with doubt and hurt. He stiffened and inclined his nose to the air. His eyes widened just a fraction before she watched the emotion shut down on his face. He started to pull his outstretched hand away, and Hermione finally realized how her reaction must look to the self-hating werewolf. She immediately closed her mouth and took his hand before he could pull it away completely. His eyebrow shot up, but he forced a smile. "I'm so sorry. My manners are atrocious today. You just remind me of someone I once knew, and it sorta shocked me," Hermione mumbled. She bit her tongue and hated herself for the way her voice had squeaked and shaken. She took in a deep breath and immediately regretted it. His scent permeated the air, and she was surprised she hadn't noticed it as soon as she entered the room. The smell of sandalwood, old books, and that earthy smell that always seemed to accompany him almost made her eyes roll back in her head. She was uncomfortable with her reaction to him and took a step back. He watched her warily as he also took a step back. Her eyes took in his much younger appearance and tried to hide her shock. His skin was pale and sickly. He still had a few of the scars she had come to know in the future, but most of them were noticeably absent. She could still find a few strands of gray in his hair, and she knew that it was caused by the stress of his transformation. She wanted to pull him into a bone-crushing hug and just cry until she had nothing left. She wanted to ask him how she should go about saving the people she needed to. She wanted to feel his arms around her, enveloping her in safety and warmth. She wished she could hear his comforting voice tell her how much he believed in her, but she could do none of that. She needed to remember that this wasn't her Remus. This was a young man who had probably been forced here to help a complete stranger, one who was now ogling him like a first-year witnessing magic for the first time. "That's okay. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that you've had a long journey," Remus said as she noticed he tried to plaster an easy smile on his face. Hermione forced down a hysterical giggle and nodded. "Yes, it was fairly long," she said with a small hint of humor in her voice. Dumbledore smiled at her, his eyes twinkling madly. "So, am I to assume you're here to help me?" Hermione said, shaking her head. She had no idea what devices had taken over her mind, wanting to be closer to him. Honestly, she needed to get a grip over her senses. Remus turned towards Dumbledore, who had risen from his seat and headed towards the fireplace. "Yes, I thought Mr. Lupin would be a perfect choice. I think you'll find he's the perfect Gryffindor for the job," Dumbledore said. Hermione frowned at him, confused by his motives. She had already revealed too much to Severus. There was no way she would tell anyone else. So if that was what he had hoped for, he would be terribly disappointed. "Well, I'm sure I'll enjoy his company then," she said, smiling at Remus, who was standing nervously beside her, trying to avoid looking her in the eye. The headmaster tapped the fireplace with his wand and motioned for Remus to step inside. "Straight to the leaky cauldron," he said, tilting his head towards the fireplace and smiling. Remus nodded and took a handful of flue powder. The leaky cauldron, he stated clearly, tossing the powder at his feet. With a flash of green, he was gone and Hermione spun around to face Dumbledore. Why? Why would you choose him to accompany me? I told you of my relationship with the Marauders, she said, pointing her finger at him in anger. Dumbledore smiled at her reddening face and twirled his beard around in his hands. I figured it would give you the opening you would need to get to know them better, as you spoke very highly of Mr. Lupin, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Hermione huffed and stepped into the fire. You need to remember this is my mission and my life. Do try and keep yourself from interfering, she huffed, taking a handful of powder. She dropped it to her feet and shouted out her destination. She exited the fireplace at the leaky cauldron and coughed deeply. The worst part of flu travel was breathing in the ash. She found Remus at the bar, 2 butterbeers in hand, looking in her direction nervously. She smiled at him and took the proffered beverage. Thank you, she said. She took her wand from her back pocket and with a flick of her wrist, she removed the soot from her hair and clothing. She took a seat at the bar and started to scratch on the label of the drink, a nervous habit she had developed some time during the war. Remus sat in front of her and was staring at anything but her, his back uncomfortably stiff and straight. It made her feel slightly better knowing that she wasn't the only one nervous and feeling out of place. So, Professor Dumbledore said you were taught by a governess? Remus asked politely. Hermione choked on her drink and tried to think quickly. Damn that meddlesome old fool. He could have at least given her a heads up. Remus hesitated, watching her before he patted her on the back lightly as she cleared her throat. I'm okay. Just went down the wrong pipe, she laughed nervously. Yeah, I'm from Germany, actually. I was homeschooled and taught magic by my governess before my family died, Hermione said, her eyes seeming to cloud in sadness. It was easy to think of her family as dead and gone because to her they really were. Her parents and the Weasleys may still be alive, but her version of them will never exist. If she has anything to say about it, the war would never touch the Weasley family and her parents had already decided to move out of Britain, so she will never again see them. Something she was immensely saddened by, but she knew it was for the best and was grateful to Dumbledore for agreeing to handle the situation for her. Do you mind if I ask about your accent? Remus asked her hesitantly. She glanced over at him in confusion. He coughed out his nervousness as he inquired about her heritage. It's just that you said you're from Germany. Why do you sound as if you're from Britain? She gave him a small smile, her mind spinning for an answer. Oh, I was born there, but my parents are from here, she shrugged nonchalantly. I guess because they never lost their accent, I gained it from them. She picked at a loose thread of her jumper, lost in thought. They always wanted to bring me back here, you know? Show me where they came from. It's disconcerting that I'm getting to experience it without them, she whispered softly. I'm so sorry, Remus said, placing his hand on top of hers. Hermione gave his hand a squeeze and quickly removed hers. She tried to ignore the thrilling jolt the skin contact had given her and looked down at the bottle in her other hand. It's okay. They wouldn't want me to lose myself to grief. So, I'm here now and have a lofty inheritance from them. I have already started looking into getting a flat after I graduate, Hermione said. Her eyes widened as she realized that was exactly what she needed to do. Remus nodded at her. She could tell he was trying to hide his shock. She hoped she had not seemed too callous, but she really didn't want to lie to him any more than she had to. She prayed that what little she had revealed of her past would be enough for him and the others. She knew that the entirety of Gryffindor House would be grilling him for information as soon as they returned. She placed her empty drink back down on the table surface and rose from her seat. How about we head to Gringotts and then go from there, she said, offering her hand. Sounds good, he said, slightly hesitating before accepting her hand. She pulled him from his seat with a small smile and headed out and into the streets of Diagon Alley. Chapter 5. Kilby Girl. Hermione allowed Remus to lead her through the busy and familiar streets. Should we head to Flourish and Blots first? She asked out loud, absent-mindedly. Or perhaps a quick bite at Fortescue's? She began heading in the direction of the ice cream parlor without a second thought, weaving through the crowd and taking the shortcut that led to the side entrance. After her seamless journey through the crowds, He had begun to ask questions, and she remembered she was supposed to be from Germany and should have no idea where she was going. "How is it you seem to know your way around already?" he questioned her cautiously. She turned to look at him while they waited in line for their sweets. "Oh, that," she spoke slowly, trying to think of an excuse. "My governess talked all the time about the exquisite Earl Grey ice cream here. She gave me secrets of Diagon Alley since I would never get to see it for myself." She looked up into his eyes to see him watching her shrewdly. "Other than the ice cream parlor, though, I have no idea where to go next. Can you take me to Flourish and Blott's next? That's the name of the bookstore, right?" He nodded at her and looked up at the shopgirl to make their order, and she sighed under her breath. That was too close. After she let him take the lead, things had begun to go smoothly. She had started acting sufficiently damsel-like, and it didn't surprise her at all when he had taken her by the elbow and led her gently through the crowds, touching her lightly with his fingertips. Much like the alpha he was, Remus was comfortable in his role and played the part of tour guide well. Hermione found herself enjoying his excited commentary. He made sure to point out every important and popular location with an emphasis on his personal favorite Flourish and Blott's. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Hermione was a lover of books and knowledge as well, which led to a discussion where they both listed their favorite books. "What do you mean you've never read Fantastic Beasts and where to find them?" Hermione exclaimed, staring at Remus as if he had grown a second head out of his shoulder. "It's beautifully written and vastly educational on many wonderful creatures." They had been sitting in the corner of an aisle for at least the past 30 minutes. With an assortment of books surrounding them, Hermione glanced up into the shy face of Remus, staring at his feet. "I don't know," he replied softly, looking lost in the worn pattern of his shoelaces. "I just didn't want to read about creatures and their classifications, I guess." Hermione cursed under her breath at the revelation. Of course, he wouldn't want to read how he had been classified as a dark creature. She put her hand over his, causing him to jump slightly at the contact before relaxing under her gaze. "All right," she started. "Then you must have a favorite book in here." She looked at the tomes surrounding them. "What will it be? Hogwarts? A history? Numerology and grammatica? Or perhaps you'd prefer Meet the Werewolf?" He wrinkled his nose at her and gave her a soft glare. "Absolutely not. That woman has no clue what she is talking about," he replied crisply. "How she ever got published, I have no idea." Hermione smiled warmly at him, pleased at their similar thought process. He looked around, searching the shelves quickly. "I'll be right back, wait here please." She nodded her acceptance and he got up from their spot, wandering to the other side of the store. Hermione pulled a book off the stack, The Healer's Helpmate, and opened it to the first page to read while she waited for his return. Just as she began Chapter 2, Healing at Home, she felt his presence return to her side. "Since you asked so nicely, this is my favorite book." Hermione was surprised, to say the least, when she was handed a copy of The Winter's Tale. She smiled as she stroked the cover fondly. "What we changed was innocence for innocence," she quoted quietly, lost in thought. A few seconds passed before she was shook from her reverence. "We knew not the doctrine of ill-doing," Remus replied confidently, "nor dreamed that any did." Hermione looked over at him, a slight blush appearing across her olive skin. He smiled slyly at her in response, taking her hand in his. "What a funny happenstance that a character in my favorite book reminded me of your name." He squeezed her hand gently before releasing it, the warmth immediately missed by both parties. "So tell me, what other books are your favorites?" Remus was surprised to find that she had several of his favorites on her vast list. As they left the beloved bookstore and continued their walk towards Gringotts, their conversation did all but falter. When he mentioned such a fact of their similarities, Hermione just lifted her head towards the sunlight and smiled brilliantly, as if she was in on a secret he would never know. They continued their lively discussion until they finally found themselves in front of the large snowy white building which housed the wealth of the wizarding world. Hermione stood in front of the bronze doors, a place she hadn't stood since she was traipsing about in the skin of one Bellatrix Lestrange. Her fisted hands shook slightly at her side at the memory, and she tried to hide that fact from the confused werewolf beside her. "You okay, Mione?" Remus asked. Hermione turned to him, worrying her bottom lip between her teeth. She didn't know how to explain her strange behavior, so she opted for the first thing to pop into her cluttered mind. "Promise you won't laugh?" she asked. Remus tilted his head to the side and frowned at her. She took that as an answer and went on. "I'm just a little frightened of goblins," she whispered. She was embarrassed by such a weak excuse, but she couldn't think of anything better on the spot. Remus's eyes scrunched up and he clasped his mouth shut tightly, covering up a strangled snort with a cough, obviously trying not to laugh at Hermione's fake fear of goblins. She couldn't help but giggle at the effort he was putting forth trying not to laugh at her, and she burst forth into the laughter she asked him not to partake in. He joined her as soon as she had let out her first belt of laughter, pushing against his shoulder in a teasing fashion, and soon they both had collapsed against each other in an undignified clash of frivolous chaos. It was so nice to laugh again with him, and she soon found herself no longer afraid of being in a new time. She realized that, even though he wasn't her Remus, he was still Remus, and it would be the same for Sirius. With that in mind, she found herself excited to get to know them in this form, younger and full of hope. A calming difference to the two men she knew were robbed of all their happiness. She pushed herself into a standing position again and wiped her tears of laughter away. "Thank you, Remus. I really needed that," she whispered, her voice still light from laughter. She pushed away a few curls that had fallen out of her face and smiled brightly at him. It wasn't a strained or fake smile, but a real one full of newfound hope, and she could tell he noticed the change in her as well, a matching bright smile gracing his normally somber expression. "Anytime. Ready?" he said, placing his hand on the bronze door. Hermione nodded, and he pushed open the door, leading her inside. She was surprised by how easy it was to get into her new vault. She simply showed the short and fierce-looking goblin at the front desk her gold key and handed over her wand. After that, she was quickly sent through to the rickety magic cart where another goblin was waiting to take her into the stone passageways that led deep beneath London. Remus had chosen to stay behind to give her a little privacy. Hermione was sure it was because he was afraid once she saw the inheritance from her recently deceased family it would throw her into hysterics. It was a sweet gesture, and had her backstory been true, she would have greatly appreciated it. Seeing as it wasn't, though, she felt nothing but guilt for lying to him. Hermione sat down in the small cart and was whisked away, deeper and deeper, numbered vaults flying past her. The goblin in the front was at ease and had no issue guiding them at an unnatural speed. Hermione held onto the sides of the cart and felt like putting her head between her legs. She had never been one for heights or speed. That was exactly why she hated flying, and this was just as bad. She hated every second and was beyond grateful when the cart jolted to a stop and the goblin belted out her vault number. Vault 720. Hermione slowly removed her now aching hands, knuckles whitened with prolonged pressure, from where they were tightly grasping the sides of the cart, and precariously swayed her way to the dark brown vault door that was now hers. She shakily stood beside the vault to wait for the goblin. After he wobbled his way to her vault door, he held out his palm. "Key, please," he requested, his voice monotone. Hermione handed over her key and ran her sweaty hands down the front of her jeans. "Step back, please," the goblin said as he inserted the key, to which Hermione easily obeyed. Loud clanking echoed through the tunnel as the door began unlocking, and Hermione grimaced at the almost deafening sound. The goblin stood back as the door slowly swung open, and Hermione's jaw dropped. Inside were thousands of golden galleons. She had never seen so much money. "I will wait here while you get what you need," the goblin said, facing away from her vault. Hermione nodded, still dumbstruck by the amount of money Dumbledore had gifted her. She carefully walked inside, looking out across the mounds and mounds of her inheritance. What had he been thinking? She felt tears prickle her eyes, and she wished she could talk to her Dumbledore, if only to thank him for his generosity. Deep down she knew it was less generosity and more his own guilt for pushing her into a new time, and placing the heavy burden of saving so many lives and ending a war. One she had been fighting since she was 12, but at that moment she was too overwhelmed and had no room for anger. As she looked around the vault, she took a moment to make a promise to herself. She would make sure she earned every galleon. Along the right side of the room, she noticed a large black bookshelf with a trunk sitting directly beside it, both worn with age and a well-used history. Hermione ran her fingers over the spines of the old books and noticed they were ones she wouldn't even be able to find in the restricted section at Hogwarts. There were several that were classified as dark and would definitely come in handy. She lifted her hand away from those, afraid they may be cursed. She took note of their titles and decided she would need to have someone look them over. They were the type of book you would find in the library at Grimmauld Place or Malfoy Manor, somewhere a muggle-born which would never be expected to find them. She decided to ultimately leave the books for another time, most likely when she had a home of her own where she could safely hide away such dark literature. She bent down and examined the gold and black trunk beside the bookshelf. She touched the golden clasp that held the lid closed and ran her hand across it, checking to make sure there were no dark curses attached. A sadly ingrained force of habit. When she detected nothing, she flicked the clasp open and lifted the lid. Inside, she found a creamy white envelope atop a silk-covered bundle. Taking the envelope from the gray silk, she sat down beside the trunk and looked at the letter addressed to her in astonishment. She slid her fingers across the opening and pulled open the seal, breaking apart the familiar phoenix embossed into the rounded wax. She unfolded the crisp cream letter and sat back to read. Miss Prince Nay Granger. If you're reading this, I am sure you have many questions, and I'm also sure that the one at the forefront of your mind is why I would gift you so much gold. First, I will address the fact that what I have gifted you has not in any way put me out. I am an old man, Miss Prince, and as such, I have amassed quite the fortune. Furthermore, I have no family or children of my own to spend it on. Since your third year, when I had first started to make plans for your possible trip into the past, I have been slowly filling your vault with currency and other items I have separated out over the years that I thought may help you in your mission. If you're reading this, then my past self has successfully transferred everything over I asked for. As I have watched you grow, so has my affection for you. If I had ever had the chance to have a daughter of my own, I would have been proud for her to become even a small percentage like you. You are brave, loyal, kind, and generous, and I find myself seeing you like the daughter I never had. So, Hermione, please allow an old man to spoil the closest thing he has ever had to a daughter. Yes? Good. Now that we have that taken care of, I will move on to what is in this trunk. I knew what I was sending you to do would be difficult, and, in doing so, you would lose so very much, so I've deemed to help you the best I can. I'm sure you have seen the small library I have left you. Each book I have looked over myself and tested for curses. Be assured they are safe for reading. In each you will find curses and spells of every variety, ones that I believe may come in handy. You must learn all you can to keep yourself safe. If something were to happen to you, everything we have done will be for naught. In this trunk you will find several rare potions, an invisibility cloak, the deed to my home in Godric's Hollow. Enclosed is also a special locket I had made for you, if my past self has successfully replicated my work. The locket will help protect you from the adverse effects of the Horcruxes and should prevent skilled wizards such as Tom from using occlumency and legilimency against you. Although, I highly recommend you still start learning those skills. I hope that everything I have procured for you will come in handy. All our hopes rest with you, my dear. Good luck.
Albus P. W. B. Dumbledore.
Hermione closed the letter and reached into the trunk, lifting the cloak from its recesses. The silk rained down her arms as she opened it. As its silver color almost glowed in the lamplight, she regarded it closely, sensing that it was as beautiful as it was delicate. As different to Harry's as night was to day, however, that only made Hermione love it more. It was obviously new, yet still elicited fond memories from her previous life. New with the traces of old. She smiled down at the fabric and pushed away the slight twinge of sadness and guilt she felt. She stood and wrapped the cloak around her, lifting the hood as she walked over to a nearby mirror and was happy to find no reflection. All she could see was a slight shimmer in the air where her body stood shrouded. She knew the cloak wouldn't be nearly as good as the one currently in possession of James Potter, but this would do nicely if she was in a pinch. She pulled the cloak from her body and slipped it in her bag. She dug through the trunk again, slowly lifting different vials of potions and looking at their labels. She tucked away a vial of polyjuice and, to her joyful surprise, Felix Felicis. She made sure they were safe in her bag before adding a few rare books to its already stuffed depths, feeling once again thankful for her extension charm. Once she had made a mental list of her newly acquired potions and ingredients, she pondered the ability she now had to add a brand new gold cauldron to that list. Even though this was something she had felt somewhat vain to have always wanted, she was excited nonetheless. She reached further into the truck, finding a small rectangular box resting along the worn wooden bottom. She lifted the blue jewelry box, after recognizing it for what it was, and sat against the trunk to open it. Inside she found an oval-shaped vial necklace, gracefully artful and delicately stunning. The design was simple yet beautiful, as there were thin gold curved lines etched along the front and directly in the middle. Upon further inspection, there was a clear stone that served to show the gold potion held within. Hermione had never seen anything like it and wasn't really sure what potion had been used to make it. She tilted the necklace and watched the potion swirl within it. It was beautiful and wouldn't draw attention to itself. She lifted the necklace over her neck, letting it gracefully rest in the hollow of her throat, and felt a sudden whirl of magic surround her as the spell and potion took effect. She held the necklace with her forefinger and thumb and silently thanked her meddlesome headmaster. She placed the box back into the trunk and pulled out the deed to Dumbledore's. Well, her new home. She shook her head, a fond smile pulling at the corners of her mouth, and decided to just be excited that she was now a homeowner. Closing the lid of the trunk, she stood, dusting off her knees that had rubbed along the sides of the ancient chest. She pulled a black pouch from her bag and filled it with as many galleons as she could, unsure of when she would be able to find time to return. Taking one last look around at her new vault, she exited and took a deep breath, preparing herself for the frightful journey to the surface. Chapter 6. I Found You. One stomach-churning ride later, Hermione was back on solid, unmoving ground, standing in front of Remus, her hair a tangled and monstrous mess. She tried, to no avail, to flatten it into something a bit more manageable before giving up and pulling it up into a bun. She ignored the sparkle in Remus's bright eyes as he looked her over, staring openly at her hair. "Doing all right there, Prince?" he murmured at her, mirth shining in his eyes. "Or would you like me to call an exterminator?" She brought her hands down from trying to tame the nest atop her head, leveling him with a soft glare. "No thank you, Lupin. I believe I'll let it sort itself out, thanks," she snapped at him. He continued to pinch his lips together in an attempt to hold in his laughter, eyes never leaving the rat's nest atop her head. She threw her bag over her shoulder, rolled her eyes, and grabbed his wrist, pulling him from the bank. Around them the streets were bustling with busy shoppers, some just shopping for themselves while others were obviously shopping for their children. Open parchment grasped tightly in their hands as they went from shop to shop buying the forgotten items. Hermione stood beside Remus, glancing over her shopping list open in front of her. Her brown doe-like eyes scanned the parchment quickly, trying to decide where to go next. Remus thought she reminded him of an owl, her intelligent eyes wide and thoughtful as she read. As Remus watched the world around them, Hermione stood thinking over what the easiest next stop would be. She needed quills and parchment along with a few more books for her classes. So she took hold of Remus's jacket, acting a little too familiar with him, but she wasn't thinking of how her actions appeared. She was comfortable and used to his presence, so it was easy to fall into a routine. The Remus from the future would just follow along. A dog on a leash, as she had heard him once call himself. Between her and Tonks, he was very much used to the way things were. But this wasn't the Remus from the future, however. He also luckily just went along with things, even with a small stiffening of his spine. As Hermione pulled him back into Flourish and Blots, she realized how washed out he had looked all day. His green eyes were appearing brighter against his pale skin. Mentally, she thought back to what day it was and went through the moon cycle. She nibbled on her thumbnail as she calculated. It wasn't until Remus pushed her into a corner, just as a heavily perfumed woman went past, that she realized how close they were to the full moon. A bright spark of anger filled her. Dumbledore knew how sensitive he would be in the days leading up to the full moon, and yet he had still sent him as her chaperone. She took his hand and maneuvered them into the back of the store, where there were several empty aisles full of nothing but dusty books. She pushed him into a small alcove and sighed heavily as she dug through her bag. Remus took in a shocked breath as her arm fell elbow deep into the bag. His eyes widened and his mouth opened to speak before Hermione placed her other hand on his lips. "Undetectable extension charm, and yes, I know it's illegal," she said with a wink. His mouth clamped shut and he grinned widely at her. "James and Sirius are gonna love you," he said, rolling his eyes. He leaned against the wall behind him as he tried to level his breathing. Hermione didn't miss the quiet groan that fell from his lips, nor the fact that he tried to hide the pain-filled expression on his face. He tipped his head back and closed his eyes, grounding himself. She continued to dig through her bag and with a triumphant squeak pulled out 2 bottles and smiled up at him brightly. "I knew I still had these," she said. Closing her eyes, she took a minute to think over what she planned to say to him. She had never planned on things going this way, but she couldn't see him in pain and just sit by and do nothing. Not when she knew of ways to help him. However, she had hoped to at least have the wolfsbane potion in hand before she revealed she knew about his furry little problem. She sat her bag at their feet and looked up into his confused and worried eyes, 1 bottle in each hand. "What are we doing, Mione?" he asked, his voice cracking towards the end. Hermione stood tall, her back rigid with tension. "This is not how I wanted to bring this up, but I noticed you're in pain and I can't just stand by and do nothing. I know we barely know each other, and if it wasn't for my friend in Germany, I would never have put 2 and 2 together," Hermione said, her voice lilting. It was his turn to go rigid, and she could see the patented Lupin self-castigation going into overdrive. She only just stopped herself from throwing her arms around his neck when she saw his grief-stricken face. He looked away from her before speaking. "I'm not sure what you're implying," he said quietly, a mix of fear and shame prevalent in his eyes. Hermione lifted the purple crystal bottle in her right hand, and both sets of eyes turned towards it. "This is a simple little remedy for the nausea. I know it's due to the pain and heightened senses, and I promise this will help. It's something I have kept with me to help my friend, and luckily for you, I've never removed it from my bag," she said, tilting the bottle so he could see it was a blend of ginger and peppermint oil. "I made it myself and it always seemed to help him," she explained as she unscrewed the lid. She made eye contact as she filled the dropper and leaned her head back, emptying it into her mouth and swallowing. She placed the stopper back into the bottle and refilled it. Her face filled with sadness as she noticed his deer-in-headlights expression. She had always hated the way his disease made him feel. She lifted the dropper to his mouth and smiled uneasily. "It's okay, Remus. I'm not afraid of you, and I promise I'm not trying to poison you," she said. Remus looked at her with wide eyes, then screwed his eyes tightly shut and lowered his head. "How did you figure it out? Took my friend's years. How do you not hate me?" he croaked, his voice raw with emotion. He pulled away from her and ruffled his sandy hair in agitation, a stress-related habit she guessed he picked up from James. She had once heard Harry mention it, and the memory made her smile fondly. Hermione replaced the cap and shifted her weight from foot to foot. "Well, after I saw how you reacted to the woman with too much perfume, certain things started to click in my mind. From there I checked my mental calendar and it all added up," she said, shrugging. "Anyways, how could I hate you? You don't seem evil or cruel. In fact, you seem like a really good guy. Being a wolf doesn't make you evil. Just like me being a muggle-born doesn't mean I have dirty blood," she said, adding the last part in a whisper. "Wait, I thought you were a prince," Remus said suspiciously. "Aren't they a pureblood family?" Hermione sighed as she practiced the lie in her head. "Yes, they are, but my father is a squib while my mother is a muggle," she stated definitively. As you can imagine, being a witch was quite a shock to them both. Hermione eyed Remus carefully. "My father was ostracized for being what he was. He was treated poorly by his family until he left at 17, traveled to Germany, and met my mother." She looked up at Remus with sad eyes. "It was all quite hush-hush, as you can imagine." Remus showed no shock at what she had revealed of herself, only that she had called him a werewolf and not evil in the same sentence. She could tell that he was having trouble with finding the right words, so she lifted the dropper to his mouth to save him the struggle. He tilted his head back in a show of good faith and let her drop the liquid into his mouth. Hermione smiled brightly and took it as a good sign. He was beginning to trust her. She screwed the cap back on after repeating the process and tossed it back into her bag. She showed him the next bottle with dark green-colored glass and a small black spout. Again she showed him the label. However, this time it was written in an oddly familiar small and cramped script that he couldn't quite place. "This is a special lotion for muscle pain, although it also seems to help with fatigue. It was made by someone I'd trust with my life, and has been used before with no ill effect, she said, applying a pea-sized amount to her hand. She slowly stepped beside him and met his eyes as she gently lifted his shirt to his ribs, placing her hand under his shirt and onto his shoulder. Remus froze, his eyes never leaving hers, as she rubbed the lotion onto his left shoulder. He took a deep breath, letting the air out as a relieved sigh as the pain began to ebb away. When she pulled her hand away and reapplied the lotion, he helped her raise the right side of his shirt so she could apply the lotion to his other shoulder. The tension he had been holding instantly disappeared, and Hermione could see the obvious relief on his face. She mentally thanked Severus for his future invention and applauded herself for her theft of it during her 5th year when she had been sneaking wares from his private stock to practice her potion making. She was glad she had figured out the formula and started remaking it for her Remus. She pulled away and stashed the bottle in his bag. "Reapply this when we get back and use some more on your back, feet, and legs. It'll help you sleep tonight. I can make more, so don't worry about running out," she said, rubbing her currently numb hands together. Remus watched her for a moment before adjusting his shirt, his cheeks reddening as he took in his state of undress. "Thank you. I really do feel a lot better," he mumbled. Hermione shrugged and smiled. "Anytime. You really do remind me of my friend. I'd do anything I could to help him during his time of the month," she giggled. Remus shook his head, a grin on his slightly less exhausted face. "Okay, let's agree to never refer to it as that again. Let's get the rest of this trip over with," he sighed. Hermione skipped around the corner and headed towards the front desk, where she put in an order for what she needed. Remus waited by the front door, avoiding a loud and annoyed woman who was arguing with the staff member that was trying to help her find a book on love potions. Her black hair was flying around her wildly as she jabbed her finger at his chest. Remus scooted closer to the exit, ready to bolt if necessary. Hermione laughed silently as she finished writing her name, grimacing at being forced to write Mione on her order form. She nodded her thanks to the man who had helped her and went to rescue her werewolf. Well, not her werewolf. Where had that thought come from? She made her way to Remus' side, cheeks flaring at her inner dialogue. As they exited, a large book went flying past Remus's head and Hermione could see a flash of black hair, thankful when they had safely made it outside, away from the destruction of the love-stricken woman. "Wow, she was as crazy as Sirius's cousin, Bella?" Remus muttered. Hermione silently agreed as they stopped in front of the magical menagerie. Something told her to go inside, and she couldn't stop herself from pulling out the black pouch that held her galleons. "I'm going to go in here for a moment. Would you mind going to Florian Fortescue's and picking us up something?" Hermione asked as she pulled a few coins from the pouch. "Sure, I'll be back soon. Don't take off, you could get lost," he warned, eyeing her thoughtfully, as he headed towards the ice cream shop. Hermione waved him away and opened the door to the pet shop, an odd rush of nervousness in the pit of her stomach. It felt like something important was inside and had tethered itself to her. The bell jingled merrily as she entered, and a heavy-set man with dark blonde hair smiled at her from behind the dusty counter. "Hello, can I help you with something, lass?" he asked in a thick Irish accent. Hermione stepped past the many owls that lined both sides of the store, their silver cages winking brightly in the sunlight from the large front window. "I'm not sure. I just had a feeling there was something I needed," she said. The man, Henry, if his name tag revealed, stepped around the counter with his hands behind his back. It seems you may have a familiar calling out to ya," he stated, his voice reverent. "We don't get many of those anymore," he continued at Hermione's confused expression. "Yes, we get wee ones coming in here and finding pets and companions, but in very rare cases a true familiar can call out to their masters, and when you find them you become tethered," he finished. He led Hermione through the store with his face full of excitement and anticipation. She could still feel the pull and decided to follow it. She passed owls, toads, Krupp puppies, and a few small kittens, but the pull kept edging her towards the back of the store. Suddenly, the invisible string pulled tight and felt white-hot, forcing Hermione to stop in her tracks. Henry had become less excited the further she had decided to venture and was now lagging behind, obviously thinking he had misinterpreted the feeling she had. Hermione stood in front of a small room labeled, "Not fit for sale," She reached for the door handle, pushed it inward, and stepped inside. The room was full of cages and large bags of dog food, but apart from that, it appeared empty. She was just about to give up when a tiny meow echoed through the room. She had heard that tiny voice before. She rushed towards the cages to her right. In the farthest cage from the bottom, a tiny orange ball of fluff was sitting in front, peering through the metal door. His squashed face was looking up at Hermione expectantly, like he had been waiting forever. His bright yellow eyes followed her movements as she opened the cage and lifted him into her arms. "Crooks? I can't believe it's you," Hermione jubilantly said. She lifted his head to her face and looked into his eyes. There was no denying who he was. She remembered the woman in her time had said he had been with them for a long, long time, but Hermione would have never guessed this long. "Would you like to go home, Crookshanks?" she said. Crook lifted his bushy tail and swung it back and forth with a feral look in his eyes. Hermione smiled and couldn't help mirroring his expression. "Yes, Crooks, a nice juicy rat is waiting for you," she said as she left the room, her familiar in her arms. Hermione thanked the overly excited man and placed Crookshanks in the red pet carrier she had purchased for him. She promised she would never force him into a cage again, not after finding out how long he would have spent in one waiting for her. On her way towards the front door, she saw a small owl with ruffled feathers watching her. Upon walking towards him, the owl seemed to straighten and puff out his feathers, giving her a small hoot as a hello. "Well, hello there, little one," Hermione crooned at the owl, reaching towards him hesitantly. "And who might you be?" He gave her another small hoot and leaned towards her outstretched hand, rubbing his head along her fingers. "I wasn't planning on getting an owl yet," she murmured as she stroked the speckled feathers on his chest. "However, it seems I am overruled." She looked back up at Henry and gestured towards the small owl. "I'd like this owl as well, please. Does he have a name?" Henry gave her a small smile from behind the counter. "Yes, little miss. His name is Archimedes, named after Merlin's faithful bird." He gathered the coins from her hand and waved towards the floor. "I'll even throw in the cage he's in and a few bags of owl pellets to get you started." Hermione grinned at him, bouncing on the balls of her feet with anticipation. "Thank you so much, sir," she exclaimed, waving at him as she headed for the door. "Have a great rest of your day." She left the pet shop with a new sense of excitement. She had never expected to have something as important as Crooks in her new life, even adding Archimedes into the mix. But now she did, and it reminded her that she could enjoy her life in this time, especially once she helped defeat Voldemort. Checking to make sure she wasn't seen by a patiently waiting Remus, she snuck into the robe shop to order some new clothes and school robes. She quickly went through the list of what she needed, and after being measured, Madame Malkin agreed to owl everything to Hogwarts when it was ready, and even agreed to order some toiletries and perfumes from one of the shops she partnered with. With a grateful wave goodbye, Hermione headed towards the ice cream shop, where she found Remus sitting at a table, 2 chocolate cones in hand. She sat down in the seat beside him and lifted the carrier into her lap. "Look, I found a kitten. Isn't he gorgeous?" she said, watching the werewolf's expression. Remus was as diplomatic as ever, and she was unsurprised when he reached inside and ran his hand over the top of Crook's head. "He's adorable. What's his name?" Hermione took a bite of her cone and looked down at the ginger ball of fur adoringly. "Crookshanks," she said. Remus smiled and nodded, licking his cone with a joyful expression. "Cute name," he said. "I even managed to find an owl as well," she exclaimed, lifting the cage beside her. "Isn't he just the cutest little fluff ball you've ever seen?" Remus side-eyed her quietly, letting out a puff of air disguised as a cough. "Looks like you're all set to go. What's his name?" "Archimedes. He was named after Dash. Merlin's bird from that old cartoon, right?" he asked. "The sword in the stone?" She eyed him with surprise. "Well, yes, he is. I'm surprised you thought that instead of the mathematician. You seem like a strong witch, Mione. Of course, you'd find a bird named after Merlin's familiar." He grinned at her before continuing to eat his quickly melting ice cream. Hermione and Remus finished their treats quickly, and after getting a bowl of cream for Crookshanks, they headed towards the Leaky where they could take the Floo back to Hogwarts. Hermione had succeeded in getting what she needed and had also made headway with Remus. All in all, she called the trip a success. They easily flew back to Dumbledore's office and stepped inside, a disgruntled Crookshanks meowing angrily. Knowing he hated flu travel, Hermione opened the carrier and allowed him to jump out freely. "I trust you can find your way to our room," Hermione said. Crooks purred lightly and circled her legs before trotting off, the picture of self-importance. Looking around, she noticed Dumbledore wasn't in his office, but she was sure the wards had informed him of their return. She turned towards an exhausted form of Remus and looked him over. He looked worse for wear, and she felt terrible for keeping him out for so long. "Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate your help and enjoyed your company," she said. Remus bowed his head and smiled. "I enjoyed myself." He began placing his hands in his pockets. "Also, I wanted to thank you for being so kind and understanding today. Even if I'm still trying to understand it, I will always appreciate the way you helped me without judgment," he finished. Hermione gave him a watery smile. "Anytime. I only gave you the respect you deserve," she said. Before he could answer, Hermione called for Lisi. The small elf popped into the room, causing both Hermione and Remus to jump. "Mistress called for Lisi?" the elf asked. "Yes, I did. Remus, this is Lisi. The headmaster placed me in my dorm since I joined Hogwarts late, and Lisi is stationed there. So I have her to help me learn my way around," Hermione explained. "Well, hello, Lisi. It's a pleasure to meet you," Remus politely said. Lisi hiccuped and started twisting her ears. Hermione took note of her nervous behavior and decided to let Remus get the rest he needed. "Well, good night, Remus. See you in class tomorrow," she said as she took Lesi's wrinkled hand. The last thing she saw before popping out of existence was the bright green eyes of Remus Lupin. Chapter 7. Secrets. Hermione and Lesi landed in the common room of her dorm. The fire was already lit and roaring, the flames dancing merrily. Lisi had already placed dinner next to the fluffy armchair Hermione had claimed as her own. The chair sat close enough to the fire to keep her pleasantly warm, but not too near to not allow for a blanket. Hermione often found herself cocooned in a blanket. She guessed it was a way to feel secure in a world still so new. She carelessly threw herself into the chair and watched the little elf flutter around the room, adding logs to the fire and checking the windows to make sure they were tightly closed against the cold Scottish wind that was rattling the windows. The sound was enjoyable to Hermione. It made her feel at home. Finally feeling the hunger from only eating ice cream so far that day, she pulled the tray Lisi had left with a stasis charm over it closer to her. The tender roast surrounded by buttery boiled potatoes was a favorite comfort food for her, something she desperately needed as of late. Her mind was currently a mess, teeming with intrusive thoughts of beautiful jade green eyes, the eyes that seemed to pierce directly into her soul. She had always been able to push off her feelings for Remus in the future. It was usually the lingering thoughts of the war happening and it not being the right time for a relationship that kept her from voicing her affection, not even including the age difference into the mix. They were 19 years apart. He was almost double her age. Not to mention Tonk's lingering affection towards him. It always seemed wrong to throw herself into the mix. However, here she was in the past and they were both the same age. She was definitely unattached to anyone and, as far as she knew, so was he. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she tried to refocus. She couldn't be thinking of a possible relationship now. She had a job that needed to be done, and she wouldn't let anything derail her from her mission, no matter how wonderfully distracting her daydreaming had been. After all, they were the Marauders and she was from the future. Nothing was ever going to be possible for them. Even friendship could unhinge her plans. A shadow to her left caught her attention and brought her the distraction from her thoughts she so needed. Lisi was standing by the fire, worrying her ears as she had been doing before they left Remus. Her eyes were rimmed in red and her gray skin looked almost orange in the light of the fire. Hermione tilted her head and smiled. "Everything okay, Lisi?" she asked, sitting her fork down on the silver platter in front of her. The little elf moved slowly, her ears still firmly in her clenched fists. "Lisi has been a bad elf, mistress. Lisi has done something without permission," she said. Hermione furrowed her brow and placed her hands on the arm of the chair, leaning in closer to the worried elf. "What do you mean?" Hermione asked hesitantly. Lisey's eyes darted to the side as she moved towards the poker by the fireplace, causing Hermione to jump from the chair and take the elf's wrist in between her hands. The poker landed on the floor and Hermione gently moved the elf away from the fire and closer to the door. "Lisey, you will not punish yourself. Ever. There is no need for that," she firmly said, releasing the elf. Leslie fell to the floor as soon as she had been released, a small crying mass at Hermione's feet as she continued to stroke her ears in nervous worry. Bending down to the elf's level, Hermione pulled her to her feet and wiped the tears from the elf's large red eyes. "Listen, whatever it is, I'm sure it's not as bad as you think," Hermione said. The elf sniffled and blinked away the tears that were still falling. She took a dull white handkerchief from a makeshift pocket in her little red sweater and loudly blew her nose. Hermione looked at the sad and slightly comical view in front of her and shook her head. When the elf was done tidying herself up, Hermione helped her adjust the tea cozy on her head and stood, helping the elf to be steady on her feet as she did. "Mistress is a kind witch," Lisey squeaked. Hermione smiled gently. "Thank you. Now, what has all this fuss been about?" she asked, moving back to her chair. She sat down on the edge of the seat, ready to stop the elf if she tried something. The elf stood in front of Hermione, reaching for her ears again. Hermione wanted to stop her, her own ears protesting on the elf's behalf. But she saw it was a nervous habit and doubted she even felt any discomfort anymore. Crossing her arms, Hermione waited patiently for the elf to catch her bearings. After a few dry gasps, Lisey finally opened her mouth to speak. Lisey saw the boy was taking her mistress away from Hogwarts, and Lisey was worried for her mistress. She swayed from side to side and kept her eyes downcast. "The boy is a bad boy. He isn't human and he might hurt my mistress," so Lisey told her friend. Leslie had to. "Her friend has a master who can protect her mistress," she pleaded. Once again Hermione jumped to her feet, placing her hands in her hair. "Who is your friend?" Hermione said, her voice full of anger and worry. There were so many people who couldn't know about Remus, not right now. It would ruin so many of her plans and he wouldn't be safe. Even if she couldn't let herself get too close to him, she would protect him from anything. The elf took a step back and started to wail again. "Elise, sorry, mistress," the elf cried. Hermione removed her hands from her gnarled hair and clenched her fists together, reminding herself to stay calm as Lisey cried, her sweater now wet with tears and snot. "Who did you tell?" Hermione calmly asked, enunciating every word. Through her sniffles, the elf said one word: "Dobby." Hermione rushed towards the door to make her way to Dumbledore and froze. What in the world could he do? It's not like he could go to Malfoy Manor and stop Lucius from whatever plan he was sure to be concocting in his evil and depraved mind. If Dobby had told him, it was certainly too late to do anything. The only thing left to do was prepare for the outrage that was sure to make its way to Dumbledore's doorstep come morning. If he had told him. Hermione chewed on her thumbnail and debated her options as she paced the carpeted floor, her shoes making little sound as she moved. After she went through all her options in her mind, she stopped and spun around to face the elf that was still a crying and sniffling mess. "Lisey, I need you to bring Dobby to me. Now," Hermione said. The elf hiccuped and nodded. "Yes, mistress." With a loud and overdramatic pop, she was gone. Hermione resumed her pacing and tried to remember the way Harry and Dobby had interacted. If she could gain Dobby's trust and adoration, as Harry had, then maybe she could persuade him to remain quiet about Remus's affliction. On the other hand, she wasn't a famed Dark Lord destroyer and couldn't remember if Harry had ever mentioned how long Dobby's mistreatment had gone on. Maybe he was happy in this time, free from the abuse that was to come. She trusted and adored Dobby, but people and magical creatures were, of course, divergent during different times in their lives. Just look at Severus. He was a total arse in her time. She had still trusted him despite the way he treated everyone, and she had also enjoyed his brilliance in potions. However, he was still a horribly insufferable twat. In this time, as far as she could tell, he wasn't quite as bad. Yes, he was surrounded by the dark arts and had been so certain of Voldemort's plans for the world. But that was before he had found out about Lily's death. He still wasn't as hard and hateful in this time as he was in her own. So, who knew if Dobby would be the same as he was in her time? Just as she was about to drive herself insane with her own internal ramblings, she heard a small pop. This one was much less dramatic, almost as if the sound was as hesitant to appear as the elf who accompanied it. She spun on her heels and found Lisi fighting with another elf. She held it by the edge of the small white pillowcase it was wearing. The other elf was swinging its tiny fists around trying to connect with Lisi's face. Lisi held the elf away from herself, mumbling incoherent words and rolling her eyes in annoyance. Hermione rushed over to stop the one-sided fight before someone got hurt. "Stop. Please stop," she sighed and pulled the two creatures apart. The other elf pushed away from Lisi and Hermione, brushing its hands down the front of its pillowcase to smooth out the creases. "Master will be much displeased if Dobby has wrinkled his cloth, and it will be all Lisi's fault," he squeaked haughtily. Hermione's mouth dropped and she looked down at the elf, finally taking in just who she was seeing. Her eyes began shining with unshed tears as she reached towards him. The last time she had seen Dobby was before his burial. She'd never get the memory of him lying limply in Harry's arms out of her mind. "Dobby!" Hermione gasped. She hadn't expected the rush of emotion she felt at seeing him again, the much younger version of the elf that had saved her life at Malfoy Manor. Dobby looked up at her, no recognition in his eyes. "The lady should not have sent Lisi. If my master finds out Dobby left the manor, he will be angry," Dobby said, fear in his eyes. Hermione knew as soon as she looked at him that his life was the same as it had been when Harry first met him. Hermione decided to jump right into what she wanted from the little elf. She could trust Dobby, that was certain now. She just had to make sure that she worded her pleas the right way. She couldn't leave anything to chance. For all the trust she had in Dobby, she needed to remember that if his master found out about this meeting and asked about it, he would have to answer truthfully. Hermione bent to Dobby's level and smiled when he backed up and looked at her in awe. "Dobby, I'm so sorry for the way Lisi handled the invitation I extended to you. I hadn't expected her to kidnap you," she said, turning to Lisi, who was blushing. She patted her crazy little elf on the top of her head and smiled as the pink color of her cheeks extended to her forehead. She turned back to Dobby and placed her hands on her thighs and kneeled in front of him. "Listen, Dobby. Lisi told you a secret about a friend of mine earlier, and I wanted to see if you've told anyone about it," Hermione asked. Dobby's eyes widened and he looked between Lisi and Hermione in fear. "Lisi did, lady. She told me he is a monster and could hurt you." Dobby crossed his arms over his chest and his tiny body shivered in fear. "Dobby has met one before. He visits with my master and his lord. He is a bad man," he said in a small voice. Hermione closed her eyes. Of course, Greyback. Hermione sat back on her heels and looked at the two tiny creatures in front of her. They were both shivering despite the heat coming from the fire behind them. "Yes, I agree with you, Greyback is a very bad man. But my friend isn't like him. He is a good man and would never hurt anyone." Hermione turned to Leslie and took her tiny wrinkled hand. "I am so thankful that you wanted to protect me, but it isn't necessary. Remus would never hurt me. He is not a monster," she said. Dobby watched the interaction between the two with interest. Hermione looked at Dobby next. His compulsive shivering had stopped and he was just looking at her and Lisi's entwined hands like he was seeing the sun for the first time, a wide-eyed disbelief across his features. She reached out and took his hand, silently cursing Lucius as she saw the little elf flinch, and almost cried at the expression of doubt on his face. "Have you told your master, Dobby?" she asked, her heart hammering in her chest as she waited with bated breath. With the hand of an elf in each of her own, she waited as he fought the tears that had his eyes shining. After a few heartbeats, he finally shook his head. Hermione closed her eyes and exhaled in relief, reveling in the fact that Remus was safe. "Master has been distraught today. He found out his betrothed, the Lady Andromeda, loves another. Now we be getting a new mistress, Lady Narcissa." Dobby didn't want to disturb him, he shyly said. He seemed to hesitate before he opened his mouth again. "Lady Narcissa is being who was gonna tell. She is nice to Dobby and she dash." Suddenly Dobby jerked away from Hermione and took the vase of flowers from a nearby table. Water splashed Hermione in the face as he used the vase to hit himself on the forehead, softly grunting from the pain. Bad Dobby, he enunciated with each hit. Hermione jerked the vase from his grasp and used her wand to vanish the mess. Placing the vase back on the table, she stood and looked down at the elf, her hands on her hips. Absolutely no punishing yourself, she said, her voice rising an octave. I will not stand for it. Fatigue was setting in, and all she wanted to do was go to bed and hide under her covers. Dobby looked at his feet, and Lisi stayed back, observing them both. Her head bowed but eyes peeled in their direction. Dobby shouldn't speak of house matters, he simply said. Hermione absolutely understood. How could she not? Throughout her time destroying Horcruxes, she had read a lot on the mechanics of being a pureblood, and what was expected from anyone who served them. She had found the whole topic completely fascinating, no matter how appalling it was. Then again, she had always loved the ins and outs of royalty, and that was basically what most proper pureblood families were considered. That's okay, Dobby. I don't expect you to say anything more, she said, placing a hand on the back of her neck and trying to rub some of the building tension away. Suddenly, the air around her felt stifling. She took her wand from her back pocket, getting it caught in her shirt in the process, and flicked it once to kill the fire as well as a cooling charm on herself. She took a deep breath and sat down in her chair once more. Dobby, the only thing I wish to ask of you is that you keep my friend's secret. Tell no one. Can you promise me that? She asked gently, her back rigidly arched and fingers tapping restlessly on her knee. Dobby came to stand in front of her. He lifted his hand and clenched and unclenched his fingers before placing his hand on hers. The tapping of her fingers stopped and she smiled down at him. Lady, Dobby will keep your friend's secret. Lady has been kind to Dobby, he said, his crooked teeth prominent as he smiled. Thank you, Dobby, Hermione said. Lisi bustled towards them with her eyes narrowed. Dobby needs to go home now. Mistress needs her rest, she said, tapping her foot and motioning towards the windows where Hermione was surprised to find day had turned to night. She looked at the darkened sky and cast a quick tempest charm to find it well past midnight. She had classes in the morning and didn't like the idea of meeting everyone with dark circles painted under her eyes singling her out. She's right. Thanks again, Dobby, and feel free to visit any time you wish, Hermione said. Dobby grinned brightly and bowed, his nose almost touching the floor. Hermione stifled a laugh and bowed her head in return, earning a blinding smile from Dobby. The lady may call me any time she wishes. Dobby will always answer, he firmly said. Lisi started to usher Dobby away and Hermione waved while she could. Oh, and Dobby, you may call me Hermione when we're alone, and Mione if I'm with someone else, she said. She knew it was risky to tell him her real name, but it felt nice to think at least one person would call her by her real name and not that monstrosity of a nickname she was now bound to for life. Dobby thanks the Lady Hermione, he said, his voice reverent as it glided across her name. Lisi stood next to him, one hand on her hip, the other lifted, her index finger and thumb at the ready. With a quick snap, Dobby was gone and Lisi was moving towards Hermione, her nose scrunched up and eyes downcast. She pushed Hermione towards the stairs that led to her room and Hermione allowed herself to be led. Hermione opened the door and entered her room where Lisi handed her a small package that had a label from Madame Malkin's. She opened it quickly to find a large array of toiletries. She picked up a small glass container with a lid that looked like two white daisies, popped open the top, and smelled it. She closed her eyes and grinned. She loved the scent. It reminded her of warm summer days spent in the meadow by her grandmother's house. It was a nice surprise to be sent something so muggle. She resealed it and sat it gently on the vanity in her bedroom, taking the rest to her bathroom. Madame Malkin had sent her a few elegant golden bottles of luxury wizarding shampoos and body soaps, things she had never seen before, but imagined she would find in Narcissa Malfoy's bathroom. The thought made her scoff out a laugh. It smelt the way she would imagine sunshine smelling and would go well with the daisy perfume. She quickly showered and dried her hair with a few different spells, ones she was now thankful Lavender and Parvati had taught her over many a girl's night. She hoped it would help keep her hair from becoming a rat's nest in the morning. When she came back into her room, a gentle fire was going and her bed was turned down and ready. She looked around and found Lisi spelling her new robes wrinkle-free. She wasn't accustomed to such treatment and felt oddly useless. She slid beneath her sheets and ran her hands across the thick cotton duvet, straightening it. She wasn't sure what to say, as she didn't want to offend the elf. "Thank you, Lisi. I know this has been a rough night, and I want you to know I am not angry with you," Hermione said, her voice soft. Lisi stilled for a moment before she continued, hanging Hermione's robes on the closet door, the Gryffindor colors standing out against the dark brown wood. The elf snapped her fingers, emptying Hermione's hamper, and turned around to face her. "Is Mistress happy with Lisi's work?" she asked with a wary look in her eyes. Hermione bit her bottom lip and looked the elf over. Her head was once again bowed and her eyes were looking down at her feet. Something was very obviously wrong. "Yes, Lisi, I am. Is there something the matter?" she asked. Lisi slowly lifted her eyes to face Hermione's. "Does Mistress not like Lisi?" she croaked, tears beginning to form in her wide eyes. Hermione started to lift herself from the bed, but Lisi snapped her fingers and her duvet covered her legs tightly. "Mistress needs rest," she said aghast. Hermione laughed and shook her head, her curls bouncy lightly. "Lisi, you are quite the little elf." She sighed and ran her hands through her hair. "I enjoy your company and appreciate all you do for me. Why would you think I don't like you?" Hermione asked. Leslie rocked on her heels and placed her hands on her ears. "Mistress didn't ask me to call her Hermione. She asked Dobby," Lisi said. Sighing, Hermione smiled. "You're right, I apologize. You may call me Hermione as well, but only in private," she said. Clapping her hands together, Lisi smiled brightly. "Well, now that Lisi has her permission, I will leave the mistress to sleep," Lisi said, popping out of the room and extinguishing the lights as she went. Hermione groaned, throwing herself onto the large pillows behind her. She placed both hands against her eyes. She couldn't help but laugh as she fell asleep. "What a life!" Hapter 8. "Lean on me." Hermione stood in front of her vanity mirror the next morning, her Gryffindor tie on display proudly around her neck. For a brief moment, one she would never have admitted to Ron or Harry, had even occurred in her predominantly lioness mind. She had thought that maybe Slytherin Green would have been a better choice, though she had quickly stomped out that dangerous fire. The idea that she could affect any change from within the snake's nest was Umbridge-level insanity. She would get more done from the outside, where she could befriend her own vipers, ones that had earned their scales and would be able to do things she never could, like Severus. Hermione liked to think she could do the impossible, but even she knew when delegating certain tasks would suit the cause best. And for that, she would need born and bred Slytherins like Draco and Theo had been. Hermione patted down her hair with a long-suffering sigh, her pale pink lips puckering into a childlike pout. The one day she really needed to look her best. Her hair decided to adopt the look of Ginny's pygmy puff after being spelled dry. "Is Mistress having troubles?" Leslie asked from behind her. Hermione turned to look at her with a troubled frown. "Yes. My hair is a frightful mess and I need to make a good first impression," she pouted. Lisi smiled, her yellowed teeth gleaming. She bounded up to Hermione and levitated herself to her level. "Okay, let's see what Lisi can do, Mistress," she said. Hermione faced the mirror and watched the little elf's reflection float behind her, her hand placed strategically on her chin, rubbing it back and forth as she studied for the best approach to the mess with her eyes focused. She moved her hands through Hermione's hair, her fingers only getting caught in the tangled mane twice. "Okay, Lisi knows which spell to use. Dobby has used it on his Mistress Bella before. She has wild hair too," Lisi said. Hermione winced at the mention of her crazy ex-nemesis, but kept her mind firmly in the present. Well, her new present, and smiled. "Thank you, Lisi. I would really appreciate that," she said with a quick breath of relief. The elf grinned brightly and ran her fingers down Hermione's hair, focusing her blue eyes firmly on her work, little wrinkles forming on her forehead. Hermione watched in amazement as her hair started to lengthen, curls loosening into wavy silken strands. The sudden difference in weight made her shoulders slump dramatically, and she let out a shocked gasp. "Wow, it looks incredible," she said, lifting her new hair over her shoulder with a sigh. Her fingers caressed a strand as if it might vanish back into its previous righteous mess. It was surreal how big a difference changing her hairstyle had really made. She shook her head in disbelief, watching the strands sway with airy ease, and kept running her fingers through the wavy locks. She had never felt more beautiful, not even at the Yule Ball. She had worn so much product in her hair that night that she had felt weighed down and ridiculous. Whatever spell Lisi had used felt natural. It will last all day, even if Missy Hermione has to go out in the rain, Lisi said, lowering herself back to the floor. Hermione quickly followed her, falling to her knees in a huff of excited breath. She hugged the elf in tears. "You're truly amazing. You have to teach me that spell?" she said, pulling away and clapping her hands in glee. Lisi's bright round eyes watered and she wiped them quickly, pulling at her ears. "Lisi will do it every day for her mistress. Lisi likes to be needed," she said. Hermione stood and patted the elf gently on her wrinkled head. "If that's what you wish," she said with a nod, wiping the tears from her own red eyes. Fixing her uniform nervously, Hermione took one last look at herself and smiled shyly at her reflection. She looked like a new person and she was secretly excited about it, never letting herself care about her looks before. A new look for a new life. It would help in the long run, becoming like a disguise, even though no one would know the difference here, with the exception of Remus and Severus who had seen her disaster of a puffy mane. It made her feel more secure, and it really was amazing what a little self-confidence could accomplish. Hermione braced her shoulders and grabbed her bag from where it lay on the bed, checking her pocket for her wand and schedule as she waved goodbye to Lisi and left her room. She took a deep breath and after exiting her secluded hallway, merged into the large crowd of students that were headed towards the Great Hall for breakfast. After all her years at Hogwarts, you'd think she would be used to the hustle and bustle of the morning routine, but today was different. These were not her fellow students, and this wasn't the same Hogwarts that she had grown to love. More than a few times she had found herself looking for familiar faces she knew she wouldn't find. Neville, Ginny, Luna, Ron and Harry. She searched for them in every face she could see, but every time it was someone else glancing back at her, she felt her heart start to plummet. When she realized she wouldn't be finding them anywhere, she stopped the panic bubbling in her chest in its tracks and started listing her reasons for traveling back. They would all have the lives they deserved. She would make sure of it. So, as she approached the main staircase and saw a brilliant flash of red, she closed her eyes briefly and counted to 5 before continuing into the hall. She pushed past the black robes of the people around her and followed the silky curtain of red that was expertly floating through the large group of students. For only a moment Hermione allowed herself to imagine she was following Ginny. But as soon as the girl had found her way to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to a small group of boys, she snapped out of it. She had been following Lily Evans. Hermione stood a few feet from the table watching the girl laugh with a near-carbon copy of Harry Potter. At least he appeared to be at first glance. It wasn't until Hermione really looked at him that she noticed the differences. His eyes were the first dead giveaway. Where Harry had inherited his mother's green eyes that looked like fresh meadow grass, James's were a very normal hazel, almost the color of a pistachio mixed with that of its shell. Hermione smiled as James ruffled his brown hair, a big grin lighting up his face and revealing straight, perfect teeth. Another difference from his son. Harry had never gotten the proper dental care he had deserved. His aunt and uncle had never cared enough to allow Harry the dental visits he had needed, something that she, being the daughter of a dentist, had helped him with the first chance she had gotten. James really was a handsome man, and Hermione could see a lot of his son in him, despite the fact that Harry obviously took after Lily more than he did his father. All except the hair. He definitely had the Potter hair, almost as unruly as her own. Hermione smiled brightly and took a deep breath. She could do this. They were the parents of her best friend. She could talk to them. She focused on moving her feet forward, one step at a time. Biting her bottom lip, she nearly fainted when her feet actually started moving towards them. Oh God! She was really doing this. She gripped the strap of her bag like it was her lifeline and sat down in the free seat in front of Lily. When no one took notice of her arrival, she decided it was time to breathe. She exhaled and shakily removed her bag from her shoulder, sitting it on the floor under her feet. She gripped her shaking hands tightly and reminded herself that apart from Lily and James, she had already met most of the people she was sitting with. Hell, she even knew a lot of the people at the Slytherin table. Yes, most of them had either tried to kill her or someone she knew, but that was neither here nor there. What mattered was she already knew exactly who she was dealing with, and that was half the battle. Hermione steadied her nerves and straightened her back with resolve. One breath at a time, that's how she would do this. She began to fill her plate with food and slowly decided to take in the other occupants of the table. She knew who would be seated next to James and internally shook herself. She wasn't ready yet. Instead, she glanced beside Lily, where she found a familiar pair of green eyes watching her with interest, his nose twitching. Maybe she wasn't as invisible as she had first thought. She gave him her brightest smile and looked him over. He appeared to be a lot better than he had when she had left him. He still had shadows under his eyes and his posture was as stiff as ever, but he didn't look as uncomfortable. Scanning the layout of food and beverages in front of her, she noticed a goblet of hot cocoa and pushed it towards him with a wink. "Good morning, Remus," she said. He glanced at the cocoa warily and slowly looked back up to her with a raised brow. Hermione rolled her eyes and sat up, quickly finding a bowl of whipped topping. She grabbed her spoon and scooped up a dollop, adding it to the goblet and narrowing her eyes, challenging him to turn her down. "Chocolate helps," she whispered. Remus bit his lip and smirked back at her cheekily, sighed, and took the glass. He inhaled deep and regarded it with a grin. He brought the cup to his lips and started drinking it slowly. Hermione flicked her hair with a smirk of her own. She saw his lips twitch, but he continued to drink without comment, and Hermione started picking at her food, pushing her eggs around with her fork, her stomach uneasy. "You smell different today." Remus twitched his nose again and closed his eyes, as if committing the smell to memory. She could see him trying to focus on something and kept her mouth closed, watching his eyes move quickly under their lids. "You're wearing something different. Why?" he asked in confusion, eyes opening slowly, focusing on her face as a blush graced over his features. Hermione bent her head and smelled her uniform, trying to remember what she had done differently. Then it clicked. She had used her daisy perfume today. "It's my favorite perfume. I bought some when we went to Diagon Alley. I tried not to use too much." "Did I?" she asked fearfully. She didn't want to make him uncomfortable. Remus lowered his cup and covertly smelled the air, his eyes closing again. "No, usually I hate perfume, but this is nice. I like it," he whispered. He kept his face down as if his hot cocoa was the most interesting thing in the known universe, and Hermione decided to leave him be. Obviously, he had something on his mind. A shiver ran down her spine when a squeaky voice interrupted her thoughts, a pudgy hand lifting into her view.
Hello, I'm Peter Pettigrew.
"You must be the new transfer student from Germany." Hermione swallowed hard and turned her head, looking into the round face of the man who would betray her best friend's parents. The slimy coward who would help return Voldemort to his body. Her stomach lurched as she stuck out her hand to shake his, shuddering at its clammy feel. "Mione Prince," she said. Peter smiled and scooted closer to her. How had she not noticed who she had seated herself next to? "Remus told us about you yesterday. He said you were homeschooled by someone. What's that like?" he asked, eyes bulging disturbingly. Hermione scrunched up her nose and tried to shake off the image of him holding onto her robes in the shrieking shack, begging for his life. Well, it's quite different from Hogwarts," Hermione said. She had researched extensively what it was like in Germany, afraid this question would come up. "Honestly, I don't get to see much outside of my home. I had a governess that taught me everything magical that I needed to know, but it's not the same as learning with other students. I mean, it's just dash." She looked around the table slowly, praying silently that someone would help her out of this nightmare. "Leave the pretty girl alone, Wormtail," a warm, sultry voice said. Hermione stilled her stomach from fluttering, trying to ease back the wave of nausea that had overcome her. Peter's eyes narrowed and she could see the tick in his jaw as he scooted away from her, eyes hard. It was at that moment that she knew Peter was already far too gone to help. He obviously already had it out for his friends. How none of them had noticed his behavior, she didn't know. Turning in her seat, she caught the bright smile of Lily and the curious gaze of James. They had finally stopped pestering one another and now had their attention firmly placed on her. Great, the center of the marauders' attention, as if that didn't make her feel like a giant neon sign was plastered atop her head. Beside James, just where she knew he would be, leaning on one elbow with his body turned towards the rest of the group like a king viewing his subjects, sat Sirius Black. For a moment she wasn't sure if she would ever be able to look away. Mistakenly she had thought that when she had seen the older Sirius she had never seen anything more beautiful. Younger Sirius definitely took that title. Where Remus was dangerously handsome, Sirius was dangerously beautiful. His long raven black hair covered the tips of his ears and fell into his molten silver eyes as he moved his head, eyes that were currently taking Hermione in from top to bottom. She was only momentarily shocked when his full lips quirked into a devilish smirk. He brushed his dark hair from his eyes and tilted his head. "Sirius Black," he cockily said, a smirk still painted on his lips, as if she should gasp and bow down to him, which truthfully was probably exactly what he had grown accustomed to. If not for his name, then for his beauty alone. Hermione thought he could use a dose of reality and decided she would enjoy being the one to give it to him. She could play his games and would have fun doing it. Raising a brow, she nodded, along with a nonchalant shrug. "Hello, and you two are?" she asked, moving her gaze towards Lily and James. Sirius blinked several times before scoffing, a hand raised towards her in disbelief as he turned to the equally shocked James, whose hazel eyes were quickly filling with mirth. Hermione ignored him. She knew how to deal with Sirius, and didn't plan to give him the attention he so sought. Lily sneered at him and turned to Hermione with an appraising eye. "Lily Evans," she said, offering her hand. Hermione accepted it and smiled brightly. "Evans? That's not a pureblood name, is it?" Hermione whispered. Lily's eyes narrowed and Hermione quickly lifted her hands. "Prince is a pure-blooded name, but I'm far from it. My father, the prince namesake, is a squib and my mother is a muggle. For all intents and purposes, I'm just like you. I apologize, blood status seems to be a thing of importance here. It'll be nice to have a fellow muggle-born which around is all," she explained, her voice low. Lily's eyes softened almost immediately and Hermione's shoulders slumped in relief. "I'm sorry, you're right that it's a bit of a sensitive subject here. You'll need to be careful. It will absolutely be nice to have another muggle-born around," she said, leaning forward and squeezing Hermione's hand. When she pulled away, she pointed her thumb to her left where three girls sat. The first reminded Hermione of Neville, and she immediately guessed the girl must be the future Mrs. Longbottom, Alice. Her dark brown hair and round warm eyes made Hermione instantly comfortable, and she found herself somehow already emotionally attached to the girl. The second reminded Hermione of Lavender Brown, and that didn't bode well for their relationship. She sat giggling to herself and lustfully eyeing the Ravenclaw table where a group of obvious Quidditch players sat discussing something in careful whispers. The third girl had a pleasant round face and bright blue eyes. Like Neville's mom, Hermione instantly liked her. "These three are my roommates and friends, Alice, Marlene, and Mary," Lily said. Hermione sat up straighter and smiled at them. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said. Alice turned her warm brown eyes on Hermione and tugged the boy next to her closer. "This is my fiancé Frank Longbottom. We're really glad to have you here at Hogwarts, Mione. If you need anything, just ask," she smiled, brushing her brown hair out of her face. Frank blushed, obviously uncomfortable with the attention, and looked down at his half-empty plate, brushing his hand across the back of his neck. Hermione heard Remus laugh quietly at Frank's discomfort and narrowed her eyes at him. "Stop it," she mouthed with a small smile. He bit his lip and leaned back, sending Sirius a wink. Hermione followed his gaze and watched them have a silent conversation with only a few glances, including James in the silent speak with a gentle shoulder nudge. She blinked a few times as she took it in. She wished she could show Harry this memory so he could see how close they were, but then she remembered she wouldn't have to. She would make sure he would witness little things like this every day. With that thought in mind, she pushed her nearly full plate away from her and grabbed her schedule, unrolling it and glancing down at her first class. Advanced Transfiguration. A familiar class with a familiar teacher. It would be an easy transition into her new school life this way. "Who do you have, Mione?" Lily asked. Hermione looked up into emerald depths and felt her breath catch. "Remember, this is Lily, not Harry," she chastised herself. "McGonagall, Advanced Transfiguration," she said. Lily smiled and reached over to smack Remus on the shoulder, as he was still laughing under his breath, and then smiled at James and Sirius. Us too. Remus smiled at her with a nod, confirming Lily's statement. Just stick with us, she added, happy to have found a new friend. Hermione rolled up her schedule and placed it in her bag. Sure, I could use the extra help, she said. A familiar tingle inched down her spine, one she had felt often enough when she had been caught helping Neville in potions class and turned around to find a pair of coal-black eyes piercing her from the other end of the room. Without any hesitation, she sent him a wink and moved her eyes toward the entrance and back. He rolled his obsidian eyes at her and nodded slightly, though she could see the small twitch at the corner of his lips when she smiled brightly at him. Grabbing her bag, she stood from her seat and nodded at Lily and Remus. I'm going to go ahead and head towards the entrance. I have a friend I need to speak to, she said. Remus narrowed his eyes and dropped his fork quickly. I'll join you, he said without hesitation. Hermione winced slightly but tried to keep her face calm. Sure, she said easily. Lily took her bag from the floor and kissed James swiftly, her eyes sparkling as he pulled her into his lap, not wanting to let her go. Hermione watched with a carefree smile on her face. Sirius saw her watching and smirked. Like what you see, I'm on the market, you know. We could put on our own rendition, he said, voice smooth as silk. Hermione chuckled, deciding to have fun with him, something she had always enjoyed doing in her own time, and leaned down next to his ear. I don't think you could handle me, Black, she whispered, patting him gently on his cheek. He scoffed and took her hand. Oh, sweetheart, you have no idea what I could do to you, he whispered. Hermione shook her head and slowly backed away with a saucy grin. I think it's the other way around, Black. You have no idea what I could do to you. Better not chance it. She laughed with a wink. Hermione saw Sirius's jaw drop as she spun on her heel past Remus, who was watching her uneasily. A mix between anger and worry etched on his face. She reached back and took his elbow, quickly leading him out into the entrance hall, all the while scanning her surroundings for Severus. She found him standing by the left side of the entrance, clutching his bag tightly against his chest as if he was expecting it to be ripped from him at any moment, and Hermione thought that might actually be the case. She wondered how many times a day somebody magically ripped his bag open, ruining everything inside it with spilled ink. Her jaw tightened as she watched his rigid stance and the way people glanced at him in either disgust, pity, or just blatant disregard as they passed by. It was sickening, and Hermione's vow to change his future felt like a lead weight inside her. She waved brightly at him and laughed as he sneered at her almost Hufflepuffian behavior, his pale skin standing out brightly against the black, silver, and green of his uniform. Hermione bit her bottom lip, her eyes narrowing as she looked him over, her mind whirling. Severus was not most people's definition of attractive, but she thought back on her previous assessment of him and felt guilty. Unlike what she had previously thought, she realized he was by no means ugly. His hooked nose was large and definitely stood out, but in a Grecian way. His dark obsidian eyes were deep and drew you in unexpectedly. His midnight black hair was lank and thin, which made it appear greasy after what she assumed was many hours spent over a steamy cauldron. All he needed was someone to care enough to teach him a few tricks and to help him with his self-esteem. Your friend is Snape? Remus sputtered. Hermione ignored his question and happily bounded in front of Severus, her newly soft hair fanning around her. Good morning, Severus. Look! She motioned towards her hair in awe. Can you believe someone found a way to tame the monstrosity that was my hair? She asked. Severus looked up at Remus in distaste, his usual sneer ever present, and then ran a finger over a strand of Hermione's hair. Whoever spelled this did a very good job. They definitely had their work cut out for them. At least now you're less distracting, he said, voice acidic. Remus growled low in his throat and Severus's smirk widened. Hermione shook her head, smiling up at his pale face, closing her eyes in satisfaction. Ah, I missed you, dear cousin. She leaned in slowly, wandlessly casting a muffliato, and sent him a wink. Now it really feels like I'm home. Can't start the year without a snarky remark from Professor Snape, she whispered, pulling away. Severus's eyes widened and he watched Hermione smile brightly, her eyes mischievous. He mouthed my spell? at her and she nodded slowly with a Cheshire cat grin on her face. So, you're related then? Remus asked, eyes hard. Or is this like the pure-blood way that everyone is a cousin? Hermione placed her arm through Severus's and was only mildly shocked when he didn't pull away. Professor Dumbledore introduced us. Severus was actually tasked with helping me through my classes. We share everyone after all. My father was ostracized, as you well know, so I grew up not knowing Severus. We're making up for lost time, she said, earning a glare from Severus. Remus looked down at their joined arms in distaste and Severus pulled Hermione closer, a small smirk lifting his thin lips. Hermione chuckled lightly but decided he had enjoyed Remus's discomfort long enough and pulled her arm from his, keeping his wrist in her hand. Remus and Lily offered to help me find my way today, Severus. Hermione could see a dark shadow cross Severus' eyes, and she felt him try to tug his wrist away from her, but she tightened her grip, making sure he knew she had no plans to abandon him. So I thought we could walk with them. If that's okay with you, Remus? She asked the werewolf, her chocolate gaze soft. Hermione watched the sandy-haired wolf struggle and she almost felt guilty pushing Snape on them so quickly, but she needed them to start getting used to him being around her, and it needed to be sooner rather than later. Remus rubbed his neck, his face wrinkled with stress. He was very obviously struggling with the idea of either Severus being around the group, around Hermione, or honestly both. You'll have to ask Lily, he finally sighed. Hermione placed a confused expression on her face and rubbed circles on Severus' wrist. Sure, she said, her voice full of faux confusion. I suppose that's easy enough to do. Hermione could see the fiery redhead in question filing out of the Great Hall, followed by James and Sirius, and took a deep breath. She knew that Lily would be the deciding factor, and if she could get Lily to forgive Severus, then the rest could be accomplished. The others would follow her lead. If not, then she was already fighting a losing battle. Hermione spun around and faced a weak and pale-faced Severus. She placed a determined and strong expression on her face and nodded. I'll be right back, Severus, behave, she said, glancing at Remus and aiming her last statement at him before walking towards Lily. Lily smiled brightly as the brunette approached her, and James wrapped his arms around his girlfriend's waist while Sirius flirted with a blonde Ravenclaw who had just exited the hall. Hey, could I speak to you for a moment, Lily? She asked. The beautiful green-eyed girl pushed James from her waist with a grin and playfully patted him away. Sure. What's going on? She asked as she joined Hermione near the staircase. Hermione took a deep breath and smiled weakly. Remus said I should speak to you about a friend I made. Dumbledore introduced us since we are technically family, and he is supposed to help me around, seeing as we share all the same classes. Hermione brushed the hair from her face and looked into Lily's confused emerald eyes. Severus Snape? I'm not sure if you know him since he's in Slytherin, Hermione finished. Lily's face fell and she frowned deeply. She pulled her hair from her shoulders and nodded. Yes, we used to be friends until he called me something unforgivable. You should be careful. The kind of people he associates with aren't safe for people like us, she whispered. Hermione licked her lips and tilted her head in acceptance of everything Lily had said. And how do you know he is a part of what you think he is? How do you know he hasn't changed and is just looking for a way out? Maybe even forgiveness for lashing out in a moment of extreme humiliation and anger? Hermione asked, her voice thick with emotion. Harry had shown her the memory of that day, and it had been terrible for both Lily and Snape. Lily's eyes shone brightly with unshed tears as she looked away, trying to compose herself. I can't trust him, she said firmly. Hermione placed her hand on Lily's shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. What if you just started with getting to know one another again? Can he join us as we walk to classes? Then we can go from there once you're more comfortable. I promise he's a bit pouty, but he doesn't seem like a bad guy, Hermione offered. Lily looked into Hermione's warm brown eyes and smiled, wrapping her arms around Hermione's neck. Yeah, that sounds good, she said softly into her shoulder, taking another moment of comfort to compose herself. Hermione took Lily's hand and led her back towards the Marauders and Severus, shocked to see how disastrous things had gotten in their absence. Sirius, Remus, and James all had their wands drawn and were pointing them at Severus, who was standing back against the wall, his wand pointing right back at them. His pale face was full of anger as his dark eyes scanned all three of them quickly. "What did you do to her, Snape? What spell did you put her under? 'Cause there's no way a beautiful girl like her would ever be friends with you." Even Evans came to her senses. Sirius spat. Severus pointed his wand at him, jabbing it in the air as his lips curled into a hateful sneer. "What's wrong, Black? Are you jealous that she didn't show you any attention?" He spat. "What attention has she shown you other than pity, Snape?" Remus asked as his eyes flashed amber in his anger. Hermione rushed forward before anyone could throw any curses and jumped in front of Severus with her own wand drawn. Her heart was in her stomach and she couldn't believe her eyes. Was this what her marauders were like in their time? She knew they were bullies, but 3 against 1? Lily ran behind James and yanked his wand from his grasp, tossing it to the floor in anger. "You were head boy, James. I thought this side of you was gone," she gasped in astonishment. Hermione's eyes found Remus's and she shook her head in disbelief. "I thought better of you. I expected this kind of behavior from those two, but never from you." "Hey!" shouted Sirius, looking over at her in surprise. She continued glaring at Remus, ignoring the plight. "How could you do something like this?" she asked disappointedly, shaking her head as his green eyes jerked away, refusing to meet hers. "You don't know what he is," Sirius spat. Severus's wand flashed forward and Hermione quickly spun around, meeting his gaze. "This is not the way to prove yourself to anyone, Severus," she said. His dark eyes flashed with anger and he slowly lowered his wand, leaning his head back against the wall in frustration. Turning her head back around to the group in front of her, she frowned darkly. I'm sure many people thought James and Remus didn't know the real you either. From what I had seen before this, you didn't seem to live up to the Black name." Hermione reached behind her and took Severus's hand. "It wasn't until I saw you and your friends cornering Severus 3 against 1 that I really saw you as a Black. Well done, Sirius, your family would be proud." Her heart fell even further as she saw Sirius take a visible step back, his face full of grief at her words that needed to be said. Turning to James, she shook her head with distaste. "Yours, on the other hand, would be disgusted," she said, pulling Severus away, tears running down her face. Lily joined the two of them, her own face covered in tears as she brushed her fingers through her hair. They pushed past the marauders, none of them daring to try and stop either girl from leaving. Hermione wiped the tears from her face and placed her wand in her pocket before shaking her hands out beside her. Lily walked ahead of them and they gave her the space she so obviously needed. After Hermione had taken a few calming breaths, she felt a hand rest on her shoulder and tug her to a gentle stop. Severus stood in front of her, his eyes downcast. "I want to thank you for sticking up for me back there. I know you care for them and that they meant more to you in your time than I ever did," he said, trailing off, seemingly unable to finish his sentence. Hermione watched the young man in front of her and could see the way he despised everything about himself. It was proven in everything he did. From the way he held his shoulders, always slumped and rigid, to the way he hid away his face behind twin curtains of hair. Hermione sighed deeply and lifted her hands towards his face, brushing the hair behind his ears, revealing his shocked expression. He took in a terrified and startled breath as he watched her smile at him. It broke her heart to imagine someone so deprived of positive human contact that even a simple brush of the hair could make them hold their breath in fear of what would come next. "You're right when you say that you and I were not as close as I was with Sirius and Remus, but I did care for you. Yes, you were cruel and closed off, but sometimes when I would finish a potion I would watch you grade papers at your desk and I would laugh at some of the expressions you would make as you read over the answers. I could see you weren't as empty as we all thought you were. You were just sad, angry, and alone, and when I finally discovered why it broke my heart. I did like you, Sev. You're brilliant and brave, and I want to be your friend," she said, running her fingers over his cheek. Severus watched her in utter disbelief, his normally guarded eyes melting at Hermione's innocent touch. "Friends? I think I can try to do that," he said. Hermione smiled weakly and nodded. It was a step in the right direction. She noticed his guard beginning to rise up again. His eyes started to become harder as they both watched Lily pace back and forth a few feet away, her hands twisting anxiously around her wand. Stepping back from him, Hermione pulled Severus towards their frantically stressed friend, her heart quickening at the realization that she had already caused a ripple in time. As far as she knew, Lily and James had never had a fight like this after they had begun dating, and now that Hermione had entered the fold and reintroduced Severus, they had. She was beginning to fear what a ripple of this effect would produce. Taking another fortifying breath, she shook the fear off. For better or worse, it was done now, and she would face whatever consequences came from it. She took one of Lily's hands in hers and smiled. "It's going to be fine, Lily. Let's get to class and worry about the boys later." "Yeah?" Hermione asked weakly. Lily jerked quickly and cast a tempest, her green eyes startled. "Oh God, we're going to be late!" she shouted, yanking Hermione forward, tripping her in the process. Hermione caught herself and laughed lightly as she ran behind Lily, Severus following at their heels. Hermione looked over her shoulder and noticed his half-smile. He had clearly missed his friend's antics. "It's just up the stairs and down the first 2 corridors," Lily shouted. Already knowing what direction they needed to go, Hermione shook her head in amusement, making sure to keep pace with the fiery redhead. The 3 oddly matched students made it to the classroom door with 2 minutes to spare. Breathing heavily, they leaned against the stone wall, catching their breath before adjusting themselves and entering. The room was full of fully seated students who of course stared at the trio, some with curious expressions, others clearly disdainful. Just as it had been in Hermione's time, one side of the room was designated for those dressed in green and silver and the other red and gold. Hermione and Lily parted ways with Severus and found 2 empty seats on their side of the room, luckily side by side. Hermione was grateful that she would not be forced to sit with someone new. Placing her bag beside her, she pulled out her book, quill, and parchment before looking around the room. Her brows furrowed as she noticed the marauders. Sans Pettigrew, who she guessed hadn't the skills to continue in transfiguration, seated in the back of the room. Clearly, they had no trouble getting to class on time, even with their extracurricular activities. As if he could somehow feel Hermione's eyes on him, Remus looked up, meeting her irked gaze. Her stomach rolled when his green eyes filled with the same shame she had seen in the hallway. Not wanting to feel pity for him, especially after seeing the man she had thought she had known so well in a whole new light, one she had never expected to see him in, she shook her head at him and turned away. She sighed with relief when McGonagall burst into the room, her green robes flowing around her in a bright flash of color, an emerald green feather stuck neatly in her black witch's hat. Hermione was pleased to find her almost completely the same in this time as she was in her own. Her hair was less gray and her face less worn and wrinkled, but the rest of her was the same. She still had the same commanding yet kind air about her, and Hermione would always find that comforting. McGonagall looked over her spectacles at her students, blue eyes piercing each of them in turn as if she knew every transgression they had ever committed. Once she had connected with each of them, she spun on her heels and flicked her wand at the board in front of her. Elegantly written white words began to form on the blackboard: human transformation. Hermione raised a brow in confusion. She had worked on human transformations towards the end of her 6th year, and although she knew she could use more practice, she was surprised they would still be working on it in their 7th year. With a quick shrug, she opened her book and flipped through the chapters until she landed in the one she needed. She sat back in her seat and listened as McGonagall carefully laid out her lesson with the same ease and experience she had in the 90s bleeding into this time as well. Hermione was unsurprised to find herself easily sucked into the lesson the same way she had always been. The biggest difference Hermione had noticed was that the insufferable know-it-all of this time was not going to be her, but one Lily Evans. With every question asked, Lily's hand shot up, her face fierce and full of determination to prove herself. It was strange to sit back and watch another version of yourself in someone else, to finally be able to see what so many others had seen. Hermione couldn't help but find it sweet and endearing, if not the tiniest bit annoying. Was that really what she had looked like? No wonder Ron teased her back in 1st year. So, instead of diving into a full-on know-it-all battle with Lily, she sat back and decided to hand over her title to her best friend's mother. She still planned on getting all OS on her exams, and she was happy to find that the idea of that was enough for her. Later that day, Hermione followed Lily towards the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, waving goodbye to a sneering Severus as she went. Her morning classes had all gone off without a hitch, A nice reprieve from the years of craziness that always seemed to follow her, Harry and Ron around. It seemed that other than her whole save-the-world plan, her life in the past would be a lot less dramatic than the one she was used to. She snickered at Severus's obvious discomfort and mentally shrugged. He would have to get used to publicly being her friend. She had no plans on hiding away from the Slytherins. Hermione's slight smile dropped as she noticed Lily's posture stiffen when they walked past James and Sirius. James's hazel eyes narrowed, his face paling as he realized Lily had no intention of sitting in the empty spot next to him. Hermione quickened her pace and joined Lily at the opposite end of the table where she sat, head held high, as she filled her plate. "You okay, Lily?" Hermione asked. Lily flicked her hair over her shoulder and sent a quick glare towards her boyfriend. "Yeah, perfect actually," she spat. Hermione saw James wince slightly, but kept his eyes on his plate. Sirius patted him sympathetically on the shoulder, shooting glares at the Slytherin table as if everything was all Severus's fault. Had he learned nothing? Hermione sighed deeply and tried to ignore the thick tension that was in the air. It was amazing how quickly things seemed to fall apart. Hermione heard someone shuffling behind her and bit her lip with a wince when she heard James's weak voice. "Lily, can we talk? Please," James said pleadingly, begging her to turn around and face him. Hermione looked up at the replica of her best friend and tried to stay impartial. Even though he was so very different from the man she had grown up with, he still reminded her of Harry, and it was so hard not to cave and press Lily to talk to him. Hermione took Lily's hand under the table and gave it a reassuring squeeze, which was returned in earnest. "James, I have nothing to say to you right now. I need some space," she whispered, standing to her feet and stepping away from him. She quickly walked towards the exit, her red hair swinging around her in her haste. Sighing, Hermione pressed her hands flat atop the table, standing in a rush of breath. She met James Potter's heartbroken hazel eyes and patted his shoulder, trying to slightly comfort him. "What you did was horrible, James. You bullied someone 3 against 1. It was cowardly and weak," Hermione said, her voice hard. She lifted her bag over her shoulder and caught the gazes of the other marauders at the table. "I'm sure Lily is going to need some time to sort through the disappointment and betrayal she undoubtedly feels. My advice would be this. Prove to her that you're not abusive bullies who enjoy inflicting pain on others for your own amusement. Then maybe she will forgive you," Hermione said. James looked away from her accusatory eyes and sat down in the seat Lily had vacated. Shaking her head in sadness and disappointment, Hermione started towards the door before a soft voice stopped her. "And you? What would it take for your forgiveness?" Remus whispered. Hermione looked over her shoulder at the pale werewolf, her eyes softening for the briefest moment before once again hardening into something impenetrable. "My forgiveness? It will come when you apologize to my friend and prove that you're not just like one of the people you accused him of being," she hissed. She saw pain flash in his eyes and noticed Sirius flinch harshly, as if her words were a slap to the face. She knew it was harsh to compare them to Death Eaters, but attacking someone for no reason other than jealousy or anger was making them no better than those they would someday fight against. She knew they were better than that, and it was time they started acting like it. She allowed a flash of sadness and a tinge of regret to cross her features before she turned around and quickly followed after Lily. Chapter 9. For what it's worth. Yesterday flashed by faster than Hermione anticipated, followed by a night of restless sleep and an even harder day if this morning was any indication. Lily had woken her at the crack of dawn, banging on the wall beside the portrait covering the entrance to her dorm. Soon she found herself following Lily towards the Gryffindor common room, her steps slow and unsure. Lily had convinced her to join the Tuesday morning study group, much to her dismay. She wasn't entirely ready to join any groups, friends or otherwise. It was hard for her to imagine meshing well with the Gryffindors of this time. They'd 7 years to get to know each other, and being the odd man out wasn't Hermione's idea of fun. Her original plan had been to hide away in her room and start hashing out a foolproof strategy to rid the world of a certain egomaniac, but knowing that she would have to start getting to know her fellow students for any of her plans to work, she had decided to fold. Lily couldn't have been happier. "I just honestly don't see the need for a study group, especially this early," Hermione said hesitantly with a yawn. "I mean, it's only the 2nd week of classes." Lily looked at her in shock. "Exactly my point. It's the second week of classes, Mione, she exclaimed, waving her hands in a big gesture. We should have started studying last week. We have NEWTS to think about, you know. Hermione rolled her eyes and decided to keep quiet at that. She'd never win this argument against her parallel self. As Hermione continued to dejectedly follow behind Lily, eyes trained on her new dark blue trainers, she internally grumbled. Even though she knew it was for the best, she still didn't understand why they couldn't just go to the library. But Lily had insisted the common room was better, allowing them more comfort. It was easy to guess what Lily was neglecting to say. The common room would prevent any possible meetups with Severus Snape. Hermione was okay with the fact that Lily needed a bit of space. They had spent most of the day with Snape trailing along after them, even if it was a bit reluctantly. Hermione wasn't stupid. She knew when to take a step back. Besides, she was very proud of the progress she had already made between the both of them, despite the awful display at the beginning of the day. The old wounds they shared were still very much present, and Hermione had her work cut out for her. Throughout the day, Lily had of course remained quiet and distant, but she had also been kind and hadn't made Snape feel awkward or unwanted. Hermione knew that was progress. Even if they had been baby steps, they were still steps in the right direction, and for that she was supremely grateful. Hermione had even noticed a minor interaction that had filled her with the hope that the old friendship between the two may at some point recover. During DADA, Lily had needed to borrow a quill, and instead of turning to Hermione, she had asked Snape. She had even called him Sev, causing him to look at her with a shocked expression. The light that had started to shine in his eyes at that one small reminder of their past had made it all worth it for Hermione. Even if the fight between Lily and James had started a ripple in time, in her opinion, it was worth it. She just needed to make a point to start steering Snape's romantic notions toward another recipient, or better yet, no one at all. It would be best if she helped him work through the confusing feelings he had toward Lily, and then teach him to better manage his heart. With a shake of her head, she reminded herself to stay on track. First on her agenda was fixing the crack in Lily and James's relationship. Hermione glanced up, a renewed vigor warming her from the inside out. She watched with amusement as Lily's red hair swung from side to side as she walked, a slight bounce to her step. Idly, Hermione wondered if Lily knew what she was doing as she swayed down the hall. Hermione now understood how she had most of the boys in Hogwarts drooling in her wake. Lily, are you sure the common room is the best place for a study group? In my last school, the common room tended to be a bit crowded, Hermione said, in a final week attempt to avoid the study group. Truthfully, she wasn't sure if Lily had thought the idea through. Throughout the day, their avoidance of the marauders had been largely successful, for the most part. Aside from mealtimes, they hadn't been forced to put up with them. In the classes they shared, they had been sure to sit as far from the newly dejected group as they could. But the common room was one place they wouldn't be able to avoid the marauders. It was neutral ground. Lily stopped in her tracks, spinning on her heels to face Hermione with her emerald eyes blazing. She looked more like Harry at that moment than Hermione cared to admit. Hermione's eyes widened and she moved backward, posture straightening in preparation for the onslaught those green eyes promised. Listen, Mione. If you expect me to hide from James Potter, you have another thing coming. He doesn't own the bloody common room. My friends and I study in front of the fireplace every Tuesday morning. It's tradition, and I'm not changing that just because my boyfriend is a bullying prat, she said, her entire body trembling, glassy green eyes narrowed. Hermione watched Lily warily. Her small body was practically vibrating as she tried to control her heavy breathing. Reaching out, Hermione ran her hand down Lily's arm, nodding her head. You're right, I was just worried about you. I know we've just met, but I like you, Lily Evans. You remind me of my best friend back home, Hermione said, voice cracking. Lily's eyes shined brightly with emotion as she sniffed, turning away from Hermione with a watery smile. Thank you, Mione. I like you too. I am so sorry about today. We Gryffindors haven't put our best foot forward, have we? She asked. Hermione took a small step forward and wrapped her arm around Lily's shoulder. We all have our off days. I don't think your marauders are all that bad. I think they just need to be reminded that their actions have a price and that just because someone is in Slytherin doesn't mean they are inherently evil. People should be judged by their actions, not their house. Hermione said, laying her head on Lily's shoulder as they slowly continued walking towards the fat lady's portrait. Lily rested her head on the side of Hermione's, her voice soft as she spoke. A price? Don't you mean a consequence? She asked, brow furrowed in confusion. Hermione pulled away, her face thoughtful. Yes, that too, but there is always a price to pay for treating others the way they have been. Even if they don't have to pay it for years to come, the price may be very high. For instance, a life, be it their own or that of someone they love dearly. Hermione sighed heavily. Either way, be it a consequence brought on by their actions or the price they pay because of them, it may end up surmounting to the same terrible end, she said. Lily's brow furrowed in thought as she watched her feet shuffle as they trudged up the moving staircase as they approached the common room. Seeing her continued confusion, Hermione realized she was still so very innocent. She wasn't able to grasp what Hermione was saying quite yet. Let's play a game of what if, Lily. Hermione smiled, turning around and walking backward as they reached the top of the staircase, eyes scanning her best friend's mother. Let's say one day someone James and Sirius bullied finds out about some information that could lead to their demise. Something very important. Hermione watched her closely, her cinnamon eyes connected to Lily's mint ones. This person would have been tortured by them for 7 years, humiliated beyond belief because of a house some magical hat placed them in when they were 11 years old, or perhaps because they were different or were friends with the wrong people. They would hate James and Sirius, and rightfully so, and have no guilt whatsoever when they chose to use that information in a way that may benefit them. Say, turning it over to Death Eaters, Hermione said meaningfully. Lily stopped walking, almost colliding with Hermione, one hand shooting towards her pale face as she gasped in shock, the other landing on Hermione's shoulder. Oh my God, you're right, she said. Hermione nodded, sadly. There is a price for every action, just as there are consequences. That's why we need to remember to make as many friends as we do enemies. Broadening our horizons never hurts either. Being in Slytherin does not make you evil. Every one of us bears traits from each house. It's what we do with those traits that matter, not what color tie we wear, Hermione said lightly. Besides, I've always thought the schools sort too early. Maybe coming to this school later than the rest of you lets me see it with fresh eyes. Lily looked away, running her fingers through her hair. You're right. We can't let them continue acting like such fools. There is too much at stake, and they aren't bad men. They just aren't, she firmly stated, her face scrunching up with panic. Hermione took Lily's hand and hesitantly squeezed. I know, and if anyone can help them, it's you. You can save them, Lily, but you can't let them get by with hurting other people for their amusement. They have to learn, Hermione gently urged. She released Lily's hand and patted her on the shoulder, stepping back with an encouraging smile, one that swiftly cracked as she cleared her throat, successfully ending the conversation. This was not the time to get ahead of herself. She knew she had to be careful. It was too easy to start to appear manipulative. To Hermione's surprise, she had already created a small spot for herself amongst the tight-knit marauders, and she couldn't lose it. She was determined to seal herself into their ranks. Hermione's mouth dried and she shivered, her stomach tilting uncomfortably as she realized that she sounded a lot like Albus Dumbledore. Lily sniffled, her nose turning a soft pink as she rubbed it with her free hand. She shook her head, red hair falling over her shoulders, and sighed with exhaustion. Hermione remained silent as Lily took a few deep breaths, the color slowly returning to her cheeks. She would give Lily all the time she needed, her eyes downcast as a means to give her a bit of privacy. You are really smart, Mione. I appreciate your help. I don't want to lose James over this, but I can't stand by and watch him bully others. That's not the kind of man I want to spend my life with, she said. Hermione nodded in understanding and reached out, taking Lily's hand. With a deep breath, Lily glanced behind her. They weren't far from the common room. Hermione felt just about as excited to see the boys as she guessed Lily was. She wasn't sure what she planned to say to them if they tried to approach her. She didn't want to appear bossy and preachy. That was not the way she would befriend them. I guess there's no more putting it off, Lily said, glancing toward the entrance to the common room. Hermione chuckled half-heartedly, nodding. You're right. We do have to study, and one way or another, I'm sure James will track you down, she said. Lily huffed, rolling her eyes. I'm surprised he hasn't already. My guess is that's Remus's doing. I'm sure he has told the boys to give me time to work through my anger, she said. With a small smile, she wrapped her arm around Hermione. James will give up pretty quickly. He has zero patience. As they approached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, Lily fiddled with her hair, patting it down in an attempt to fix any flyaways. Hermione brushed her hand away, scoffing in surprise as she took in the strong and distinct chemical scent of Aquanet. Really? You look perfect. I don't think a tornado could upset your hair, Hermione said, giggling at Lily's downturned lips and angrily squinted eyes. I don't use that much hairspray, Mione. You should see Marlene. She used to practically suffocate me every morning. You wouldn't expect someone raised with magic to love Muggle products, but she certainly adapted quick enough, Lily said, snorting inelegantly. Hermione hid her smile behind her hand and stopped in front of the large brass portrait that had long since hidden the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Lily stood tall, her back straight and stiff as she adjusted her sleek red hair, brushing her bangs out of her steely eyes. Silently, Hermione and Lily stood in front of the portrait, watching as the fat lady snored quietly in her chair. They stood there silently, waiting patiently for the lady to wake up and take notice of their arrival. Looking over her shoulder, Lily caught Hermione's gaze and sighed, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. Glancing back at the portrait, Lily meekly cleared her throat. Hermione felt a shiver run down her spine. Deep down, she wanted to laugh hysterically, but instead, she kept her eyes on the portrait hole, cheeks burning with mirth. If only Harry had been able to hear his mother unknowingly imitate Dolores Umbridge. The robust woman manning the portrait blinked her eyes open warily and yawned, patting down her coral pink silk gown. Her tight brown curls bounced almost irritably as she curtly nodded. Password, she said, her tone dry. Wattlebird, Lily firmly said. The fat lady nodded in acceptance and the portrait swung inward, revealing the Gryffindor common room, booming with life. The air was heated and heavy with the sweet smell of chocolate and the ever-familiar scent of earthy cedar firewood. Lily took Hermione's hand and pulled her into the large circular room. A warm red and gold tapestry lined a large section of the cool gray stone walls. A medieval portrait of a lady and a unicorn, and Hermione smiled, feeling truly at home again for the first time since arriving in 1978. Well-worn fluffy armchairs and two long cushy auburn sofas were dispersed around the room, providing ample space for the Gryffindors to lounge about after a hard day of studying. Lily drug Hermione to what had been the favorite location of herself, Harry and Ron, the sofa in front of the well-loved stone fireplace. Sitting in the two armchairs situated on either side of the sofa were Marlene and Mary, one flipping through a copy of Which Weekly with the latter engrossed in the Daily Prophet. The heat from the fire seeped through Hermione's robes as they approached, and she absently pulled at her tie, loosening the red and gold symbol of her house. Lily dropped onto the sofa, her head lolling back in exhaustion, and she patted the spot next to her expectantly. With a soft smile, Hermione gently sat down, waving at Mary, who had glanced up with a brilliant grin of greeting. "Where's Alice?" Lily asked, turning her head to glance between the two girls. Marlene lazily lowered her magazine, placing her finger atop the corner to save her place, and chuckled. "Where do you think? She had to run back to potions. She left her bag behind yesterday. I swear that girl would lose her head if it wasn't attached," she said. Lily laughed, and her eyes shined. The sound flitted through the air filled with good-natured humor and love. "Poor Alice, should we wait for her?" she asked. Mary sat her copy of the Prophet on the seat beside her and pulled her bag into her lap. "Nah, let's get started. She'll catch up. We have 5 feet of parchment to write for McGonagall due Friday and 3 for Slughorn that he wants by tomorrow. Not to mention the parchment due for DADA. We have to get started," she said. After Alice made her way into the circle 10 minutes later and greetings were made, the girls fell into a companionable silence. For the next 45 minutes, the girls sat together, working on their independent assignments, speaking only when one had a question. Hermione cast a quick Tempest charm, noticing the time, and jumped up with a start. "Lily, Marlene, we've got to get to arithmancy. Right now?" She hastily gathered the various pieces of parchment she had scattered around her and shoved them into her bag. Lily, now following suit and rushing around, grabbed her wrist as she made her way to the door. Marlene followed behind at a more casual pace, shaking her head with amusement. "Oh my God, I've never been late for a class, ever," she admitted as she panicked. "What are we going to do?" "Calm down, Lily. It's not the end of the world," Marlene said, releasing a deep sigh. "If we hurry, we can still make it on time," Hermione consoled her. "You said the classroom was just off the serpentine corridor on the 3rd floor, right? 4 flights of stairs and we'll be right there." The girls hurried along to make their class on time, entering the classroom 1 minute before class started. Looking around for a seat as they tried to catch their breath, Lily quickly made her way to a seat beside another unknown Gryffindor, looking back at Hermione and mouthing "I'm sorry." Marlene headed toward the back of the class, snagging an empty seat near a sunlit window next to a fairly cute blonde Gryffindor boy, an unapologetic smile on her face. Looking around, Hermione was filled with a nervous drop in her stomach. The only seat left available was next to Remus. She quickly made her way over, trying to ignore his stare in the process. Hermione took out her parchment and a quill just as Professor Vector began the lesson for the day. "All right, class, today we are going to be looking at ways to work out past events. Was there ever a way to prevent catastrophes from happening if they had just used arithmancy?" She turned back to the class after writing the assignment on the chalkboard she always had on hand. "That is your quest for today. I want a full parchment, 12 to 24 inches on your findings." She looked down at a piece of parchment that lay on her desk. "Ah, we finally have an even number of students in this class. Welcome, Miss Prince. Everyone, take a look to your left or right. The person you're sitting next to will be your partner from here on out. Begin." Hermione's breath caught in her throat. Partners with Remus all year long. That was certainly going to complicate things. Remus turned to look at her cautiously, eyes full of regret. "Mione dash. No, Remus, I don't want to hear it. Unless you have an idea for our project, you can keep your thoughts to yourself." No way in hell was she going to forgive him yet. The lesson surely hadn't sunken in since breakfast. He sighed sadly from beside her. "How about the witch burnings or the goblin uprising in the 1600s? "That will be fine. Let's do the goblins." For the next hour, Remus kept a careful eye on Hermione, seeming to want to speak up with no idea what he should say. Turning in their 20-inch parchment at the end of class, Hermione hurried away from him and out of the classroom, Lily right beside her, Marlene nowhere in sight. They hid away in Lily's room for the break, not leaving a chance that the boys would bother them. When it came time for Charms class, the girls joined up with Alice, Mary, and Marlene before class, deciding to find a bench altogether. Remus caught Hermione's eye, which she promptly turned away from. After class, he tried to catch her again. "Mione, please just dash," he started, reaching for her. "No, Remus. I'm serious. I don't want to hear it. If you're really sorry, you'll prove it." "Sorry. Just won't cut it." Marlene and Lily stepped behind her, forming a wall of protection. "Just leave it." "Remus," Marlene snapped. "Haven't you done enough damage?" Alice smiled at him quietly, shrugging her shoulders and following the group out of the classroom. Marlene scoffed on their walk back to the common room. "Why can't he just take a hint?" she wondered aloud. "The others certainly have left well enough alone." Mary glanced over at her, rubbing her chin in thought. "Well, Remus isn't like the others, is he?" She shrugged her shoulders once again, pushing the thoughts out of her mind. "I figured he'd be the first to try." Hermione looked at her with an incredulous sneer on her face. "Isn't he? He was right there with them, hurling insults at Sev just like they were." A blonde girl with hair strikingly similar to the Malfoys suddenly merged with their group, gliding over to them, and she was clad in Ravenclaw's blue and silver colors. "Well, yes, but from what I saw, it certainly sounded like James and Sirius were fighting for the sake of fighting." She looked at Hermione with a faraway, dreamy look in her eyes. "Remus, on the other hand, seems like he was fighting for you." She smiled slightly at the thought. A light bulb went off in Hermione's mind. This had to be a relative of Luna's. "I'm sorry, I don't believe we've met. What's your name?" "Pandora," she stated. "It's nice to meet you, Hermione." She turned and floated away airily down the corridor to their left. Hermione stumbled as she was walking, catching herself on Lily's shoulder before she fell. What the hell was that? She was definitely related to Luna. That girl had a serious knack for knowing things no one else could possibly know. A vague memory from long ago recalled Luna referring to her mother as Pandora, but she had died sometime during Luna's childhood. Poor girl. Reaching the common room, the other girls sat together on the comfortable love seat and chair in front of the fire, continuing the potions essay they were assigned yesterday that Hermione had already finished. Sitting within the safety of the girls, she allowed her mind to wander. Why was she so mad at Remus? She knew him later in life as a gentle and warmly kind man, even if he was as protective as she had witnessed earlier that day. Still, he was a very nice and caring man. He would become this person, she was sure of that. So why let something as trivial as a school brawl taint her view of him? Maybe that was why it influenced her so much. Her Remus would never be capable of that type of violence, not like she had seen. She saw another side to him, one that both terrified her and, in a small part, thrilled her. No matter how nice he was, he still had a dangerous side lurking beneath the surface. Her musings were interrupted by a gentle prodding of Lily's elbow into her side. "Are you okay?" the girl whispered to her softly, a modicum of privacy from the others. "You seem far away and lost in your own head." Hermione gave her a soft smile. "Thank you, I'm okay. Just lost in thought." "Would your thoughts have anything to do with a certain green-eyed bloke?" "Excuse me?" "Oh, come off it, Mione," Lily laughed lightly. "Remus obviously affected you more than the others did. Why, I'm not sure. But it did." Hermione narrowed her eyes at the innocent portrayal Lily was giving off. "And if it did?" Lily slowly smiled. "Oh, nothing. Just an observation." She looked up at the others suddenly. "All right, ladies, wrap it up. It's time for dinner in a few minutes." Mary, Alice, and Marlene all sighed in relief, smiles appearing on their faces as they put their parchments safely away to finish after dinner. Lily rolled her eyes and gave Hermione a pointed look, causing her to cough out a laugh. Maybe, just maybe, she'd find true friends here in this time as well. Nothing would ever replace Harry and Ron, but the gaping wound left behind at being torn from them was slowly starting to heal, being filled with laughter and secret looks. Her boys would never be forgotten, but maybe her girls could help her live her life to the fullest. Leaving the comfort of the common room, the group headed to the Great Hall for dinner amongst their fellow students. They walked towards the Gryffindor table to settle down for a delicious meal, Hermione getting there first and taking her seat when she felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up due to a presence beside her. She slowly looked to her left into the watery eyes of Peter, grinning at her, and frankly, it was unsettling. "Hello, Mione. Did you have a good day?" he squeaked, leaning in too close to her for comfort. "The classes weren't too difficult for you?" Hermione narrowed her eyes at him and opened her mouth to tell him to piss off when another presence appeared beside her and pushed its way in between them. "How about you piss off and leave her alone, Peter?" Lily snarked at him. She settled in next to Hermione and turned to look at the small boy she had shoved aside. "Can't you see she doesn't want to be bothered?" Peter gave her a small look of loathing, spared another piercing gaze towards Hermione, and got up from the table to join the boys further down. "Gods, he gives me the creeps," whispered Mary across from them. "I honestly don't know what James and the others see in him." Marlene snorted from next to her. "Someone without a brain to go along with their schemes?" She rolled her eyes and looked down the table at the boys. "I swear, that boy would lick the bottom of their boots if they asked him to." "Oh, you have no idea how right you are," Hermione thought to herself. Well, so right and so completely wrong. Sure, he was subservient now, but she would bet anything his treachery had already begun and he was serving the Dark Lord right now as a lapdog. She looked up from her inner musings with a sad smile on her face. "I suppose it feels good to be worshipped," she commented back with a shake of her head. She let her eyes wander down the table as well, seeing James and Sirius laughing amongst themselves, Peter sitting quietly watching their back and forth, and Remus, gazing down at his full plate with a look of concentration and thought plaguing his features. She was quietly feeling a small amount of pity for him when he suddenly glanced up, a fierce gleam of determination in his eyes, and stood up from the table. He stood still for a few seconds, causing James to survey him in question, and turned away from the table. He walked across the hall, making his way to the table adorned with a hanging banner of green and silver. Hermione watched his trek, eyebrows shooting up as she saw him stop behind Severus and tap him on the shoulder. Remus said something that caused Severus to get up from the table and join him a few paces away from his classmates. A silent conversation was passing between them, Severus standing ramrod straight and Remus gesturing towards himself, a solemn expression on his face. They spoke quietly for several more minutes, ending with Remus patting Severus cordially on the shoulder before he made his way back to the table. Hermione turned back around to see Marlene tracking Severus, a worried expression on her face. That was an interesting development she didn't foresee. Marlene grinned softly, turning to look into the smug face of Hermione with an eyebrow raised at her. Her eyes instantly widened, paired with a flush across her cheeks, and looked down at her plate as if the roasted chicken and peppered green beans were the most interesting thing on the planet. Hermione smiled to herself and decided to keep that information for later. Remus slowed down as he got closer to where the girls were seated, looked towards them, and settled down beside Lily on Hermione's other side. The girls were watching him carefully and quietly, waiting for him to speak. However, Remus didn't say a word. He simply reached forward and grabbed up a goblet of hot chocolate, dolloping a bit of whipped cream on the top, and even sprinkling it with a bit of cinnamon that he had observed Hermione had preferred before he pushed it silently in front of Lily to where she sat. Hermione thought her heart would burst with sudden affection for this boy, this sweet boy who reminded her so much of the future version of himself. She bowed her head as the tears started to silently fall onto the table. Mere seconds later, she was enveloped by strong arms from behind her, and the scent of cedar, the dark forest, and something she couldn't place washed over her. "I am so sorry, Mignonette, I am so damn sorry," he whispered into her hair, comforting her in a way only he ever could. "For what it's worth, I never should have said those things about your friend. I thought he would hurt you and I didn't think." He pulled her even closer to him. "Can you ever forgive me for disappointing and shaming you?" She turned her head toward him slightly, her lips quirking up as she sniffled. "It's already forgiven, Remus." He let her go then, sliding into the seat next to her with his arm resting against hers. Hermione looked away from him and into the faces of the girls surrounding her. Not a dry eye was to be found as the girls all sniffled quietly at the heart-wrenching emotion shown by the normally stoic boy. She heard James murmur something about making him look bad under his breath and smiled wider. It wouldn't be long until he followed suit and apologized for his actions. The stormy look that seemed ingrained onto Sirius's face told a different story. He would definitely take a while to come to his senses. With dinner finished, Hermione stood up and reached her arm out to Remus, a small smile on her face. He hesitated for only a moment before placing his arm under hers and leading her down the hall, a true gentleman. "Listen, Hermione, about talking to Severus Dash. It's okay, Remus, that was for you and him alone." She looked up at him and he eyed her questioningly. She gave a small laugh and enlightened him. "That was a true moment between the two of you, both of you hanging up your pride and just talking to each other like real people. It wasn't for my ears to hear." He looked ahead as he thought on this, resolutely giving a small nod. "Remus, can I ask you something?" He side-eyed her, motioning for her to continue. "Earlier you called me a name, Mignonette. What does that mean?" Remus flushed a dark crimson at his collar. "Oh, it's nothing, honestly." She gave him a hard look that said she didn't believe that for a second. "Just leave it, Mione. I'll tell you later." He was embarrassed. She'd let it go. For now. Lily bounded up next to them. "Hey, what do you guys say to a nice quiet evening in front of the fire? I sure could use a night off from these dramatics." Remus nodded at her. "Absolutely. I have a new book I've been dying to crack open." Lily rolled her eyes at the two of them. "I swear, you two are the only ones to read for pleasure. Are you sure you aren't Ravenclaws in disguise?" Hermione looked up at Remus and they shared a smile, their love for books only one of the many similarities between them. Remus parted ways with them momentarily, going upstairs to get his book and one for Hermione as well. Alice, Mary, and Marlene also took their leave, opting to be responsible and finish the potions essay they had yet to complete. Lily took that moment to lean over and hug Hermione. Shocked, she leaned into it, missing the comfort of another red-headed girl in robes embellished in red and gold. The hug only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough to stave off the loneliness she felt too often lately. What was that for? Lily shrugged, looking at her with observant eyes. You looked like you needed it. God, did she ever? Come on. Let's claim the living area before anyone else can. Just as they had settled, Lily claiming the lone overstuffed chair as her own and leaving Hermione to share the sofa with a certain green-eyed young man. Remus returned from the stairs leading to the boys' dorm and handed Hermione a book before settling beside her. She looked down at the worn cover with surprise. The Silmarillion? This is incredible. She eagerly opened the cover of the book and began to read the preface with excitement. Yeah, I don't have many options here at school. I'm hoping you've read his other works before this. He looked at her with sudden worry that he was spoiling a giant plot. He wrote The Hobbit and Dash. Yes, The Lord of the Rings, I know. I've been meaning to read this. I've just never had the time. She looked up at him in wonder. Thank you, Remus. He looked at her for a moment before turning his head to his own book, The Hallcroft Covenant, with a flush extending from his chest towards his neck. It's not a problem, honestly. Lily sat in her chair, observing the pair with knowing eyes. Two of the smartest and most stubborn people she'd ever known. She shook her head slightly as she let her head fall back against the chair and closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the crackling fire and occasional turning of pages settle her. Sometime later, Remus was reading a page detailing the hardships of families in the aftermath of the Muggles' World War I when he felt a small pressure against his shoulder. Looking over curiously, he took a halted breath as he took in Mione with her head against his shoulder, book open and forgotten in her lap as she fell asleep. Not able to help himself, he leaned forward and inhaled against her hair. The smell of jasmine, honey, and something distinctively her filled his senses. Closing his eyes for a moment, he relished this moment. He'd remember it for the rest of his life. There was no doubt in his mind. Looking up, he saw the Cheshire grin of Lily looking at him. He narrowed his eyes at her in warning. If you ever tell her, I'll smother you in your sleep. Lily's grin only widened as she placed her hand over her heart. I won't, you have my word. Your secret is safe with me, you should know this by now. He took a moment to study her, remembering she had kept his furry little secret for years now. He gave her a small nod of acceptance and looked back at the girl sleeping peacefully against him. I should wake her up and walk her to her room. Hermione blearily opened her eyes to a slight shaking of her shoulder and someone murmuring her name softly. She realized where her head was and immediately shot up, smacking her forehead against Remus's as he leaned towards her. He grunted slightly at the impact, followed by a snicker. Got it, not a fan of being woken up, he murmured quietly. Hermione looked up to see Lily laughing, almost falling off the chair at the sight. Excuse you, what's so funny? Lily only laughed harder, unable to answer the question. Sighing, she turned back to Remus. I really should head back to my room. He nodded at her. It's late. I'll walk you. She nodded back at him and stood up, stretching as she did. They quietly made their way out of the portrait hole, Remus telling the fat lady he was walking her to her dorm and getting praise in return for his gallant behavior. He rolled his eyes as he looked back at Hermione and motioned for her to lead the way. They walked in silence, both wrapped up in their own thoughts. Down the stairs and one corridor over, she was met with the painting of a sleeping lioness who raised her head regally at their approach. Well, thank you, Remus, for walking me back, she added nervously. You really didn't need to. He held up a hand to stop her from saying more. It was honestly no problem. I prefer to make sure you were safe than anything else. He looked up at her nervously, bringing up his hand to rub the back of his neck with anxiety written across his face. Silence filled the space as neither moved from their spots in front of them, glancing at the other, looking for more to say. Okay, well, I should probably be getting to bed now, Hermione stated. But thank you again. Yeah, of course, I need to get to sleep too. Remus gave her one last piercing look, a look that seemed to latch a hold of her soul, and turned to go back down the hall with a lift of his hand in farewell. Feeling her face redden, Hermione turned back towards the lioness, whispered the password, and slipped inside her rooms. What the hell was that? Long, meaningful glances? Nervous energy? This was Remus. They weren't anything. They never could be anything. She took a shower and climbed into bed. She and Remus could never be anything more than friends. She thought resolutely as she fell asleep, dreaming of jade green eyes turning amber in the moonlight. Chapter 10. How to Save a Life. The following week seemed to follow in the same manner. Study breaks with the girls, classes, assignments, and ending the evening curled up in front of the fireplace reading with Remus. Friday morning started as mundane as the rest as she got up to take a shower and get ready for the day. Friday meant transfiguration and double potions with Professor Slughorn, someone whom she was surprised to find very different from his future nervous self. In this time, the professor was very confident in his abilities, not yet haunted by his past transgressions. Peeling back the covers, she swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up to stretch. Making her way into the bathroom, she took the refreshing shower that was desperately needed, her clothes having been soaked through from a night of dealing with brutal nightmares. Hopefully, they would ease with time. She walked over to the vanity, spritzing a minute amount of the daisy perfume on her neck and wrists, rubbing them together as she became lost in thought. Remus seemed to enjoy the perfume more than she did most days, remembering how he always tried to find excuses to be closer to her. Interrupting her musings, a small pop sounded to her left. "Ah!" she shrieked, looking around her. Lisi glanced up at her with an apologetic stare. "Sorry, mistress. Lisi be wondering if you needs help with your hair this morning?" She gestured to the tangle of curls atop Hermione's head. Lowering her hand from her pounding heart, Hermione forced a smile onto her lips. "Thank you, Lisi, that would be much appreciated. Though next time, a warning wouldn't go amiss," she said, a self-deprecating chuckle slipping past her now crooked smile. Gingerly, Hermione stepped around the small elf, making her way to the long brass mirror attached to the back of her door. "I have been conditioned to be a bit jumpy." Lisi's posture slacked, her small shoulders slumping in defeat, and her large olive-green eyes rounded in obvious worry. "Oh, mistress, I be so sorry. I never wanted to cause you sorrow. Lisi would understand if you no longer wants her to work for you," Lisi said, tears dripping off of her long lashes as she shook her head back and forth. The small wrinkled elf fell to her knees, tea cozy toppling to the stone floor, and placed her fisted hands against her leaking eyes. She wailed in utter agony, almost as if she had committed an atrocity that her mind simply couldn't comprehend. Hermione fumbled, her brain short-circuiting as she fought to understand the sudden change in the emotional atmosphere. As Lisi's sobs started to pick up in both strength and pitch, Hermione quickly rushed forward. Gently, she placed a hand on Lisi's small head, right between her floppy ears, and started to pat her reassuringly as she hummed a lullaby once used by her mother. Now, there is no need for such theatrics. I never said I required another elf, you only caused me a small fright. It was my fault, really. I was daydreaming," Hermione said, her words coming out in between the tune of her childhood lullaby. As the small elf sniffed, fighting back the remainder of her tears, she rubbed at her irritated glassy eyes. Hermione fought against the old impulse to simply ask Lisi if she wished to be free. It was hard for her to see anyone, human or creature, fall to pieces over the simplest of things because they had been treated poorly for so long. Hermione knew the truth about house elves now. They needed a master like they needed air, but that didn't make her feel any better about their ownership and lack of basic rights. A fight for another day, she guessed. Lisi's body relaxed beneath Hermione's palm, and she hesitantly took a step back, allowing the elf room to right herself. Settling herself into the soft chair in front of the vanity, Hermione let the calming magic run over her curls, turning them into soft and glorious waves down her back. "There. Now mistress is ready for the day. Yes, she is," Lisi squeaked beside her, clapping her hands together in pride. Hermione looked down at the little elf as a warm smile slid onto her face. "Thank you, Lisi, truly." Leaving a snoozing Crooks on her bed and Archimedes snoring softly from his post beside her bed, Hermione made her way to the portrait hole to start her normal day. Normal would not be the thing to describe this day. Nowhere close, in fact. Transfiguration had gone off without a hitch as she settled next to Remus, letting herself be enraptured once again by her favorite professor. They were turning rabbits into teapots, then into cups, and finally into silver spoons. Letting herself relax into the mundane assignment, Hermione decided today was going to be a great day. Even in potions, it had been a relatively good day. Being assigned partners with Remus happened to be a perk of the class, but they were working on Amortentia today as they had in 6th year in her own time. Perhaps he decided to leave it to a lesser class last time? Or he had decided then that it would be the only chance the class would see such a potion at work. Either way, Hermione was apprehensive to do the potion this time around. She was uncertain she would be surrounded by the calming smell of new parchment and freshly mown grass. Miss Prince. She looked up at the sound of her name being called by the portly professor. Would you be so kind as to come up and demonstrate what smells come to you? She sighed to herself, giving Remus a long look that caused him to chuckle under his breath. Thus, this began the start of her not normal, not great day. Making her way towards the cauldron, she started to panic. This was definitely not what she had smelled the last time. As she leaned over the top of the cauldron, she took a deep inhale, becoming invaded with the sense of the new parchment. Yes, but now cedar and something she realized was aconite assaulted her senses. Her eyes widened in amazement. How could what she was attracted to change so drastically? Miss Prince? Slughorn cleared his throat as if to get her attention. If you would be so kind as to share with the class. Professor Slughorn motioned with his hand for her to turn around and enlighten everyone, even as she tried to make sense of it herself. I smell new parchment, cedar, and, she trailed off, some kind of plant. I'm not sure which one. She looked up just as Remus raised his eyes to meet hers in alarm, that penetrating stare making her heart clench in her chest as she fought the urge to gasp. Shooting her eyes downward to glance at her shoes, she fought the blush creeping across her cheeks as she made her way to her seat once more, feeling Remus' attention the entire time. Sliding into her seat, she shot him a little smile as she glanced sideways at him, almost shyly to gauge him. He seemed to stop breathing as he looked at her and sharply studied the blackboard once more, leaning away from her slightly. She tried not to let the motion hurt her feelings, but it did. Glancing at the blackboard as well, she listened in as Slughorn told them what they would be doing for the day. All right, everyone, we're going to be working on a very difficult potion today. He began as he moved over to the board, underlining the name of the potion. Something everyone in here should be able to try to reproduce. He turned around to face the class again. Today, since it is the new moon, you are going to be starting the potion for Veritaserum. The whispers began around class as they assessed the instructions in their books, gauging exactly how difficult this was going to be. Hermione was impressed with the assignment. Was this what she missed while she was traipsing all over England with Harry and Ron? She was vastly excited to attempt to make the well-renowned truth serum. Go ahead and turn to page 489 in your textbooks for the recipe. You and your partner may begin. He glanced at an enchanted hourglass on his desk, revealing the time left in the class. Now. Hermione glanced over at Remus, about to ask him where he wanted to start when he jumped up suddenly. I'll grab the ingredients if you can grab the cauldron and tools needed. She nodded slightly at him as he barely waited for her reply before moving quickly to the ingredients cupboards. Her eyebrows tightened in pain, thinking to herself as she moved to grab the pewter cauldron, brass stirring rod, and stainless steel knives. Had she offended him in some way? As her best friend in this time, barring her relationship with Lily, of course, she had to make it right. He returned to their seats right after she did, placing the ingredients in an organized pattern between them. He looked over at her, hesitating to speak. Hey Mione, it seems I forgot to grab the powdered moonstone. Would you mind going to grab it for me? She smiled at him knowingly. Anything relating to the moon was probably a trigger and her heart went out to him. Of course, not a problem. She made her way to the front of the class, measured out the proper mass of the silvery powder, and returned to their desk to find him concentrating deeply on his work. He spoke quietly, no louder than a whisper. Mione, if you could start with adding the standard potioning water and getting it to a boil, I'll get started slicing this adder's fork. He muttered all this to her without looking her way once. Okay, now it was definitely time to bite the bullet. Remus, Is everything okay? Of course it is. Why do you ask? Well, for one, you won't even look at me. He turned his head slightly to look at her, guilt written all over his face. Did I do something to offend you? He fully turned towards her then, forgetting the half-sliced serpent tongue temporarily left on the counter. No, not at all. Just deep in thought. She nodded, not quite believing him. We'll just talk about it at a later date. Okay? He turned back to continue his work on the desktop. She sighed lowly, turning towards the boiling water to add in the vial of Ptolemy, careful to add it in a counterclockwise fashion. The 70 minutes of class remaining passed fairly slowly, especially as they had finished their potion early and gave the strained solution to Professor Slughorn to let it mature to completion. Miss Prince, Professor Slughorn called after her. Wait just a moment after class, please. She nodded her acceptance, already knowing where this conversation was heading. She returned to her seat to wait out the remainder of class, glancing again at Remus. He pointedly ignored her. Remus, if you could just tell me dash. Why did you lie when you told us what you smelled? He directed at her sharply. She angled her head back, both affronted from the force of his question and the question itself. I didn't, it was familiar but dash. Mione, we both know you knew what it was, he stated, sparing her a quick glance. Why don't you just tell me? She shook her head back and forth in disbelief, watching him carefully. All right, it was aconite. Does that make you feel better, Remus? He looked at her fully then, his face deadly serious. No, it doesn't. He rose from his chair just as the charmed hourglass on Slughorn's desk chimed the end of class, making his way quickly out the door. She huffed as she watched his departure, unsure of what even happened. She swallowed her nerves and walked up to the professor's desk. You asked for me, sir? Professor Slughorn looked up at her then, smiling brightly. Ah, yes, my dear girl. As you are new here, you probably haven't heard of the little club get-togethers I throw every month. Hermione put all her energy towards avoiding an eye roll. Well, they include the best and brightest students I come across in my time teaching, he stated, looking over her face eagerly. I'd love for you to join us next Saturday, my dear, as it so happens the annual party is happening that night. You'll get to meet some very important people, I imagine. Your potion was simply one of the most outstanding I have seen in a long time. Hermione took a deep breath, thinking over her words carefully. It wouldn't do to rebuke his offer. It may be an in she needed to further her mission. Of course, sir, I'd be delighted. Marvelous. I'll send you an owl later this week with the details. He nodded his head at her affirmingly before looking down at the stack of papers to grade. Hermione turned away abruptly, working her way out of the classroom and to the solstice of the Gryffindor common room. She sat on the plush couch, waiting for Remus to join her for their nightly reading session, but he never came. Hermione awoke the next morning after a restless sleep, dreaming of amber eyes staring at her menacingly, to realize what day it was. She was going to Hogsmeade today with the girls. She sighed happily, thinking about losing herself to Honeyduke's sugar quills or enjoying a shepherd's pie at the Three Broomsticks. She joyfully ripped away the blankets and got ready for the day. It was decided that she was to meet Lily, Mary, Alice, and Marlene in the courtyard, and they'd all walk down together. She stood near the entrance of the courtyard nervously, watching as the boys passed her by. Remus with his head down and James looking at her with an apologetic shrug. She swallowed down another tinge of hurt just as Severus appeared beside her and plastered a wide grin on her face. Severus, however, was too observant for his own good. What's the matter, Mione? You have a tiff with your boyfriend. She leveled a glare at him. I'm not dating anyone, Sev, you know this. His nose crinkled in distaste at the nickname but was otherwise quiet. Something I can do for you? She looked at him, cocking her head to the side with curiosity. It's been quite some time since you sought me out. Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. He eyed her with the same practiced bored expression he had long since perfected. However, it is not a matter for roaming ears. Meet me by the Black Lake once you return from your girls' trip. He sneered at the end of the sentence, once again his face warping from disgust. Sure thing, Sev. I'll meet you there. He nodded at her once before turning around and heading back into the main hall of the castle. Lily and the others passed by him and ran up to Hermione, their enthusiasm infectious. "Let's go, Mione. I want to get there before Honeydukes becomes too crowded." Lily tugged on her arm impatiently with Hermione letting out a laugh, letting herself be tugged along. Hogsmeade was just as she remembered it. The homely street just screamed comfort and familiarity, drawing Hermione into her best memories. With the girls on the other side of the store admiring the prominently displayed chocolate frogs, Hermione toppled sideways as someone bumped into her shoulder roughly. "Apologies. I did not see you there." Hermione turned around to see the rigid posture of Narcissa Malfoy, well still black, looking down her nose at her. Well, it seems being a Malfoy wasn't the catalyst to make her such a frigid bitch. "You must be the new girl, Prince, I believe? I find it hard to believe we have never crossed paths before now." Lily, that avenging angel, seemed to sense Hermione's distress from across the store and came to stand between the two. "You haven't." Mione was raised by her parents as a muggle. Narcissa's eyes seemed to glaze over with boredom, now that Hermione's blood status was out in the open. "Why is that a problem, Black?" "It is if you don't want to associate yourself with filth." A cold voice sounded behind Narcissa and the form of Lucius Malfoy materialized beside Narcissa, an evil guard dog waiting for the order to attack. "I don't believe we've been acquainted, but if your wardrobe gives any clues, it is due to your disgusting mudblood-riddled family." Something crashed off to their right as the stormy stature of James put himself in front of the girls, pushing them back into the safety of Remus. "Excuse me, prick. I assume I must have misheard you." James spit at Lucius, face clouded with rage. "I assumed you to be a man of noble upbringing and respect. However, I can see my assumptions were incorrect." He looked down his nose at Lucius with a confidence that only a member of a pure-blooded family seemed to possess. Lucius's expressionless face began to turn with displeasure. "Why you dash? Lily is twice as gifted as you will ever be, you spoiled bastard." He gave Lucius one more scathing look before starting to turn away, checking on the girls. "If I ever hear of your family antagonizing either of them again, you will live to regret it, you disgusting excuse for a wizard." Lucius, stunned into silence, could only watch them silently as James and Remus led the girls from the shop, mouth open in shock. Once back out into the busy street, the group maneuvered to the side, trying to find a semblance of privacy. James rubbed the back of his neck, trying to calm down. "Shit. I'm sorry you two had to see that. I really never expected dash." He was interrupted as Lily threw her arms around her boyfriend's neck, harshly pressing her lips against his. After a few moments, she pulled back, staring at him with tear-filled eyes. "You stood up for me." He gave her a small smile of his own. "Everyday babe for eternity. Look, I'm so sorry about before. I never should have dash." "It's honestly forgotten," Lily whispered, resting her head against his chest. "You just proved to me the kind of man you are." Hermione and Remus, who had been looking away politely at the couple's reunion, shifted anxiously from foot to foot, avoiding each other's eye contact. Remus finally looked over at Hermione, guilt written all over his face. "Mione, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to get so mad at that, honestly." He spoke, his tone low and mournful. "I never should have let it go this far. What happened in that classroom sparked something inside of me I wasn't ready to face, and I took it out on you." Hermione shook her head. "Like Lily said, it's already forgotten." She smiled up at him, tears beginning to form in her own eyes. "I'm just glad you weren't mad at me." Remus looked down at her sadly, wrapping his arms around her. "I missed you so much, Mignonette. I didn't know what to do without you." She pulled back to give him a wary glance. "Okay, that's the second time you've called me that. You have to tell me what it means." He pulled back from her, giving her a sly grin as his cheeks began to redden. "In time, Mignonette. In time." Just then, they heard a shout of indignation.
Oi!
"When did you lot get here?" They all turned to the smiling face of Sirius Black. He in turn took in the still embraced couple. "Ah, see that's fixed now, eh? Finally, he was a right mess without you around." He finally seemed to come to the realization something was wrong. "All right, what did I miss?" James sighed, turning away from Lily to reiterate the encounter with Lucius and Narcissa. That bastard! Sirius shouted at the end of the tale, face turning sour in outrage. Yeah, that's what I said to him. He looked like someone stuck a dirty sock in his mouth, James told him, starting to laugh at the memory. All right, everyone. Are we good to go grab a bite at Broomsticks? They all nodded their approval, Hermione's stomach growling loudly as if to confirm the motion. He began to lead the group forward when an idea occurred to Hermione. Serious? She called softly, smiling when he looked up at her in shock of being called out. Do you mind I ask you for a favor? He slowed down to match her stride, looking at her curiously. I figured you were still mad at me. Oh, I am, but I also need your help. His eyes filled with a look of guilt too quick to be registered, before cooling back into hard icy blue. He motioned with his hand for her to continue. I believe you've heard of Slughorn's Little Slug Club? Sirius snorted beside her. Yeah, a bunch of pompous pricks get together and talk about how much better they are than everyone else. Why do you ask? Hermione shrugged her shoulders. I got invited next weekend and wanted you to escort me. Me? He questioned her, eyes flitting to Remus, taking in the rigid posture of the boy in front of them who was undoubtedly listening to this conversation. Why would you want to take me? We don't really get on, and as you said, you're mad at me. Oh, I am, and you completely deserve it. She spoke, giving him a hard glare. However, you're a black. Coming with you should keep people off my back about being a half-blood. She turned her face to look up at his. Honestly, you owe me at this point, Sirius. He sighed to himself, shaking his head slightly. Yeah, all right, I'll go with you to the stupid club. Or even then, yeah. Oh, not even close. You still need to apologize. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at her, assuming she was joking, no doubt. Seeing she was nothing but serious, he took a deep breath, let out a sharp sigh, and nodded. Right? Apology. Got it. Remus slowed his walk to join him then, eyeing the two of them suspiciously. Weekend plans, I hear? Sirius smiled at Hermione, that famous black grin, and moved up to join Lily and James during the walk. He looked over his shoulder as he left, giving a longing look back at Remus as he did. That was interesting. Yup. I goaded Sirius into taking me to Slughorn's club thing next weekend. He'll be good for networking and I'm completely taking advantage of him. She grinned up at Remus, who seemed to relax at the explanation. What are you going to get at Broomsticks? The group carried on and enjoyed a heavenly meal in front of the fireplace, laughing freely and enjoying each other's company after being apart for a few days. Others looked on the group curiously as Sirius shot a spoonful of shepherd's pie at James, who retaliated by flicking a glob of pudding back, ending up in a table-wide food fight. Laughter followed them out the doors and they tried to compose themselves, vanishing bits of pudding and cooked beef from themselves. Hermione hadn't felt this kind of easy joy in a long time. While it still hurt, missing her boys, the time she was having with the Marauders and the girls was certainly lessening her pain. Looking out to her left, the sign for tomes and scrolls reminded her of an idea she had in the past, or well, future if you looked at it that way, but it was something that she could now make a reality. If there was something she could do to ease Remus' pain, she would try her hardest. Hey guys, there's a book I've been trying to find, she said as she motioned to the old bookstore. I'll catch up with you guys later, okay? The group nodded their agreement as she made her way through the old bronze doors. The smell of old parchment and a tinge of magic engulfed her as she took a deep breath. This smelled like home, somewhere she would never be judged and would always find happiness. After asking the bookkeeper where to start her search, she made her way to the back of the store, searching the shelves one by one. Finally finding what she was looking for, she sighed with relief. A Life in the Wild, an Animagi tale. Taking the old tome off the shelf and gently blowing off the dust, she cracked open the cover and read the prelude. It was in the form of an animal that I truly found myself and thusly have been sated of my mortal qualms. Roaming the wilds as a member of thy local eagle convocation will be the greatest memories I will ever know. Before I leave this human shell behind, these are my last words on my journey to date. Hopefully, someone will love the wilds as I do and find this as equally rewarding. Overjoyed, Hermione made a note of the tome. It contained not only the author's story of his life among the Eagles, but also the exact process for becoming an animagus. She had decided long ago that she would become an animagus to help Remus through his transformations. But with the war and Horcrux hunting, it had never seemed like the right time. Now that she was in the past with his friends that had also helped him, it was the perfect time. She left the book with the clerk after leaving him instructions to place it on hold and made her way back out into the Hogsmeade Center. She walked outside to see Remus sitting on a bench outside the door, reading his newest book, Anna Karenina, quietly. He looked up at her, as if sensing her presence, and smiled up softly at her as he closed his book. "Were you out here waiting for me?" she questioned him, with a soft smile of her own. "I hope you weren't waiting too long." He shook his head at her. "No, not at all. Maybe 10 minutes or so." His grin widened as he stood up to face her. "James and Lily are busy, reacquainting themselves. Sirius took off to God knows where. I didn't want to intrude and came to find you." He stuck his arm out to her in offering. "Would you like to take a walk with me?" She placed her hand on his arm, slightly taken aback at the warmth that seemed to flourish at the contact. "Of course, Remus. I'd like that very much." They walked along the main road, stopping to sightsee into the different shop windows and admiring the products inside. Their walk eventually ended up with them standing in front of none other than the Shrieking Shack. "Oh," Hermione gasped. "I've heard about this place." She looked up at the seemingly abandoned house, looking run down and uncared for. "I've heard that it's abandoned and is supposed to be haunted." Glancing over at Remus, she could see him begin to stiffen. "Let's go check it out. I bet it has a lot of old history people have forgotten." Now she had his attention. "No," Remus chided sharply. "You must never go there, Mione." He turned to face her, leaning down to make sure he could see into her eyes. His normally soft and mossy jade green eyes had turned into an imperial jade, a hard tone to them as he regarded her. "Promise me, Mione. Promise me you'll never go there." Hermione looked up at him impishly, not at all surprised at his reaction. "All right, Remus, no problem. I won't go up there." She shrugged, hoping to appease him. "It's probably been empty for years. I was only curious." His hard gaze softened once more at her acceptance. "Thank you, Mione. I just don't want you to get hurt is all." They left the Shrieking Shack in the landscape behind them, Hermione feeling slightly guilty that she was going to end up breaking her promise to him. Once she learned to become an animagus, she'd be joining Remus with the others every full moon. The couple joined back up with their friends after walking through the crowded streets once more, Hermione waving goodbye to them as she explained she had an errand to run. Breaking away from them at the castle gates, she began to make her way across the grounds to find Severus sitting under the willow tree at the side of the Black Lake. He was no doubt protecting himself from the harsh autumn rays. "Hello there, Sev," she called as she approached him. "Been waiting long?" He rolled his eyes at her. "Only a few hours. What took you such a long time?" She rolled her eyes at him in return. "I'm sorry. I was under the assumption I was to be fitting in around here." She moved to his side to sit next to him. "First step is making friends, right?" He snorted at that. "If those are what you consider friends, you have my pity." She shoved him lightly on the shoulder, an action that caused him to raise his eyebrow at her. Now, cousin, don't be such a sourpuss. I have it on good authority that one of those friends may have taken a liking to you." Now it was his turn to look at her with suspicion. "You're trying to hint that one of your little ragtag group of lions likes me?" He got up off the ground to move closer to the lake, looking out into the dark waters thoughtfully. "I don't believe you." She stood up from the ground and made her way to his side once more. "Why is that such a difficult thing to believe? You're a handsome sort." She laughed under her breath. "Well, you can be kind of a dick and cold, but I know there's a heart in there somewhere." He ignored her, staring out into the abyss of the lake, but she could tell he was listening to her intently. "She likes you for how smart you are. You're very clever. You're mean sometimes, but your humor is very sarcastic. That draws her in." He looked at her through his long hair, hiding his expression. "You're obviously mistaken. Anyone with any interest is only seeing my looks and class." They see my pure-blood mother and nothing else. She sighed at his foolishness. You're very wrong, Sev. She decided to leave it at that, returning her thoughts to the plans that needed to be set in motion. I'm glad you decided that you needed to see me today. I have been meaning to discuss a few things with you. Severus turned away from the lake, his piercing gaze sealed on her face. She had his undivided attention. What things? He asked, his silky tone turning hard. Hermione took hold of his elbow and led him toward the willow tree. After walking all day, she was entirely ready for a break. Her legs were beginning to protest the constant abuse. Let's sit and I'll explain. Then you can tell me what you wish to discuss, she said, sitting down at the base of the tree. Severus joined her, propping his leg up against his chest, his elbow supported atop his knee. With a raised brow, he awaited her, his fingers idly tapping against his thigh. Hermione took her wand from her robe pocket and waved it above her, casting the Muffliato charm. Severus chuckled dryly and sat back against the tree. Since I came here and discovered my new identity, I have been slowly making plans. I have given Professor Dumbledore all I can to help him win the war, but I refuse to leave the fates of those I love entirely to him. Not again. Hermione swallowed roughly as all those she had lost swam past her clouded vision. One of my plans is still in its infancy, and it's one I cannot hope to accomplish alone. You see, I wish to create a band of warriors who can work from the inside to dismantle Voldemort's regime, and for that I will need born and bred Slytherins. That's where you come in, Severus, she said, a wicked smile transforming her face. Severus placed his hands on the grass and began to scoot away inch by inch, his expression twisted in horror. Are you mad, woman? That plan will get you, and anyone insane enough to join you, killed most unimaginably, he hissed. Reaching out, she placed her hand atop his, where he had begun to pull up chunks of green grass, and patted him gently, aware that it may appear a tad condescending. Listen, Sev, I know better than most how dangerous Voldemort is, so believe me when I say I have thought through every possible outcome. Just remember why you are doing this, Hermione said. Severus huffed out a deep, angry laugh, his jaw ticking as he fought back. What Hermione expected was a fiery tirade directed solely at her lack of tact. What part are you expecting me to play in this suicidal plan of yours? He asked through gritted teeth. Hermione felt a momentary rush of guilt. She hated the fact that at this point, it looked like she would be the reason Severus was going to be involved in the war this go-around. For now, all I need you to do is keep your eye out for any Slytherin that has taken the mark and is looking for a way out, she said. She watched as he ran his fingers through his hair, trying to find an emotion to push forth and explode towards her. Are you fucking kidding me? Anger it was. You honestly expect me to just walk up to Death Eaters and go, oh hey, how are you feeling today? Feeling like you want that silly little snake off your arm? I have a little lion that can help with that. He gave her an incredulous look. You must be insane. Actually, I have a place for you to start. You talked to Regulus Black, right? Oh, Hermione, you picked one of the worst ones, didn't you? She frowned at him. No, I don't think so. You should see how he is when Sirius is around him. She shrugged her shoulders at him. It's actually poetic. I'm sorry. Did we enter parallel universes? Severus stood up now in his disbelief. Are you watching the same interactions that I am? Regulus wants nothing to do with his brother. All he does is hurl insults at him. Well, yes, that's in public. Has he ever talked out against him amongst the snakes? She waited patiently as Severus was obviously deep in thought. Well, no, I can't say he has. He also looks at his brother longingly, like he wishes they could speak. Does that matter? Of course it does. He misses his brother. That doesn't mean he wants to defect. She huffed at him angrily, standing up to match his stance. Fine, just take my word for it as special knowledge. Are you forgetting I'm not from here? I know exactly how Regulus feels. Both of them were breathing hard from their shouting match. He looked at her with a new expression. Respect. Fine, I'll see what I can do. He started to turn away but looked back at her. If this goes poorly, which it probably will, I'm holding you personally responsible. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him in contempt. Listen, you pompous jerk. Go save that poor boy from his fate. Just go fucking save him. Severus sneered at her as he had when they first met and turned on the spot, bustling angrily back towards the castle, having forgotten why he had originally wanted to meet with her in the first place. Hermione watched him go, chest still heaving with anger. She had done a fine job of pissing him off, but as long as the message got through, it would be worth it. She sat back down beside the willow tree, letting the feeling of grass underfoot and the sound of the swaying leaves in the wind relax her. She watched the sunset peacefully as the water lapped at the shore of the lake. How many more moments would she have like this? She decided to enjoy the few moments she had left in utter peace, letting nature soothe her battered soul. Chapter 11. Manners. Hermione stepped into the empty Gryffindor common room, rubbing her frozen hands together. The cold Scottish wind was beating unyieldingly against the windows, shaking them alarmingly, effectively shattering the welcome silence. Hermione casually glanced at the entrance to the ladies' common room and sighed, looking down at the old gold watch her mother had gifted her for her 11th birthday. She was thankful it had made the journey to the past with her. The girls were officially running late. Great. Not seeing the need to pace in front of the stairs, she made her way to the fireplace, thankful that the house elves had relit the flames. Plopping down in front of the blazing fire, Hermione held her hands out in front of her with a smile of relief as the warmth started to thaw her frozen fingers. With a casual glance behind her, she double-checked that she was still alone, before slipping off her Mary Janes and lifting her feet into the air. Releasing a satisfied sigh, she wiggled her toes with satisfaction. "I see someone is enjoying the fact that Marlene slept in," Lily said, amusement dripping from her voice. Hermione jumped, falling on her side with a squeak of surprise, hearing a round of laughter erupt at her expense. Placing her hands on the scratchy carpet, she pushed herself to her feet, blowing a strand of hair from her line of sight. Narrowing her deep brown eyes at the group of laughing girls, Hermione crossed her arms over her chest, cocking her hip to the side in an attempt to appear reproachful. "Do you realize what time it is? We are going to be late. I figured you would be more concerned, Lily," she said. The young woman in question squinted her emerald green eyes at the reprimand, a hint of guilt tinting her cheeks pink, and jammed her thumb in the direction of the curly-headed blonde to her left. Marlene scoffed, her curls bouncing as she jerked her head in a facsimile of shock, placing a pale, baby pink manicured hand atop her breast. "I'll have you know, it was Alice who kept us up last night yammering on about Frank this and Frank that. How was I expected to get up early after a night of that?" she asked. Alice hastily turned, mouth hung open and nose wrinkled in surprise. "Don't blame this on me. You were the one who wanted to give everyone manicures," she practically shouted. Marlene chuckled uneasily, sneakily hiding her freshly manicured nails behind her back. Lily toed the floor, her hand flexing and easily guiding Hermione's attention to her perfectly painted red and gold nails. With an affectionate smile, Hermione lifted her hands into the air, clearing her throat to gather the attention of the still bickering Marlene and Alice. Okay, I get it, you guys had a long night. Let's just say all of you should have gone to sleep earlier, yeah? Now let's go before we miss class," she said, shaking her head amusedly. Lily hurriedly agreed, tossing her bag over her shoulder and gesturing for the girls to go on ahead as she patted down her robes, ensuring sure she had gathered all of her things. Hermione followed behind her as she rushed out the portrait hole, her feet patting heavily against the carpet as she ran after the others, her breath coming out in deeply strangled lungfuls. They were lucky to catch the white marble staircase just as it started moving away from their floor, hopping on just as it edged away. "God, that was close. We only just made it," Lily said, her shoulders sagging as she exhaled deeply. "It would have been at least 5 minutes before it came back around. We would have definitely been late," Mary added, her light brown hair sticking to her forehead. Marlene held out her hand, examining her flawless nails as she casually leaned against the railing, her hair and uniform the definition of perfection despite their race to the staircase. "We'll make it just fine. You guys need to learn to breathe," she said, smiling. Hermione chuckled, silently wishing she could be as carefree as Marlene as she lifted her hair from the nape of her neck, placing it over one shoulder. She fanned her face as they started down the steps, the staircase finally joining the floor below. The race to Dada class was back on as soon as their feet hit the marble floor, and by the time Hermione's hand was pressed against the stone wall beside the classroom door, she felt like her entire body was on fire. "Ah, hello Malachi," a smooth voice called from the front of the classroom. "It is good of you to join us this day." Hermione's face flushed as she took in the professor standing at the chalkboard. A piece of chalk in his hand paused in his writing. Their Dada professor this year, Adric Belov, was something to behold. His ethereal looks made him appear almost inhuman. Piercing blue eyes atop a perfectly sloped nose and thin bowstrung lips made him a sight to behold. Curled blonde hair graced his shoulders, completing the package with perfectly tanned skin. Yeah, anyone would swoon for this god of a man. "I'm so sorry, sir," Hermione apologized, motioning to the girls beside her. "We lost track of time." "No matter. Take a seat where you can find it, girls." Hermione shook her head at the others, making her way to the empty seat next to Remus. He spared her a small glance, smiled, and turned his attention back towards the front of the class. "Now, moi dedi, feast the eyes upon this." Professor Belov smacked his chalk against the board, causing everyone to jump slightly. "This class is the most, how you say it, important class of your young lives. I will teach you to survive, yes? So, suggesting you pay attention, Potter and Black, you negodii." The class all turned to look at the mentioned tricksters, who shared surprised glances that they had been caught whispering amongst themselves. Sirius turned to smirk at the professor. "Sorry about that, Belia. We were just discussing how best to prepare ourselves against these threats. Constant vigilance." He shrugged his shoulders, a smirk firmly planted on his face at his assumed victory. Professor Belov's eyes narrowed as he took in the boy in front of him. "Duh. Well, perhaps you could wait until a time I discuss what you will be learning today then." Sirius's smirk only widened at being called out on his embellished excuse. "Mr. Black," the professor called out again, forcing Sirius's attention again. "I also suggest refrain from the using of such an informal name, little lord, for we are not even close to Druzia, understanding, yes?" Sirius's jaw clenched in refrain as he was quiet for a moment before minutely nodding his head in acceptance, a story expression plastered on his face. Hermione heard snickering beside her and caught Remus trying to cover his laugh with his hand. "Now, no interruptions, more children. Today we are to study the werewolf, a dirty and disgusting creature with no remorse for the death." Hermione looked over at Remus, who hung his head low, focusing on the blank parchment in front of him. Anger began to boil inside of her, but there was no way she would call out a professor's teaching style. "The werewolf is most terrifying," Belov stated, facing the class once more. "For the werewolf is only monster, not a human anymore. They bite and, how you say, kalichiti, no mind on friend or foe. Now, Nravitsaya, turn page to 639 of textbook and write me 12 inches on characteristics of disgusting beast." Hermione turned to look once more at Remus, only to find him sketching on his free parchment. A disturbingly accurate drawing of a wolf standing over a girl, blood drenching his maw and the ground around her. Below that was another sketch of a man covered in what looked like scars, blood surrounding him with a blank expression on his face. She gently laid a hand on his shoulder, causing him to jump in surprise and look up at her with wide eyes. He immediately gathered up the parchment and shoved the drawings into his bag. "Remus, you don't have to do this, she whispered. "I know it makes you uncomfortable." She watched as his bright jade green eyes dulled right before her, leaving him with a faraway look. "Whatever, Mione, it's just an assignment." He pulled out another piece of parchment and began to list the characteristics of werewolves, not even opening his book. Of course, he had researched this extensively and probably could recite that chapter backward and forwards. Hermione sighed and turned to her book, keeping a careful eye on the detached boy beside her. An hour later, Professor Belov stood up from his desk and faced the class once more. "Okay, Dedi, what are traits of werewolves? Someone can share, yes?" He looked over the class from the blank expression of Remus to the stormy and barely contained faces of Sirius and James. Hermione took a deep breath and raised her hand, causing Remus to look at her with a wary and hurt look crossing his features. "Yes, Barishnia. You are being Mione Price, the transfer?" She nodded as she lowered her hand. "Duh, please enlightening us." Well, sir, I believe you would characterize a werewolf as a mindless creature with only the thought to kill humans. You would say that they are moody, rude, and uncouth. You would also say that they could never integrate into society. Professor Belov eyed her more severely now, raising an eyebrow in her direction. Yes, all correct, Miss Prince. You are saying you have different view. He scoffed out a laugh. What is it you are believing then? Navnaya de Devushka? Hermione leveled him with a serious glare of her own, sitting up straighter in her chair. I believe, sir, that you are an extremely small-minded and ignorant bully without an original thought inside that closeted head of yours. The professor stared at her now, his left eye twitching as his jaw clenched, ignoring the loud guffawing of Sirius at the back of the class. You little sucker, will talk with me after class. A loud voice rang out above the others, obviously irritated. Izvinite menia, sir, ya polagayo YV sabili esboi manei. Hermione turned to the right of the class and her breath caught in her throat. Antonin Dolohov. She had no idea what he said, but it had clearly gotten through to the professor. Apologies, Devushka. Please see me after class. Professor Belov sat back at his desk, running a hand through his hair roughly, obviously annoyed. Class, your work tonight is to write 24 inches on beliefs on werewolves. Enlighten me. The class started to disperse, James and Sirius coming over to pat Hermione on the back with wide grins before leaving. Remus sat quietly for a few moments more before he too got up, looking at the floor, and silently shuffled out of the classroom. Hermione made her way up to Professor Belov's desk, head held high. You wish to speak with me, sir? Heaving out a heavy sigh, he looked up at her.
Da, ido.
You are thinking it is okay to treat a professor in this fashion. Honestly, sir, you were in the wrong first. I was merely expressing my right to my own belief. He looked at her thoughtfully. Yes, you are Devushka, but not in that manner. Respect, little girl. She scoffed at him in reply. Respect is earned, Professor. You have to give it to get it. She cocked her head as she remembered a certain student had addressed him, causing him to back off. Sir, what did Dolohov say to you? He sat up straighter, clearly in a more comfortable topic. Dolohov simply reminded me to having manners, especially when addressing a female of higher birth. He sat back in his chair, crossing his arms as he looked into her eyes. You see, girl, I was taught all good education, learning at Durmstrang and from high-blood parents. I believe you are calling such thing pure blood here. He looked down at the papers strewn across his desk. I am willing to learn, little Devushka, if you are willing to teach. As you say, I am of a small mind. However, mind is not closed. Hermione studied him, trying to seek out if he was telling the truth or not. She decided to give him a chance. After all, a snake was perfectly capable of changing its scales in her experience. She reached across the desk, hand held out. My name is Mione Prince, sir. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. He took her hand gently with her palm facing down and raised it to his lips, placing a soft kiss on the back of her hand. She knew this was a proper pureblood greeting, but it still made her uncomfortable as she tried to hide her feelings inside. The pleasure, Elvenik, is all mine. I am Adrik Belov. You may call me such in private, Belov in public. He released her hand and looked up at her once more. I look forward to next chat we have. Hermione made her way out of the classroom and back to the comfort of Gryffindor Tower, hoping to take a much-needed relaxation break before lunch. She made her way up the staircase to find Sirius pacing in front of the portrait. He looked up as she walked towards him, an expression of concern, jealousy, and even a little curiosity gracing his face, each emotion trying to force its way to the front. Mione, bloody hell, where did that come from? He grinned at her now, full of admiration. Honestly, I didn't know you had it in you. What did that wannabe snake want? Hermione rolled her eyes at his antics, following him through the portrait hole. Really, it was all such a weird conversation. He was upset that I disrespected him, but I said the street goes two ways. She plopped herself down in the overstuffed chair by the fire, soaking up its warmth. He's not as bad as you think. Yes, a little crass, but he's willing to learn others' points of view. He said as much if I'm willing to show him the right ways to think. Sirius smirked, picking up Hermione's arm and tossing it into her lap before he sat down on the armrest of the chair, leaning into her personal bubble. I'm sure he's willing to learn from you, Mione. A young, pretty girl. Hermione scoffed, her face wrinkling with distaste, and she quickly shoved her fisted hand into Sirius's chest, dislodging him from his seat. Sirius toppled to the floor, his loud squeal of surprise bringing forth peals of laughter from every corner of the common room. Grumbling about the abuse, Sirius stood, roughly straightening his robes with a jerk of his wrists. Narrowing his eyes, he slowly lowered himself onto the edge of the couch, his lips pursed. That was completely unnecessary. If my ass is bruised tomorrow, I'll know who to blame, he said. Hermione snorted, her cheeks glowing as her laughter grew. This was the Sirius she missed. Your ass is no concern of mine, Black. Wiggling his eyebrows, Sirius grinned. Want it to be? Hermione leaned forward in her seat, placing her arms atop her knees, and tilted her head, eyes raking Sirius's face. I had a better view in class today. She watched with amusement as his face fell, eyes widening comically. As she took in his expression, she was startled to see a flash of something else flicker across his face. Pained agreement. Hermione was confused by the strange shift in him, but when he sat back, his expression slipping back into its usual cocky facade, she decided to place his odd behavior in her back pocket. Hermione took the moment of silence to glance around the room. It was bizarre to see one marauder without the others. She was surprised to find Sirius completely alone. Where are the others? She asked. Sirius glanced over his shoulder toward the boys' dorm and nudged his head. Peter went to have a kip and James and Lily are in the head boy dorms, he said, a wicked gleam in his eye. Hermione rolled her eyes, not at all interested in James and Lily's sex life. And Remus? I haven't seen him since Dada, she said. Sirius twisted around, sprawling out on the sofa after a small third-year boy stood to his feet, heading toward the dorms. Hell if I know, he's been taking off here lately. I figure he needs some alone time to read or whatever you educated types do, he said. Hermione's brows furrowed in unease. After what had happened in class today, she was worried for her friend. You have no idea where he goes? That's not like you, Sirius Black. I figured you'd be curious, she said. Hermione knew that if any of the marauders wanted, they could easily track anyone in Hogwarts. She didn't want to disregard Remus's privacy, but she did worry for him. Sirius placed his hands under his head. If he wants to tell us where he goes, he will. Leave it be, Mione. A man needs his space, he said. Hermione knew when to leave well enough alone, so with a simple nod, she rose to her feet and started for the portrait hole. She had better things to do. The rest of the week passed uneventfully until it was Saturday, the day of the Slug Club's annual party. Hermione rolled over in bed, sighing to herself. How could she let Slughorn convince her to do such a thing? She had no time or interest in silly little parties full of stuck-up elitists. Well, no time like the present. She couldn't put off the day any longer. Heaving herself out of bed, she got ready to head down to breakfast with the others. Walking into the great hall with a yawn, she saw the rest of her group had already beaten her there. As she neared the table, Sirius looked up and raised his hand jovially in greeting. Ah, my date. She awakens. He stood up to dramatically wipe off the seat beside him from imaginary dust, gesturing for her to sit. Alas, I have waited a fortnight for thee to appear, and hark, thy lady is looking dapper and gorgeous. Hermione took her seat, laughing loudly. Okay, who are you and what have you done to poor Sirius Black? He turned to stare at her, looking affronted. My lady, 'tis I in the flesh, your humble servant. Hermione glared at him with a roll of her eyes. If you don't knock that off, you won't be having kids. Sirius's eyes widened as he sat back, angling his lower body away from her. Ah, right, got it. Sorry, Mione. He reached across her carefully, still sitting away from her to protect himself. So, are you ready for the big day today? He sat back to look at her as he slathered a piece of toast with orange marmalade. Ugh, don't remind me, Hermione groaned, putting her head down. Why did I even agree to this in the first place? James laughed from his place across from her. Hey, it gets you brownie points with the potions, Professor. I say why not? Hermione looked up from her plate with a scowl before looking in Remus's direction. She furrowed her brow as she took in the boy's stature. He was sitting quietly next to James, however. His plate was almost untouched as he chased a bit of egg around with his fork idly. He had yet to look up at her arrival or the jokes being tossed around. Hey Remus, how's it going this morning? He didn't look up at her as he merely shrugged his shoulders in reply. Getting up from the table, he made his way out of the great hall without speaking a word. Hermione glanced between Remus and James with her brow raised. He'll be okay, James spoke softly. I think Dada really just took a lot out of him mentally, you know? Hermione nodded her head thoughtfully, eating the rest of her breakfast in silence, deep in thought. The rest of the day passed by uneventfully until it was time to start getting ready for the dreaded party. Putting the finishing touches on her hair, she eyed herself in the full-size mirror. Hermione had decided on a simple silver knee-length midi dress with spaghetti straps, a princess-seamed bodice, and a high round neckline. She twirled in front of the mirror, admiring the daring flared A-line skirt. She would definitely pass the squinty-eyed pure-blood fashion check, even if it was more adventurous than her normal attire. Hermione arrived through the Gryffindor portrait hole to jovial chaos everywhere. Everyone was laughing amongst themselves. Couples sitting close by the fire together, a few younger boys playing a game of exploding snap, and even a witch or two sitting quietly as they read their textbooks. James and Peter sat quietly on the sofa, their heads together in deep discussion. James was wearing dress robes in varying shades of gray. His waistcoat was deep charcoal that bordered on black, while his shirt, outer robe, and bow tie were a lighter gray that seemed reminiscent of smoke. Oi, is that my date? Well, don't you look fancy? Meanwhile, Sirius lived up to his name, dressed in robes that were completely devoid of any color that wasn't a deep onyx black. He walked over to join Hermione by the entrance. Ready to go? Absolutely, where's Lily? She looked around the room, but the redhead didn't seem to be among the masses. Ah, Little Red is still getting ready. She and James will meet us there later. Hermione nodded her head, absent-mindedly noticing that Remus was nowhere in sight. With a raised hand as a wave goodbye, the duo set out towards the dungeons. Fuck, is there anyone here who isn't a bloody snake? Sirius was standing next to his date, looking out at the people gathered with disdain. Green and black as far as the eye could see. Couldn't these people ever come up with anything original? Slughorn had gone all out as usual. The entire room was decked out in variations of gold, silver, and bronze in an attempt to remain as impartial as he could, as if he truly cared. Champagne gold streamers were draped across the ceiling, and in the corners of the room stood 7-inch-tall enchanted fairy-light trees that flickered back and forth between each house's colors. At the far side of the room, a large dance floor had been established, blocked off by a gold stand with red VIP ropes. House elves were idly wandering around the room holding silver serving trays lined with goblets of butterbeer, wine glasses filled to the brim with a shoddy-looking pink liquid, and shiny cocktail glasses of what appeared to be fire whiskey. Sirius turned to glance at the other side of the room, not at all surprised to find a circular table reminiscent of the round table in the story of King Arthur. The table was set in preparation for dinner, and Sirius sighed, knowing he had put off the inevitable for long enough. You ready for this? He asked, glancing down at Hermione. Hermione wrapped her arm around his, a grim yet determined look on her face. Sirius thought she looked like she might get sick. As ready as I'll ever be. Okay then, into the snake's den we go. Sirius slowly edged into the room, Hermione's small soft hand in his, and his back ramrod straight as dictated by his upbringing. The smell of his singed hair after being zapped in the back by a low-level stunner was always in the back of his mind when he slouched. How good it is to be a black. Note the sarcasm. His eyes were peeled for the welcome shade of red and gold as they circled the edge of the room, their backs to the wall per Sirius's guidance. He could feel Hermione's causal attempts to guide them into the thick of things, but as soon as he stiffened his arm, she yielded. As they neared the other end of the room, he finally saw a friendly face, and his posture loosened. James and Lily stood huddled together near one of the slowly flickering fairy-light trees. Lily's face was shaded in red, green, and blue as the tree jumped between the three house colors in a nonsensical pattern. Sirius couldn't help but admire his best friend's date tonight, as she quite literally glowed beneath the enchanted tree. As Lily laughed at something James said, her face framed in burgundy, Sirius took the opportunity to take in the scene. Lily had decided to wear a robin egg blue knee-length dress, with a chiffon lace bodice. Her hair was held up in a curly knot at the nape of her neck, and a cute white lily adorned the side of her head. Sirius couldn't have been happier for James. They made the perfect couple. Sirius stepped into their small corner, slapping James on the shoulder in a friendly gesture of camaraderie. Finally a lion among the snakes. I thought the two of you had taken off and left us alone in this mess, he said. Hermione chuckled, rolling her eyes as she stepped closer to Lily, her arms held out in front of her. You look positively beautiful. I told you, the dress suits you perfectly, she said, embracing Lily in a gentle hug, careful of her hair and dress. Sirius shoved in front of Lily, a playfully affronted expression on his face, hand placed against his heart.
Oi.
Where was my compliment, Mione? Lily isn't your date. Hermione giggled, fingertips grazing her lips, and she smiled with a slight tilt of her head. You look lovely, Sirius. Do forgive me, dear, she said, exasperation clear in her voice. Sirius reached up, flicking a strand of onyx hair from his face, and snorted imperiously. Of course I do, but a man could still use a compliment every now and then. If you think you're getting any after such treatment, you have another thing coming, he said, cocking his hip, one hand raised in an airy wave. Hermione scoffed, her cheeks pinking with color, and her head fell back in an attractive bell of laughter. Her shoulders rose and fell rapidly in her humor, and her hands rose to hide her face, a move that Sirius thought more reflexive than she realized. He considered the thought that at some point in her life, she had been taught to hide her smile. Oh, Sirius, your life is more fiction than fact. You had no chance at getting lucky tonight, no matter how attractive you looked, she said. Sirius felt his most sultry smirk take over his face, and he took a casual step closer to Hermione, brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear. Oh, Mione, if I wanted to make you mine, I could. For a single moment, Sirius waited with bated breath for the same deep inhale or body shudder he had grown accustomed to from the woman he'd flirted with in the past, but strangely, all the normal body language he had observed was absent. Hermione simply placed her hand flat against his chest, gently shoving him away. A strange grin grew on Sirius's face. He had known so few women who wanted nothing from him. It was a nice reprieve. Why don't you take a break from being an ass, just for tonight? She asked, her eyes linked with his. Placing his forefinger and thumb against her chin, he clicked his tongue in agreement. I think I can do that, for tonight, he said, adding the last part with a humorous grin. Now that the flirting is done, why don't we join the party before Slughorn starts accusing Gryffindors of being bighead? James said. Hermione rolled her eyes, smiling over at Lily in triumph when she smacked her boyfriend's shoulder with the back of her hand. James grumbled about abuse and betrayal as Sirius led Hermione into the small crowd of former and current students alike. Slughorn took center stage, meandering around the group like a captain navigating his ship. Just as Sirius had noticed upon arriving, most of the invitees were that of Slytherin House, which surprised him none. Slughorn was a Slytherin himself, and if Slytherins were anything, they were loyal to their own. That was the one thing Sirius could accept about them. James led Lily toward a house elf carrying a tray with butterbeer, but when Sirius tried to follow, Hermione took over, leading them instead toward their potions professor and his entourage of Slytherins. He wasn't sure what she expected to gain from joining them, but as she tugged him forward, he helplessly consented. He had agreed to be her date after all, and if he ever wanted to gain her forgiveness for the mess Novellis had caused when she first arrived, then he needed to make good on his promise of a fun night. As they approached, Sirius could easily tell that Slughorn was already 3 sheets to the wind. His cheeks were rosy and his speech slightly slurred as he spoke animatedly about one of his former students' latest triumphs. Their work was being presented in Potions Weekly. Finishing up his first round of news, he turned to the man closest to him and swiftly started on a new topic. The man Slughorn spoke to had his back to Sirius, his curly honey blonde hair tied up in a messy bun atop his head. He wore white, tightly fitted dress robes, his hands placed idly in his pockets as he listened intently to Slughorn's rambling. Hermione politely paused behind them, and Sirius couldn't stop his gaze from taking in the man's muscular body, his eyes falling on the way his robes sinfully hugged his arse. Sirius, being an athlete himself, had always been attracted to a strong body. As the man rotated his stance, his ass bounced in a way that left Sirius feeling parched, and more than a little confused by his reaction. Man, he's got a tight ass. He sure does. Sirius turned in shock to see Hermione beside him, his eyes wide in fear. Did he honestly admit that out loud? Hermione glanced up at him, her lashes fluttering in shocked confusion. But instead of questioning him, she simply tugged him forward. He was beginning to really like this girl. Ah, Mississippi Prince and Mr. Black. Lovely to see the two of you and together. I was just discussing the merits of teaching at Hogwarts here with our newest professor, Slughorn said, his voice positively booming. Sirius felt his throat constrict as Professor Belov turned to greet them, as if this night could get any worse. Hermione stood silently in an attempt to keep her eyes from rolling in irritation. Slughorn had been nothing but an obnoxious buffoon since they had joined his side. The only thing that had kept her from yanking Sirius from the party had been the twitching muscle in Professor Belov's eye every time Slughorn brought him back into the conversation. It was amusing to watch. She tuned back into the chatter of a conversation as she heard her name. Of course, Mione is one of our best and brightest, but I'm sure you knew that. Hermione turned her head to see Professor Slughorn beaming at her. An absolute vision at potions, but I would expect nothing else from a prince. Professor Belov looked at her as well. Duh. She is very talented. I was not knowing she was of pure blood, however. Things make sense. Throughout the conversation, she noticed Sirius keeping his head down. An odd gesture from the bold young man. Yes, Devushka is very strong in defense as well. Enough she teach me new things as well. Hermione glanced up into the smug face of her professor. Of course, he would mention their little chat earlier. Thank you both. I honestly don't deserve such high praise. Nonsense. Professor Slughorn placed a hand on her shoulder with the blush of inebriation spreading across his rounded cheeks. You bring such a light to the great prince bloodline, my girl. He turned to face the room, clapping his hand together. I want to thank all of you for coming. It's so lovely to see so many familiar faces. But do not think I've forgotten any of you new club members. We are glad to have you. Slughorn smiled widely, turning in a small circle to take in the group that had crowded around to hear him speak. Let us adjourn to the dinner table where the staff has created a delicious spread for us. He finished, his belly shaking as he inhaled deeply, exhausted from his speech. Following dinner, groups spread out to converse once more before the end of the evening. Trudging along behind the others, Hermione was suddenly pulled roughly on her arm over to the side of the room and was looking up at the very angry face of Severus Snape. Are you fucking kidding me? He sneered down at her with his eyes narrowed. Why in the hell did Sloshy Slughorn give you the highest of praise while throwing me in the dirt? He raised his arms to run his fingers quickly through his hair in agitation. I mean, for fuck's sake, you're not even really a prince. Hermione just slyly smirked at him, realizing the core of his outburst. Well, looks like you have something to aspire to, Sev. I can't help that I was taught by the best, and that reflects back in my work. Severus rolled his eyes, huffing out a breath. Oh yeah? Just who did you bribe to teach you in such a way? Okay, now Hermione was getting mad. You taught me, you bloody moron. She took a step forward as his eyes widened in surprise. You taught me that to do my best I had to be the best. Something I've carried with me since my very first lesson all those years ago. She leaned in close so only he could possibly hear her. So stow your shit. You are an amazing professor, or you will be, and you should be proud of what you accomplish. Don't tell me what to do, you little imposter. Severus spit back at her, grabbing her arm again. You have no idea what you're talking about. I can't believe you. I just told you how amazing you will become. And all you focus on is that I told you to shut up. Listen here, you filthy little dash. Severus. The pair turned to see Regulus standing before them, a stern and steely look in his eyes. "This is how you treat women of noble birth? I suggest you take your hands off the lady and step back before you draw the wrong kind of attention." He gestured behind them at the crowd. "I'm sure there are quite a few in this crowd who would flatten you into the earth for a lot less." Severus turned to eye the crowd and deemed that what Regulus insinuated was the truth. He turned back to eye Hermione once more, leaning in close. "This isn't over, little lion. Not even close." With a flourish of his robes, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. "Thank you," Hermione stated, turning to face the boy in front of her. "I believe you are Regulus, is that correct?" "Yes, ma'am, you are." He stared at her with a void expression on his face, still as cold as steel. "And you're the naive girl accompanying my brother." He looked back to see Sirius heading towards them with a stormy expression brewing across his face. Turning back to face Hermione, he whispered only loud enough for her. "Be careful, lady, or you may find yourself ostracized for such an association. He misses you, you know." Regulus continued to stare at her, but his eyes were flickering across her face, trying to find the lie in her statement. "He does, but he'll never admit it. Just as much as you deny it too, I suppose." He closed his features once more, a detached expression spreading across his face and a far-off look in his eye. It seems the younger Black has learned a clemency. Of course, he's able to close himself off so quickly." She filed that information away for a later date. "I suggest, my lady, that you keep your opinions to yourself." He turned away from her, glancing back over his shoulder at her. "Good day, ma'am, and watch yourself." Another moment passed between them before he slipped silently back into the crowd, lost from sight. "What did that little asshole say to you?" Sirius had reached her side now, checking to affirm that she was unharmed. "I bet it was something pompous and derogatory." Hermione shook her head. "He was actually pleasant for the most part, honestly." Perhaps she could begin building the trust between the brothers sooner than she thought. "I think he looked sad that he had to leave. I bet he misses his big brother." Sirius's face scrunched up in pain before he shook away the traitorous feelings in his heart.
No.
"He doesn't." Sirius looked down at his shoes. "My brother has been lost to the dark for far too long. My mother offering him up like a prized Kneazle at a show." He shook his lead. "He's too far gone." "I wouldn't be so sure, Sirius. Perhaps it's because I'm on the outside looking in, but it sounds as if he didn't have a choice in the matter." She shrugged at him, trying to appear nonchalant. "I bet he didn't want to join that side any more than you did. It's too late, Mione. He's gone." He glanced out toward the throng of people that were starting to disperse. "Ready to head back?" She nodded and reached forward to wrap her hand around his arm, letting him lead her out of the snake pit and back to the comfort of the lion's denver. On their walk back, a thought occurred to her, and she summoned the courage she needed. "Sirius." He tilted his head to acknowledge that he was listening. "Do you mind if I ask you a question that is entirely too personal?" "It's true, kitten. I absolutely sleep in the nude. Hell, I'm going commando as we speak." He waggled his eyebrows at her. She couldn't help but giggle at him. "That's not entirely what I meant, but good to know." She took a deep breath as she centered herself. "Sirius, have you not had a steady girl because perhaps your interests lie elsewhere?" Sirius abruptly stopped walking. "What do you mean?" he replied, barely over a whisper that she strained to hear. "I'm not judging you, just to clear that up. However, Sirius, do you prefer the company of men?" He gasped and looked at her, fear in his wide eyes. "Mione, I dash." "It's okay if you are, Sirius." She reached out slowly, placing a hand on his shoulder as he flinched at the contact. "I just noticed some things, like with Professor Belov and other little matters." She smiled at him encouragingly. "I've never told anyone before." His voice quivered as he tried to find the words. I have noticed my attentions do not lie with girls as they should, but I've honestly been trying to put it out of my mind. The wizarding world is more accepting than you think, Sirius. Our friends as well. No one would see you any differently. I hope you know that." Time for the big plan running around her mind. "Speaking of this matter, however, I'd like to make you a proposition." Oh, you are not yet ready to come out, which I wholeheartedly respect. She swallowed, closing her eyes as she spoke. I believe we can help each other. You see, you want to keep up the image of being interested in girls. I am trying to hide my affections for someone. I believe if we pretend to be together, it is essentially killing two birds with one stone. Sirius pursed his lips, deep in thought. You know, that's just insane enough to work. You're sure you don't mind? Who's the bloke you're trying to forget? It doesn't matter. Just believe me when I say it's better this way. He's promised to another and it can only end badly. Tonk's face entered her mind and she nodded at him, a decision being made. She would never deny Remus his mate, no matter where her own feelings lay. Shall we announce it back at the common room? Sirius looked at her with relief now, a small smile on the corner of his lips. Absolutely, kitten. Oh, and Mione. She cocked her head, studying him. Thank you, honestly. I should be the one thanking you. Let's go break the news. They continued their walk up the staircase, Sirius entwining Hermione's fingers with his. Look out, ladies. Sirius Black is officially off the market. Of course, Sirius would shout it out for the world to hear. James and Lily rushed up, twin expressions of surprise. I'm sorry, you're what? With who? You're dating someone? Why didn't you tell us? How long has this been going on? Hey! Hermione raised her voice over the overlapping chatter of the common room. Yes, he's dating someone. It's me, we didn't tell anyone because it just happened at the party. Does that answer all the questions? James clapped Sirius on the shoulder joyfully. I didn't know you had it in you, mate. Letting a girl make an honest man out of you. Lily came forward and wrapped Hermione in an encompassing hug, squeezing her tightly. I'm so happy for you, Mione. I had no idea you liked Sirius or I would have set this up ages ago. Lily released her, only to lower her head to speak under her breath. Honestly, I would have guessed you had a thing for Remus. I'm happy for you either way. Sirius talks a big game, but underneath it all, he's a good man. Hermione smiled back at her in thanks, eyeing the crowd. She frowned as she realized Remus wasn't with the group congratulating them. Searching the whole room with her eyes, she found him climbing the stairs to his dorm silently. As if feeling her eyes on him, he stopped and turned to look at her. Everything he needed to say went into that silent conversation of theirs, the pain on his face evident. Hermione watched him climb the stairs again, a knot clutching deep in her chest. It's for the best, she told herself, he's not mine to keep. Turning back to the group with a fake smile on her face, Hermione let her thoughts drift to the smell of cedar and the glow of jade-green eyes, clenched tight with sadness. Chapter 12. The Room Where It Happens. The halls were packed as Hermione made her way down for breakfast the next day. She fought to keep from colliding with her fellow students as she lifted her hair into a bun in a weak attempt to fight the static that left her hair sticking up in every direction. Lacey had been absent during Hermione's morning routine, leaving her to fend for herself. She had apologetically stated that a few of the house elves were sick, and that meant everyone else had to pick up their slack. Following a few Ravenclaws into the Great Hall, she branched off from the small group after they took seats at the end of their table. Her eyes were peeled for the shock of red that singled Lily Evans as she headed toward her own house table. Hermione's steps slowed as soon as she spotted the young woman seated on the right side of the table, near the center. As usual, she was surrounded by the Marauders, Marlene, Mary, and Alice. Upon her approach, Marlene turned her head, glancing over her shoulder. Her brows rose in shock, cheeks pinking with laughter as she took in the mess that was Hermione Prince. With a shake of her head, she spun in her seat, standing to her feet. No, just no. What is this? She gestured widely at Hermione, her lashes fluttering rapidly. Did you decide to simply roll out of bed today? I cannot be seen with you like this. Marlene reached into the pocket of her robes, pulling out her cypress wand. She caressed her chin thoughtfully. What should I do with you? Hermione took a careful step backward, her eyes widening with uncertainty and nearly crossing as she stared down the tip of Marlene's yellowish-brown wand. Marlene sighed, flickering her wand at Hermione with a roll of her baby blues. Hermione flinched as she felt a burst of cool air hit her square in the chest. Her clothes adjusted on her body in a rustle of fabric, her shirt tucking into her skirt, and the wrinkles disappearing in an instant. Hermione's shoulders slouched forward as her hair fell over her shoulders before twisting and turning as it was tied into a more elegant bun behind her left ear. Raising her hand, Hermione made to touch her head, but Marlene huffed with exasperation, smacking her hand away before she could. "Don't touch. I just fixed you." Hermione's posture straightened and she placed her hands on her hips. "I didn't need fixing, Marlene. I was perfectly fine before." Marlene chuckled as if Hermione had told her an extremely funny joke, waving her hand out in front of her, her face red with laughter. "Oh, sweetie, you looked like you slept in your uniform. Just thank me and have breakfast," she said, sitting down beside Lily, who wore an apologetic expression that read, "Been there." Hermione's face scrunched up with aggravation. Her nose wrinkled and her body wound up as tightly as a jack-in-the-box. Taking a deep breath, she loosened her fisted hands and rolled her shoulders, releasing some of her anxiety. Hermione from the past would have kept up the fight, but that was no longer who Hermione was. She saw no need to lose friends over something so trivial. There were bigger battles to fight. "Thank you, Marlene. I appreciate the help," she said, glancing down the table to find an empty seat. Her anxiety spiked again as Peter's head snapped up to greet her, his hand coming down to pat the only available seat. Hermione's teeth ground together as she forced a sickly smile, taking the seat, her appetite vanishing instantly. Marlene sat forward, glancing down the table at Hermione. Her eyes squinted sympathetically as she eyed Peter. "No problem, Mione. That's what girlfriends are for." A single moment later, a loud ruckus erupted, silverware and cups clattering against the wood surface, and Hermione jumped in surprise, taking hold of the table to lean backward in order to see past Lily. Sirius was standing up, his hands raised in annoyance as he abruptly stood, striding over to stand directly behind Peter.
Oi!
"Trade places with me, Peter," he said, nudging Peter on the shoulder. Peter sat frozen, his expression blank as he stared down at his plate. His head rose, and he glanced across the table to Remus, not bothering to even look at Sirius. "No, I don't think I will."
I'm eating pat food.
"You will see her later." Sirius paused, standing deadly still in the space between Hermione and Peter. "Excuse me?" Peter looked up with a surprisingly defiant glare in his eyes. "There are seats over there by Remus. Why should I have to move?" "Listen, Arseface, if I want to sit with my girlfriend, then I will. You can't tell me who I can and cannot sit with, Wormtail," Sirius said, his expression twisted with annoyed confusion. "Go ahead then, Padfoot. But it's supposed to be Marauders first." Peter spat, his face red with anger. Sirius threw out his hand toward Lily, who lowered her head, focusing instead on her plate, fork traveling through her eggs. "What about her, huh? You haven't said a word about James sitting with Lily. Is it just me being with my girl that you have a problem with? Or is there something else you'd like to tell us, little rat?" Sirius asked, his question filled with danger. Hermione's eyes widened, and she leaned back in her seat, her hand coming over to quickly smack Marlene's arm when she snickered, a low-toned, "Oh!" Peter huffed, glaring up at Sirius. "It's different with Lily. She's been with us for ages." Sirius looked down at him questioningly. "And that makes her better?" he asked with confusion. Peter's head turned, his eyes quickly finding Hermione's, and he leaned back, nails digging into the table. I don't like change, I guess," he whispered. Hermione knew that wasn't what he wanted to say. Not really. With Peter, there was always hidden meaning behind his words. Hermione watched with narrowed eyes as both James and Sirius quickly jumped in to comfort their longtime friend. It made her sick. She let her eyes travel to Remus, who was sitting quietly, pretending to push food around with his fork. Her eyebrows furrowed in thought as she took him in. Was he skinnier than usual? He didn't look bad, but he didn't look right either. Sirius plopped down beside her with a huff, Peter escaping to the other side of the table to lick his wounds. "Sorry about that, love," he said quietly as he pressed a quick peck to her temple. "Apparently someone gave old Peter a shot of fire whiskey in his pumpkin juice this morning." Hermione's brow rose with doubt, but she kept her thoughts to herself, instead, stuffing her mouth with bacon. As she ate, she watched how the marauders interacted with one another. She couldn't help but feel something had shifted in their dynamic. As she had noticed only moments before, Remus sat quietly across the table, separated from the group, more playing with his food than eating. James and Lily sat together but barely spoke, at least not as they once had, and Peter spent most of his time shooting glares at the group. She wasn't sure how they had yet to notice his behavior. Something was off. She wasn't sure what it was, but she was determined to fix the damage. She ate her last piece of bacon with a heavier heart, her stomach churning. She probably should have stuck to toast. After a moment of internal debating, she turned to look at Sirius, forcing a sweet smile onto her face. "Ready, darling?" she asked, her words dripping with snark. Sirius looked down at her, his lips twitching with mirth. "Darling, really? When did that happen?" Hermione stood, her gaze deliberately straying to her feet and far away from the other side of the table, where she could hear the clattering of silverware. "Around the same time that you started calling me love." Sirius came to stand by her side, slinging his bag over one shoulder, his smile growing. Hermione cocked her head, her mood shifting in a way that only the older Sirius had ever been able to achieve. Leaning forward, she hopped onto the tips of her toes, pressing her lips close to his ear. "You are the complete opposite, after all." As she fell back onto the balls of her feet, Sirius's head tilted back, his bark of a laugh drawing the attention of the nearby tables. Hermione could feel the glare of almost every girl in the vicinity. She found her smile twisting into a smirk as a few men started staring too. Taking hold of his wrist, she headed toward the entrance, her head shaking as he continued to laugh. "All right, class. Hope you've been reading your textbooks. It's only going to get worse from here on out." Hermione studied the ancient runes professor before her. It definitely wasn't the same person who was teaching when she took the class in the 90s. Professor Bennett was someone completely unfamiliar to her, but a strong professor all the same. "Today we're going to be tackling Egyptian hieroglyphics. Yes, I know, a bit outdated. However, you are in ancient runes, not modern runes." While the professor began outlining her teaching criteria for the day, Lily leaned across the table to whisper at Hermione. "Hey Mione, can I ask you something completely random?" Hermione inclined her head in her direction to stay discreet. "Sure, Lils, what's on your mind?" Lily was quiet for a few moments as she gathered her thoughts, allowing Hermione to slip back in just in time for Professor Bennett to start doling out the assignment. "Okay, I may be wrong, but have you noticed anything going on with Remus?" Okay, so it wasn't just her. Lily was more observant than most gave her credit for. "It's just, I've seen him down before, but this time he's shut down like Azkaban. I've never seen him this closed off in 6 years, Mione." She turned to look directly into Hermione's eyes. "I'm worried about him." Well, thank the gods it wasn't just her. "Are you sure, Lily? I've noticed he's a bit quieter than usual, but hasn't he always been quiet?" "No, no, Mione. This is completely unlike him. He's almost like a shell of himself." She turned away to anxiously fix the parchment in front of her. "He's not even talking to the boys. James has himself worried silly. I can try talking to him if you'd like." Lily looked back at Hermione sadly this time. "I don't think what you have to say will help him at the moment." Hermione raised an eyebrow in question. "It's nothing. There was a time you would have been able to get through to him. I believe that moment has passed." Hermione sat quietly with her own thoughts for the remainder of the lesson. She had been able to help Remus? Now she no longer could. What in the world did that mean? Before she could process the thought any longer, class was dismissed and the ideas ruminating in her mind were pushed out of sight. Hermione entered the Gryffindor common room later that day to find James and Sirius playing a game of exploding snap, Lily curled up with a book, and Peter sitting on the floor beside James. Of course, he was. Hermione strolled over to them and leaned over Sirius's shoulder. "Hello, darling. Mind if I borrow you for a moment?" Sirius turned slightly to look at her, tipping his head up to give her a kiss on the cheek. "Sure thing, love. Let me finish this game though, yeah?" Hermione looked down at the hand of cards he was guarding. "Ah, 2 3s. Isn't that a bad thing? James started guffawing and Sirius started gasping like a fish in shock, looking between his hand and back at her. James proceeded to throw out a winning hand with Sirius still sitting frozen. "Ah, look at that, you're done. Ready to go." She left the common room to the loud laughter of James and Lily, a grumbling Sirius mumbling about cheeky witches and cheaters following behind her. After a few minutes of silent travel, Sirius glanced over at her. "I understand you wanted to see me, but did that mean you had to make me lose? He'll never let me live that down. Man, that boy was just as competitive now as ever." Hermione shrugged in response. "You were taking too long. It was literally 30 seconds after you asked me." "Exactly. All right, what is so important that you had to ruin your boyfriend's night?" Hermione snorted. "I did not ruin your night." Realizing they had reached their destination, she turned to face him. "However, I am prepared to fix that." She looked at the wall beside her, barely catching Sirius muttering "not bloody likely" under his breath. "Do you know where we are, Sirius?" He turned to glance at the wall, looking up and down the corridor. I'd say we're at Hogwarts, Mione. I thought you knew that." "Arsehole. I mean where we are in the castle." He rolled his eyes as he surveyed their location. His eyes went wide in recognition. "Mione, we're in the 7th floor corridor." She nodded at him, gesturing for him to continue. There's something in this spot, but I'm not." "Sirius, it's fine. I know all about the map." She hurried to finish her sentence as he moved to interrupt her. "The how isn't important right now, but this room is. Stand back, please." Sirius moved back and watched as she paced back and forth 3 times and tried not to shout as he watched a door materialize on the blank expanse of wall before him. Hermione stopped pacing and faced him once more, motioning for him to enter the door. His jaw dropped as he walked over the door frame, seeing an enormous room filled wall to wall with junk, narrow lines cutting through the clutter. "This," Hermione raised her hands to emphasize the room, "is the room of requirement, otherwise known as the come and go room." She turned to face him once more. "It can become anything you want it to be. I asked for a place to find things that were lost or hidden. Now comes the part one need your help with." He stopped looking around to take her in again. "And just what would that be? I assume you didn't drag me all the way up here just to hide my body away." Hermione rolled her eyes at him. "Such dramatics." "No, Sirius. I need your help finding something. It looks like a crown, silver, with a blue jewel on it. Whatever you do though, don't touch it. I mean it, under no circumstances are you to touch the damn thing." All right, don't have a cow. I'll help you find your tiara. Kitten." Sirius bowed low, his hair hanging down to almost brush against the floor before he straightened himself and headed off down one of the countless aisles. Cheeky bastard. An hour had passed, Hermione's muscles screaming from strain and sweat coating her forehead when she heard a shout from across the room. "Aha! I found the damn thing!" She heard the sound of swearing, crumbling artifacts hitting the floor, followed by more searing. "Fuck! Come and get this bloody thing already so we can be out of this death trap of a room." Hermione snickered to herself as she headed towards the still swearing Sirius. Rounding the side of a heap of old tomes and chairs, she found Sirius studying the diadem nestled inside its box, leaning down with his head cocked. He lifted his head at her appearance, raising a singular eyebrow at her. "Can we fucking wrap it up?" "Yes, darling. Don't get your knickers in a twist." He side-eyed her with a glower. She pointed her wand at the box, levitating it to land on a nearby square of cloth, and reached down to tie it up tightly before placing it in her bag. "Ready," she stated cheerfully, turning to face Sirius. "I'm waiting for an explanation." She shrugged at him. "Ah, well, get used to disappointment then, darling." He took a deep sigh, fixing her with a withering stare. "Look, let's just chalk this up as need to know." "I don't need to know?" "No, I'm sorry, but you don't." He opened his mouth to protest, silenced by her raised, placating hand in defense. "Not yet is what I meant. You do need to know, just not yet." He nodded, realizing he'd get no more answers tonight. Hermione looked around, fixing him with a blinding smile. What if I told you I could make it up to you? Sirius scoffed and covered it up as a cough. I'd tell you there's a fat chance of that. Her smile only widened. Close your eyes. Trust me. He gave her one last glare before closing his eyes, a frown plastered across his face. Hermione closed her eyes in return, concentrating on a vision of the common room, a roaring fire, and the comfort of the plush furniture. Opening her eyes and glancing around, she walked to stand behind Sirius. Okay, go ahead and open them. She watched as Sirius's face flickered from confusion to shock and finally landing on wonder. Before him was a replica of the Gryffindor common room, even if it was a little larger than normal. How in the world did you manage to pull this off? Sirius was looking around in astonishment, afraid to touch anything as he slowly made his way towards the fireplace. Welcome to the room of requirement, Sirius. Hermione gestured all around her. Its name speaks for itself. Anything you require, you can find here. She sat down on the plush sofa, patting beside her for him to join her. When he sat down, she turned to face him and continued. I wanted to show you this room. Walk back and forth outside the wall 3 times, thinking very clearly about what you want, and the door will appear to you. After all, she mused out loud, help shall always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Sirius looked at her now, face serious in thought. Why are you showing me this room? His eyes narrowed a bit. Is this some kind of goodbye? Hermione snorted. Absolutely not. I know we've all been looking for a place to be away from others. I give this to you as a gift. Share this knowledge with the other marauders. I assume you have many things that require the utmost privacy. She stood up now, grabbing her bag from where she had laid it on the floor beside her. I have to get going now, but please, take your time and enjoy the solitude. Hermione dashed out the doors before Sirius could reply. She had a meeting to attend to and a manipulative bastard to entice. Where did you say you found this again? Hermione sighed, hating to repeat herself. She was sitting in the headmaster's office, having handed over the diadem and a few warnings. Dumbledore stood behind his desk and leaned down to examine it, surely feeling the dark magic emanating from it. It was in the room of requirement, sir. Just like I said. Yes, my apologies, child. I am an old man. My mind slips from time to time. You could say that again, Hermione thought to herself. I will be showing this to the Order directly. We shall figure out the best way to destroy such an object. Absolutely not, sir. Hermione jumped up and exclaimed, panic in her voice. It would truly be unwise to destroy it now. Dumbledore looked taken aback but nodded for her to continue. It would be better if we waited to destroy it until we have them all together. He can feel when we get rid of them. I don't want to chance his figuring out our plans too soon. Sir. Dumbledore took a seat in his chair, stroking his beard in thought. I believe you are right, child. I shall simply tell the Order to lock it away for safekeeping until the time is right. Hermione started to make her way to the arched doorway when she heard him clear his throat. Miss Prince, I believe you should meet the Order. Her jaw twitched at the thought. Not yet. I can't give up my privacy. He opened his mouth to argue, no doubt, but she quickly spoke over him. I didn't say never, Professor, just not now. It's too soon to play all of our cards before we know the entire hand dealt. Time to play her trump card. Let us not forget who holds all the cards, sir. I know where to find every single Horcrux. I could very easily take them out from under you and hide them myself. She crossed her arms resolutely. I will alone decide what happens and when. He nodded at her once more, a small smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. Very well, Miss Prince. We shall hold off on the introductions. She inclined her head as she departed, heading back to the safety and solitude of her dorm room. Everything was starting to come together. The boys know about the room, check. Have the diadem, check. Everything is falling into place. Everyone is happy and well taken care of. She let her head hit the pillow, a smile on her face in a moment of peace. If only she knew just how wrong she was.